Welcome back, everyone, to another recap of Deadlock Fight Night. Last week, in the EU portion of the broadcast, we had all the kings of Europe here, both past and present. Buff enjoyers, Pajolaya Scumbria, and of course our current champion, DMS. We kick things off with a rematch of the Week 3 money match. Going into the draft, Buff enjoyers decide that they don't want to deal with the split push potential of Mirage. Meanwhile, Pajolaya Scumbria, knowing that they have 2 picks, go for a throwaway ban of the pocket, allowing them to secure both Grey Talon and Wraith. The bloodbath really kicked off around the 9-minute mark, where we see Listic getting caught out as he looks for an engage onto Hardeki. Listic ends up paying the price, though, as he dies early in the fight, but manages to respawn back in time to continue the fight and secure a 3 for 2.
Looking like they're in decent shape here, but it is absolute chaos streak in the Google, trying to run people down, and that's going to be extremely problematic, slowing them down as he connects those little stuns. So much damage, pushing them all the way back. Might find another one here, comes out of the Google, and there goes the wall as well to block off the line of sight. And they're going to force them back, actually. Kaz taking down Demoth is going to root up Enjoy to some extent as they're falling back into more defensive positions, but another 1v1 here, 7 against the Infernus. Sergi able to keep himself up here and just keep the chase continuing, and out of the sky, Listic in with a vengeance.
After letting the first urn go for free, Pajolaya Scumbria looked to make up for it by ganking lane 4.
Actual fight here on this 4th lane, and this is not looking good right now for Buff Enjoyers. They get caught, there is the lift, and concussive combustion might allow somewhat of an escape attempt for Sergi, but he is now trapped in this little church, and I don't think there's any way to escape this one. It's surrounded.
Buff enjoyers decide that turnabout is fair play. After getting ganked on lane 4, they prove that they can do that too, as they get a successful gank on lane 1.
Players are pushing that first lane. In comes the gank, and it is looking fantastic here for Buff enjoyers. This is, in fact, looking way too clean, Jason, for them.
Yeah, and what are they going to do off the back? Is maybe look for the urn, maybe look for a mid-boss so they get themselves 2 quick kills.
Trying to big brain the turn-in, MKLS gets caught trying to teleport over the lane 4, and PS deny the turn-in.
Meet each other here because they're both going to the teleport at the exact same time, and there we go. He actually might get caught here, MKLS. They take the 1v1 against Sunset. No.
Getting a catch on the Sunset means it's go time for Buff enjoyers to look for the mid-boss.
Here comes Sunset on the Wraith, and there's the lift. Able to bait out the stone form just previously to set up that lift against Piggy. Wonderful stuff. Oh, here comes Listic though. If it's all traded, it's not. Oh my god.
Yeah, the rescue beam!
Flying through the sky. What is happening?
Motto, Zanya's back though, so he could cancel that out. This is going to be a really risky move, but it could pay off dividends for Buff enjoyers if they can lock this down.
Yeah, no Ivy here as well is actually somewhat annoying because Ivy's crispy bombs are really good at controlling space at the mid-boss area, so definitely some trade-offs, but it does appear that this rejuve is going to Buff enjoyers.
MKLS opens up the fight with a great swap on the Hardeki, as Buff enjoyers look to finish the game. Together, on the other hand, had something to say about it as he single-handedly stopped Buff enjoyers.
Defending here, if they can just save the Walker as well, that's going to be fantastic. It might be a little bit too difficult. It's just looking very challenging from Buff enjoyers, forcing their way forward. There's no wall available now. Everybody's getting just drilled down, and 4 kills actually for Sharik, who's been insane, honestly, on this hole. The control on the Google is fantastic. Just bouncing off the head of the Walker to claim a 2nd, and off of the rejuve, they've lost 0 players, picked up 2 Walkers, and now have a decisive lead. This is a problem for Pajolaya Scumbria.
Semi-smart though, they did send out Sunset and Taz to actually go push some lanes here. Sunset's gonna be committed onto lane 1 here, but he needs to get back extremely quickly. The swap comes in perfectly on Taz. Is the fall gonna be there though, as their ethereal shift comes in, and they're gonna have every player they possibly can to lock this in. This actually might be Buff enjoyers closing out the game right now, especially with Pajolaya Scumbria being staggered like this.
Yeah, this is looking very problematic. Obviously, with the rejuve still up, they can just commit into this. They don't care at this point if they're going to lose some players. They might just be able to end, just as you said. Now Patron transforming into the VP Patron as Grace comes in. Sunset trying to do the damage. Here comes the card, the lift. The damage is going out there, but they are yet to pick down any players. Pajolaya Scumbria are the one losing bodies at the moment, as there is yet to be a rejuve that is being utilized here by Buff enjoyers, continuing to put the pressure on. And now the weakened Patron is in trouble, completely exposed, and just like you said, Jason, this might be it.
Oh, the Storm Cloud. It might be doing some serious work. Look how low and everyone Buff and Joys are. The Storm Cloud might have actually just saved this per PS. You can still see Listic here. Piggy's going to be here as well. Michaelis looking to burn this down, or are they going to back away? Obviously, with the Rejuvenator, they can afford to commit to this as it's down to about 10% HP. The knockdown comes in yet again. It's all down to Piggy, who's trying to solo it 1v3, but he's not going to be able to. The Patreon surviving with about 5% health, and Pojalias Scumbria hold.
With the weakened patron already being so low on health, Buff Enjoyers simply respawn back in and zerg it down, giving them a chance at taking back the crown from DMS.
Well, you can see Zanya going in for an ultimate, but his team's not there and just gonna rush it down. They're like, forget you, Pojalias Scumbria. We're gonna take the patron, and we're gonna take a chance to redeem our crown here in EU.
DMS do not want to go up against the scariest paradox in EU, as Buff Enjoyers take a page out of Pojalia's book, doing a throwaway ban of Pocket to ensure that they get both Great Talon and Mirage. Listic showing he isn't just an Abrams player, as his Guided Owl opens up with 2 kills for the Buff Enjoyers.
Trying to back away, and Zergy and Co. looking like they might escape the telekinesis. I haven't seen it go out just yet, but Listic able to get one with the Owl. Again, that global presence. Demoff turns it around as well off the back of that stun, and a fantastic turnaround of Buff Enjoyers.
Listic further puts on a clinic, surviving a 3-man dive on his Guardian. Not only does he survive, he helps his team get 2 kills.
A little bit of a gank coming here onto Listic, who's looking to survive, and nice little jump away does provide him the distance he needs, but it might not provide the survivability in the end.
Nice finish there.
Wait, what?
From Mystic.
What's happening?
Buff Enjoy is finding quite a few kills here on lane 4.
Knowing just how strong of a Wraith player that Play With Me is, Buff Enjoyers invest into Ethereal Shift on 3 of their players. Zergy, Michaelis, and Listic all go with the shift to extinguish the 1v1 potential of Play With Me. Being down 17k and realizing that Buff Enjoyers may have overstepped, DMS picks up 3 quick kills to catch right back up.
Absolutely shred them if he gets himself in the right position. The Storm God comes in, as you mentioned before, and DMS do get the 2 initial kills, taking down the carriers with Listic and Zergy now out. Can DMS close out the rest of this fight? Even Sharik getting extremely low, looking to puddle punch himself away. Sap takes him down.
Play With Me finally picks up Curse, allowing him to 1v1 anyone in the game, as DMS force an engagement at the urn, knowing that Play With Me can grab free walkers.
As they continue to fight over this one.
See Stoneform going in, look for the stun. Last Stand coming in as well here. D-Mob looking for a ton of damage. You can see the damage just racking up left and right. Play With Me in the meantime is going to continue to push out lane 3 while the fight continues here for the urn turn in. A great charge comes in, locks in D-Mob, and the rescue beam pulls him away, but he's down to about 200 HP. Yamato in right hot pursuit takes him down. DMS able to get 2 quick eliminations here. Ethereal Shift comes in for Zergy, still looking for that 1v1 against Wolfie, and he's eventually able to pick it up before he does get secured. And Play With Me during all this gets another walker down, finally unlocking that extra flex slot for DMS.
With getting a kill on Listic, DMS look to take the mid-boss as Buff Enjoyers have to contest. But not only do DMS get mid-buff and 5 kills, they also take down the shrines and turn in the urn for a massive soul lead.
Who's going to be able to get it? It is, of course, DMS. They're able to defend the Rejuvenator. There comes the shelter to keep everybody happy and safe and all regenerated, and they're going to be able to finish off the rest of the players here from Buff Enjoyers.
The Buff Enjoyers catch out Play With Me inside the DMS jungle, but unfortunately the 40k soul lead is just way too much to overcome as DMS closes out the first map.
It's going to be Break It Off.
And Play With Me taking a lot of damage immediately, but I don't think they're able to burst him down. No, not. It's going to be the other way around. Piggy and Michaelis going down out of the fight very, very early on here, leaving Buff Enjoyers in a very weak position. It's snowballing out of control. Buff Enjoyers now just down to 2 players as they try to run for their lives.
I'm going to stop them. It's Listic and Sharik, and if they were somehow able to do it, it would be probably the greatest single-handed play I've ever seen in Deadlock, but that's going to be it. DMS surprising.
Going into our second match, Buff Enjoyers decide to change their ban as they take away the Play With Me Wraith. However, as we've seen in past fight nights, his haze can be just as scary. Play With Me spends a lot of his early game soaking souls between lane 1 and lane 2. Around the 8-minute mark, he turns that soul lead into impact around the map.
Kill early on indeed, with the help of the Kelvin and the Viscous, and this is what we're talking about, an active haze in the early game, helping to get kills and still farming everything.
Psycho on the Abrams catches out an overextended Listic, allowing DMS to take 2 free kills.
Gotta really respect this. a good charge coming through. You can see how low he drops as well. The soul change comes through, but it's not really going to matter too much. It's just too much damage there.
With both teams trading out walkers, DMS decides to go for the mid-boss. An amazing frozen shelter of Hapex denies the steal as both teams disengage.
Here, it's already extremely low, and I don't see Buff and Joyers contesting this. They're immediately on the hot pursuit to get here as quick as possible, and it comes down to Piggy with a big stun to potentially go for the steal.
Oh, huge problem, and there is the frozen shelter to deny any possible steal. And there it goes, DMS collecting the rejuvenation.
With the lead being over 10%, DMS know that they would have to turn the urn in enemy territory. Instead, they push down another walker, unlocking a flex.
Get every single walker off the rejuve here. In goes Zagi trying to do the damage there. Oh, Flame Dash not able to get out of dodge in time. And this is lane 1 walker going down.
Playing the economy game, Buff and Joyers close the lead down to 6k by getting another earned turn.
Coming through, and now the gap is closing. It's actually 6k difference now, Jason.
Knowing they took the last mid-boss with ease, DMS set up for a second. An early frozen shelter, though, prevents the guaranteed pickup as Buff and Joyers steal it away, but lose all 6 players for it.
The frozen shelter out of Happens was perfect last time to not allow Piggy to steal it, since he just landed on top of that. And boss going to be dropped on HP. Affliction comes out. I think he only catches like onto 1 realistically here. And there's the frozen shelter without the rejuvenator coming down.
Indeed, it's popped quite early here. Now the rejuvenator is going to fall. Nobody's dead just yet for either side. Is there anything left to try to steal this? Concussive combustion is popped. Here it comes. Is the steal going to happen here? And it will. Buff Enjoyers. Maybe not out of this just yet. The Storm Cloud coming in for the extra damage from Wolfie. That is going to wipe 4, or rather 5 of the 6 players for Buff Enjoyers. And Listic is not long for this world, but they stole the rejuve. Was it worth it, Jason?
I want to say almost yes, because if DMS get the rejuvenator there, I feel like you almost just lose the game.
DMS showing their macro play as they send Psycho with the urn towards the turn-in. Doing this forces Buff Enjoyers to make the decision of either engaging on mid-boss and losing the turn-in, or stopping the turn-in and potentially losing mid-boss.
He's going to go for the full turn-in, because if he baits him away, they can take mid-boss. If they don't contest it, he gets a free turn-in.
Yeah, it is interesting because that turn-in, it's probably, I would give it up if I was the other team, because that level of souls you're getting from that is probably not going to make much of a difference. He would be hoping to pull players away from the team fight by trying to turn this one in, but they're not. But right now, for Buff Enjoyers to make good use of this, they have to either turn on the Abrams and kill him, or they have to take the team fight whilst Abrams is not there.
After getting the turn-in, DMS force the full team fight at mid-boss, and they sweep it, 5-0. Once again, remaining the kings of Europe.
It's trying to finish it off. Frozen Shelter comes down to try to block this Rejuvenator. It gets stuck in the Frozen Shelter. Seismic Slam is in. Is there a steal? Oh, okay. This time, DMS, they'll lock it down, lock it in. The Rejuve is for them, as they can now charge their way forward, quite literally.
Weak running. Michaela's going to be caught out. The charge not going to land, and he will fall, and that's going to do it, Dan. DMS have defended their title against the previous champions of Buff Enjoyers and hold on for a second week victory. And we're back for another Deadlock Fight Night. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by ZP here to break down some of the action that's going to be happening today. And of course, we do have a third head to our Hydra that'll be joining us when we do start to break down this first match. But ZP, welcome back yet again, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. You know, pretty common day. You know, just usual tournament stuff. Definitely not worrying about NA rosters right before the beginning of the day. No, none of that. No. It's all completely normal. But honestly, Jason, I'm just glad to settle down and get into what has been the best Deadlock in the last few weeks. The EU region has been giving us fantastic Deadlock week after week, and there's no reason to believe that today will be any different.
Oh, 100%. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for you guys to get you updated and adequate of what's going to be happening today. So if you're unfamiliar with what the Deadlock Fight Night is about, it is a little bit of a show match here where we have 2 teams that we choose. We select very carefully from other events that are happening here in Deadlock. We take the best of the best and pit them up against each other to determine who goes on to play against our king. And right now, DMS have been the king the last 2 weeks running, earned themselves a nice $2,000. While we look at the NA side of this broadcast, we do have Llama Lords up against Yuki Panuki, which I'm going to have a great time saying. And of course, the winner of those plays up against Hydra Nation, who have been back-to-back champions 5 weeks in a row, ZP. It is becoming very difficult to find a team that can beat these guys.
I mean, Hydra Nation, look, they have been the top of the top in NA, and look, teams just find their power being drawn to Hydra Nation as time goes on. So, you know, look, they have a lot of things going for them. We'll see if they maintain their streak of excellence here today, but man, you talk about EU. This is a region right now, Jason, where anything can happen. And also, we got big shakeups to the meta to look forward to and talk about as we get deeper into the broadcast. So the average EU draft that we've been used to might be very, very different today.
It just seems like every 2 weeks we have things changing drastically. And of course, if you're a fan of the show, we do it for the players. We do it for you guys at home who are watching. One way to support us is actually to head over to deadlockfightnight.com and check out some of our merch we have here. We've got shirts, we got sweaters, and if I'm not mistaken, I did see a little bit of a cheeky mouse pad in there as well.
You know, the Gooped merchandise just continues to grow. And hey, I mean, multiple ways to get some merch, support the product. And look, this is the type of stuff where you'll look at back 5 years from now and be like, yo, I got this original piece of merchandise. When did you get into Deadlock competition in esports? You know, you have the proof. You can get it right here, right now.
My proof is going to be whenever we get a Deadlock Fight Night shot glass for every time you say Pojalias Scumbria completely differently. But not to mention, all of the proceeds, of course, go right back into this event. We don't see a penny of it. Go straight to the players, go straight to the running cost of this entire show. So make sure you guys check that out. Not to mention, if you weren't here last week, we do have a sub button as well. And we'd love to see you guys sub into the channel to support as well. And again, all that money does, of course, go back into this product. And even if you don't want to sub, just being here to watch is all we're really going to be caring about. But speaking of caring, one man who cares maybe sometimes too much is our third person here on the show. We got DDK joining us live on the show. Dan the man with the plan, with this fantastic coif of hair. I might steal that one day. Just rip it off your hair and put it on mine. How you doing, Dan?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Shiv thing, like trying to like become Shiv, but to be honest, Shiv kind of sucks now. So I don't know if I need to find like someone else to emulate with the hair. Who else has good hair?
Yamato has good hair.
Yamato's pretty broken, but we might not see Yamato, so I don't know if that works either.
Yeah, that is very true. And one thing we're going to do for you every 2 weeks when we do have these major changes, of course, get you guys up to date on what has went down in our latest patch change. And speaking of Yamato, we'll start off actually talking about the economy game here of how things have shifted up in Deadlock within the last patch. Now, ZP, you know, we've got to see these. We got to see some slight changes into it. But more importantly, it's about the soul sharing when it comes to lanes past the 8-minute mark.
Previously, the last Deadlock Fight Night, soul sharing, once you hit 8 minutes, it stopped being fully split the way it was in the pre-8-minute phase. Now, you get way more economy by staying as 2 players in lane. That did get nerfed a little bit in a mini patch where it's not quite as powerful as it was in Rendition 1, but even in the new form, you still get way, way more economy by being in the lane with at least one other person into the mid-game. Also, hero kill gold is up, where right now your souls, you get way more for actually getting kills on the people. So the idea of actually getting a comeback where if you catch like 1-2 heroes out, you suddenly get a much bigger infusion of souls. And also the bigger thing that's kind of coming in from this too is that the gap between the heroes that are running the jungle and the heroes that are more in lane and roaming is less than it was pre-patch. So you have less of a chance of getting the raid boss in Furnace that simply is, 15k souls ahead of everyone else and cannot actually feasibly die.
Yeah, Dan, what's your thoughts about these changes?
Yeah, I think it's significant because one of the things like ZP mentioned, you had the system in before where the soul sharing was more generous on lane, but the problem was back then is that it kind of devalued solo pushing. But now they've kind of adjusted it a little bit. So it's still like the value if you're playing by yourself because you're going to get 100%. And so split pushing and stuff isn't going to feel like you're losing value. So I think that's a pretty nice adjustment that they've made there. Plus, the game should become faster and should have a higher tempo to it. And it should also allow heroes that maybe have had that support issue where they're not going to be farming as much to be able to stay on lane, be a part of the fights, and actually get to their items more quickly. So we might see heroes like Dynamo reappear a little bit because Dynamo needed some more investment, but at the same time had that problem where other people will be in the jungle, so that's not my job. I'm kind of on lane, but I'm also more supportive, so I'm not getting the farm. So I actually think there's a lot of other stuff we'll go into with what this economy change reflects in terms of the gameplay, but already I think there's a lot of positive changes for how the gameplay will go as a result of this.
Well, not to mention 2 weeks ago, we did have that massive change to Greytown, which finally brought him into our picking pool when he was unpicked, unbanned the entire time before. But we do have major changes to Yamato. And DDK, why don't you kind of go into this really quickly about what we potentially could or could not see out of her?
Well, I think with Yamato, obviously the ult is really just the problem is Yamato is just like unkillable, and the damage burst is pretty ridiculous. And so that's going to be, I think, really the big issue here, because Yamato can come online very quickly as well and is unkillable. So I don't know really what more is to say than that, to be honest. I mean, ZP, we already saw like a lot of usage from Yamato, and she's just gotten a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit maybe underselling it. Now, it's kind of funny that, oh, you can't die, or rather, you can die in Shadow Transformation now, technically. But when you get the rest of the entire buffs that Yamato is getting Shadow Transformation, the reality is that she won't be dying in Shadow Transformation in the vast majority of cases. Also, when you consider just how the teams are going to be picking and banning, there's a world where you don't really see Yamato at all today. It might just be the hero that is perma-banned by the team that does not have first pick, right? So yeah, we'll see where it goes, but Yamato's priority has never been higher in the history of competitive Deadlock than it is right now.
Oh, 100%. And obviously, when it comes to EU, there's a lot of like individual focus bans, like Paradox, for instance, if you're thinking of MKLS. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out here in Europe, where I feel like there's a whole meta game when it comes to the draft phase for us. But of course, there was one more change. We didn't really see it too much when it came to the Deadlock Fight Night, though I'm assuming you guys at home did see it quite a bit in your games. Soul Rebirth has now been taken out of the game. DDK, what's your initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think this is great, because I think it's also somewhat in line with some of the other changes with regards to the economy. But again, we'll link back to that point later. But not having Soul Rebirth in the game is nice, because when you get to the 30-minute plus mark in Deadlock, it kind of becomes a battle of who has more Soul Rebirths, and that team's going to win, because the time it takes for you to come back after you die is so long that and with extremely high level organized play, Soul Rebirth becomes like a must pick up item, and then it's just who has more wins. And so I like that they're removing that dynamic, because it creates more of a reward to the team fighting, which is kind of as it should be. And again, that's actually reflected in the economy changes right now, that if again, I'm trying to like stay on point, but everything's kind of interconnected. But with the economy changes and how they've changed hero kills and the value from staying on lane with souls, it creates this world where if you're in a comeback scenario and you actually wipe the other team, you're actually going to come back way faster now. So you've got to be much more careful with team fights anyway. So I kind of like that the removal of Soul Rebirth kind of plays into that, because you're unable to mitigate that. If you take a bad team fight, if you're ahead, you get punished.
What about you, ZP?
Yeah, I think Dan hits the key point here too with Soul Rebirth changing, right? The idea that everyone has more money right now because of the economy changes. And that means that if Soul Rebirth was still in the game, the odds of us getting into like the 25-minute to 30-minute mark and suddenly going, everyone has a Soul Rebirth was way higher. So I think the devs at Valve, they saw this coming and they go, no. We're going to get in front of this. This item is already a little bit problematic anyways. We're not going to let everyone pick it up now that you suddenly have this influx of income.
Okay, well, you know what? Why don't we start to laser focus on what's coming up today here as we dive into our first match of the day. Pojali Scumbria. Don't worry, we'll hear ZP say it a million different ways, and I totally understand ZP. It gets me as well. Up against Metal Skill as we'll take a look here at our rosters between these two teams. Now, PS, obviously a long-time veteran when it comes to Deadlock Fight Night, whereas Metal Skill, we haven't seen them too much.
Yeah, Metal Skill, I mean, we've seen them in the past, but they've been kind of in and out. Though what's notable for Metal Skill is that they had a really good performance in the Sinner Sacrifice tournament that took place over the last weekend. So that's why we say, hey, we're going to give you guys another shot. And the one nice thing here I like, Jason, when I look at both of these teams, roster stability. Pojali Scumbria, they've been running with the same roster over and over again in these tournaments. Metal Skill, this has been the same core that we've seen for quite a while at the same time. I mean, I love the stability. I really do love it, especially when compared to what's going on the other side of the Atlantic, roster-wise.
Oh man, Dan, as we take a look at these rosters, is any players in particular that you're really wanting us to focus on to kind of nitpick their gameplay or look to see them to be the ones to carry the match for us?
It's a good question. I'm curious, obviously, based off of like how things are going to be affected by some of the changes in like people's internal like tier lists. I mean, firstly, Europe and NA seems to never be on the same page so far with tier lists, so there is that, I suppose. But I think all of these players are pretty awesome, like Sunset, Hardeki, Zanya. Zanya, I really like watching just for the initiation in particular, but we've also seen a lot less play from the Zanya like Lash, for example. So to be honest, your guess is as good as mine at this point in terms of what we should expect or see.
I'm really curious, ZP, if we'll have together potentially get the Yamato. For me, one of the best Yamato players when it comes to EU, but anyone in particular you're looking towards?
I mean, for me, if I'm looking at Pajala Escambria, I'm always going to be looking at Hardeki, right? Where Hardeki has still been one of the most consistent carry players around. Also, pretty good versatility. I think one thing that was brought up to me that was pretty interesting, former Overwatch coach, Dream, I talk to him every now and then about meta stuff, and he brought up the point going, hey, are you going to be seeing as much 7 right now where the value of the jungle is relatively less than what it used to be, and 7's entire bread and butter was kind of how far ahead can you get from eating the entire jungle, right? Like, I do wonder if teams have looked at 7 and wondered, okay, maybe the overall value of 7 might be a little bit less than it was pre-patch, and I mean Hardeki, who a lot of times has sort of been thrown on the 7 in the draft, would be playing something else, whether it be, something like a Haze, or, probably not a Shiv, which used to be his bread and butter, because, as Dan mentioned earlier, Shiv kind of sucks now, so probably not going to be seeing that.
Okay, well, gentlemen, here at the Deadlock Fight Night, what we love to do is innovate. We love to push the boundaries of what we can do here on the show and always make it better for you viewers at home. Now, ZP, you have organized a different way of doing the draft in terms of who gets to choose between first pick or first ban. What have you come up with for us?
Yeah, so we used to do a coin flip, which was me going to Google, typing in coin flip, and telling which team they won, but that wasn't exciting for us here. What we really needed was to go, you know what? Mo and Krill 1v1. 2 Mo and Krills enter, 1 Mo and Krill leaves, nothing but melee and parry. That's all you get, and we throw it into the boxing ring, essentially. That is the middle of the map, in the pit. There's no more honorable combat in all of Deadlock, and that's how we decide in our best of 1 who gets choice of first pick and first ban.
Yeah, no boxing gloves here, DDK, which means it's all coming down to the fisticuffs. So let's actually take a look here at our first 1v1 Mo and Krill to determine how the coin flip worked out. Of course, we do have metal skills on the left-hand side here. And of course, well, in the yellow or the orange, Pojala Escambria.
And then they get down and dirty into it quick, it's fast, and Lex just gets right on in. And just drops that on top. You see Krill just rolling over to the side too.
That's so weird. I thought the balls went in the sky, but his balls went on Pojala Escambria's body. That's weird.
Yeah. Sometimes you reverse things here, Jason. You defy the natural order. But what that means is that metal skill got to decide whether to be first or second in this order. And I believe in this pick, I think they chose second. I might be wrong, but I think that's what we're looking at here. And I think it's going to be Pajala Escambria with first pick, first ban. And I think what that means here is that they won't be banning Yamato, because if the other team doesn't ban Yamato, you get to pick it.
Exactly. You force the other to actually have to ban it away if they want to. Now, Dan, as I do see here, the first ban coming through out of Mirage. If you're metal skill, knowing you have 2 picks first, which we did see quite heavy last week go into like our race as a guaranteed pickup in Great Talon, what do you expect metal skill to potentially do?
Well, I mean, Mirage is definitely considered S tier, I think, by most people in NA as well, considered definitely an S tier pick. But I think like CP was alluding to earlier, the expected ones are probably the Yamato Paradox to get rid of. I think another like S tier pick is going to be the Viscous. So last time we were kind of shocked by like where some of these like really highly rated or high, the heroes in the upper echelons, where they were actually picked, like 5th and 6th slot and so on. So I'd hope, especially with the buff that we saw for Viscous recently, that Viscous is going to get in there pretty quickly. As now you can like expand the size of the goo ball, and so it's going to connect a lot more, be a lot more disruptive in these fights. And I think it's also affected. Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there, Dan, but Wraith is a first pick, which again, with together we know how good he is on Yamato. I was surprised to see this actually.
Well, I can just add in, like, if with these changes, Wraith should actually go up in value, because you're looking at some of the other carries, like, your Infernus or your Sevens and so on. These guys are going down in value because they can't farm the jungle as much, which is like part of the guarantee of those heroes. And I feel like Wraith is the best hyper carry that's on lane. So I don't know that there's anyone in the same class. So that makes a lot of sense. And then there's the Viscous too. So we're happy to see that, I think.
Take a look at this, and look, Wraith is highly ZP. Wraith is highly valued in EU, but given what Yamato has been doing, you know what? Look, on one hand, it's hard to sort of bring down the value of Wraith. It's still an incredibly good hero, and EU players have been using Wraith to the max. But also, you just gave up Viscous and Yamato, where Viscous also right now kind of works as a little bit of a soft counter to the Wraith, where a lot of your telekinesis plays now have to have another check going, well, can I use telekinesis? Is there a Viscous nearby that can drop a cube? So going the first pick Wraith and allowing Viscous Yamato, I have to say, I'm not 100% in favor of it, but we'll see how it pans out.
I mean, keep in mind, last week, guys, we did see Play With Me on Wraith. And Buff Enjoyers, when they played against DMS, their response to that was 3 ethereal shifts. And then it took DMS a long time to get Curse eventually farmed up on Play With Me on the Wraith to be able to counter that for the split pushing yet again. So with the Viscous, it kind of almost bypasses that need of ethereal shift unless you're trying to split push.
One thing that jumps into my head straight away as well, you're up against the Wraith, and like another item that receives a slight buff was Reactive Barrier, because you get an extra stamina when you proc it now, so which is obviously additionally nice to ensure that you can actually escape. So I've also got the Binding Word from Warden there. So definitely some Reactive Barrier purchases I feel like could be pretty good. And speaking of which as well, like looking at the Ivy pickup for Metal Skill, Ivy's a hero that's actually a pretty good initiator in the sense that you get the silence off of the bomb from the ult, and the Kudzu bombs are still really good despite receiving some of those nerfs. But that also pressures Pochelaya Scumbria. See, I'm still hesitating when I try to say their name. It kind of pressures them to like make sure that somebody buys the knockdown as well, because that's kind of the direct counter for the Ivy ult.
I got you, Dan. Listen to this.
Pochelaya Scumbria.
There you go.
There we go.
That's how my fiance
I need to get
says
on my
it.
soundboard.
She's Eastern European, so I kind of believe exactly what you say when it comes to that. But when you see Vindicta ZP, which you've only seen twice, and we've only seen it out of Hydra Nation the first time in EU, what's your thoughts?
I think Vindicta got a whole lot of buffs in multiple patches in a row, and this is simply teams warming up to the idea of playing around Vindicta again. I think you think about the skill cap on Vindicta, you think about the various builds that people are running, particularly with higher spirit. I mean, look, Vindicta is a character that can take over the game, and I think people have realized, look, she's like pretty decently effective right now, especially when you're considering other options that you'd be picking there. Maybe you go with the Haze. I mean, people are kind of up and down on Haze. Some teams really like running it, other teams are just in the mode of no, and Vindicta just gives you a different option. Also, Vindicta is still a character that also forces the other team to spend part of their economy on things like knockdown, where maybe they otherwise wouldn't, right? So she has other effects on the game that I think are pretty beneficial as a whole.
One thing I do worry about is you do have a Viscous, Yamato, and an Abrams, and now a Lash, who can easily get in the face of Vindicta quite easily. However, we do know Vindicta has very high snowball potential here. DDK, what are you looking at now here for both teams? We do see the Lash and Pocket locked in.
Okay, so we are definitely looking, I think, for like a support there for Pochelaya Scumbria. I would love to see, honestly, someone pick a Dynamo. I think that would actually be pretty nice. And just as a quick side note in terms of support, I think Health Nova also got changed a little bit, and it's actually become, I think, more appealing to be bought just across the team. So you could even see it be viable for multiple heroes to buy, because you're getting actually damage bonuses and other just generally useful stats. So you might see more instances of Health Nova. So I don't know if that will change the support situation, but we get Kelvin. I think that's a great classic support pick as well, because was it going to be Dynamo, Kelvin, McGinnis is kind of maybe some of the options we'd be looking at, and that's what we're thinking now. I would assume for Metal Skill for the 6th slot there, but they're actually going to go 7. I guess they already have the Ivy, so that makes sense.
I mean, I don't hate a ZP if you want to big brain it by putting the stun on a Yamato who's diving Vindicta, and then the stun can go off, knock her out of the sky, and make it a lot easier for you to take her down, ideally.
Always deal with it. I mean, heck, people have even been going at times Phantom Strike on Lash to simply instantly teleport on Vindicta and bring her down. They'll have options galore to sort of deal with the Vindicta. But when I look at the overall story of this game and where it's at, I don't think either team is necessarily weak in the early game, but there's definitely scenarios where Pochelaya Scumbria is going to have a terrifying early to mid game here, where you think about what happens when you hit 3K. Well, Wraith can roam and get very quick telekinesis pickoffs at 3K. Vindicta is scary on 3K roams early in the game with how you can use Assassinate. Warden, again, one of the biggest mid-game power spike heroes in the game, and the way that people tend to play Pocket is one where it's very roaming, very aggressive. So even though Metal Skill has characters that are pretty decent early, like Viscous, Abrams, Ivy, and the new Yamato where they get ult and it's difficult to fight, I still think the narrative of this game in the early to mid game is going to be Metal Skin simply surviving what is going to be a very strong power spike out of Pochelaya Scumbria, which could very well snowball out of control.
All right, Dan, any last thoughts here before we do head into the first match?
Yeah, I think, one of the things, I was watching one of Deathy's videos recently, and he made a great point about the fact that this patch creates a pretty heavy tempo change, and that you want to really prioritize trying to get builds that come online more quickly, and because of that reason, because we want to, everyone gets more souls more quickly, you get more benefit from staying on lane. So I'm going to be curious to look at the itemization for these teams to see who's going to respect that more.
Okay, well, DDK, thank you so much for joining us here in that first match. We'll see you right after the match as we break everything down on what went down here. As ZP, we're going to dive into our first match here of Deadlock Fight Night, number 6, the EU side of the portion, or the broadcast, sorry, with Metal Skill up against Pojilaya Skrumbria.
And this is going to be good, especially to see how things have changed post-economy changes. And also, the funny thing about favoring characters that come online a little bit earlier, no Infernus here, Jason. Not in the bans, not in the picks, and that is something that you don't see a whole lot nowadays. But maybe now is the new era. As you take a look at the lane breakdown here, between it, you got Pocket versus Yamato in lane 1, Wraith versus Abrams in lane 4, but it's lane 2 and 3 here, Jason, where I think a lot of the difference is going to be made early on.
Yeah, definitely looking at the Vindicta, played by Tass here, definitely has a weakish early laning phase, but with the Kelvin support going to be helping mitigate that quite a bit. I think it's really coming down to how well Tass can start to snowball here. And also, one thing I'm kind of curious about is, like, every time I ever talk about Play With Me and how he, like, leeches souls in 2 lanes, I always see people in chat like, people have been doing this for months. But we never see it that often in competitive play. So I'm curious, will we potentially see a little bit of that today with obviously Tass potentially roaming between like lane 4 and lane 3?
Teams are going to be very much on top of it, more so than they have in the past. Also, that was great pressure onto the Viscous, just good harass from the Vindicta. I think here, Jason, when I look at the lanes, the most potential for things to really get out of hand one way or the other is probably going to be in lane 2, right? Where you have the Lash and 7, lots of potential to land a stun into a slam. Meanwhile, Geist and Morden, plenty of opportunity both for harass from the Geist and, of course, if you're not careful, you get hit with Binding Words. So this is a lane that I think truly could go either way. And the downside here, of course, is that if you're Pajilaya Skrumbria and you lose the lane, then you end up giving Lex the start a Lash would want to simply go roam and, do the Lash standard of taking over the game via just early pressure with Death Slam.
Yeah, doing what Lash does well. I've definitely seen that in the past year quite a few times. I'm also keeping my eye on Heli on the Yamato here, up against Together on the Pocket. Now, again, I said before, Together is a phenomenal Yamato player. So on the Pocket, I think he's going to know exactly how to deal with Heli and how Yamato has been changed. I keep saying Yamato and Yamato, it's killing me. It's just like Pojilaya Skrumbria, I swear. But I'm really curious to see how that lane is going to play out in particular, because I feel like both those two heroes in particular could have a lot of presence in the mid game.
And, I'm looking at the lane breakdown right now, Jason, looking at health, and it's definitely a little bit spicy in the Lash versus Geist matchup. They were both Lash and Geist getting down the half, and once you start seeing characters get down the half HP like that, this is where a single play where someone is just a little bit out of position can result in either side getting a big advantage within the lane. See Warden applying pressure from the left, and counter pressure going the other way, stun coming in, and that's going to be bringing Warden a little bit low, but both sides, Jason, just looking for that key advantage.
Yeah, I do like the way Zanya was playing off to the side, just trying to eliminate some angles they could potentially play from, but more importantly, trying to get the harass in. And speaking of harass, he's coming behind the Yamato, as Heli's going to be extremely low in HP and be finished off here. Sunset, in the meantime, picks up the kill on the Abrams, played by Maxish. So already, Pojilaya Skrumbria off to a strong start.
Well, that wasn't just a strong start. That was a double rotation where they took one player out of 2, one player out of 3, and brought it to the side lanes essentially at the same time, and both got picks. That was a really nice rotation of Pajilaya Skrumbria, and of course, it inherently helps both of their solo lanes.
Yeah, and again, I've said so many times in the past for PS, actually, I'm going to have to hold on to that in a second, as we do see Together going to be pushed in from lane 2 here, trying to go for the gank to at least get one kill back going for themselves. And it looks like Together might be able to escape this one, but with 3 players, it's going to be very difficult to do so, as Spacemaker has gone down in lane 3, and Together has gone down in lane 1. So some ganks working out pretty well here, but what I was trying to say is that PS, I said in the past so many times, they're like one of the most aggressive early game teams. They look for those kills very early on with rotations, and just like clockwork, it works out for them.
Yeah, and also, Jason, you talk about the foundational things here in Deadlock, the race to 3K. Pajilaya Skrumbria, their ultimates coming online here and now. Metal Skill, they got Death Slam, but the rest still yet to come online. They just get Viscus's ult, but this is where you can look to see Pajilaya Skrumbria. do even more rotations. As I say that, take a look at Kelvin. Kelvin rotating over, and this is where, if you're Abrams, you might want to get out of dodge.
There we go. Telekinesis comes through. The liftoff as well. Max is going to be bursted down before he even has a chance. And that was Lich just coming back to lane 4, basically, where he previously already ganked lane 4. They got the kill, and then comes back yet again for another. And Pojalias Cumbria, you have to be very careful about their snowball as they're currently ahead 4,000 souls, only 5 minutes in, ZP.
And they're going to try and make the most of it here. Meanwhile, Lex gets hit with the soul exchange, tries to go away, 49 HP. Goes behind the pillar, does the healing right, and says, okay, am I safe? The answer, probably yes for now, but nice Geistalt to, again, keep the pressure up in lane 2.
Yeah, the key for now, as we do see the first guard in the game go down as well. That's going to be going over to PS's side, and honestly, I'd give credit here to the way Zanya's playing this. He's getting so much harassed down, and speaking of harass, Swan Dive might get caught here as the goo ball comes out, looking for the potential escape down, very low on HP. He does have his Ivy there off to his side, but I don't think he's going to be able to really do much, as Swan Dive escapes with a little bit of HP left, but they do lose 2 teammates in the skirmish.
Yeah, unfortunately for Metal Skill, not everyone having Goo Ball to get away. Pajalias Cumbria still able to pick up 2, and Jason, we're only about 6 minutes into the game right now, and it's already feeling like PS is running away with it and then some. This is starting to become a very problematic soul lead.
Another gank comes in, another telekinesis. And most likely another kill. Actually, he does get around the corner. Maxish might be able to survive to fight another day, but this constant pressure in lane 4 is just really preventing him from doing too much. He's only on 3.7k souls, whereas counterpart's at 4.7. And now one thing I'm looking towards, though, ZP, is that first urn. You pointed out very nicely last week when we came to the, I believe it was the NA games, of just holding the urn because you realize we can't push into the enemy lines to turn it in, considering the soul lead we might have. So they just hold it for later to make sure it's not too effective later on.
Even with all the rotation from Metal Skill into lane, they lose Lex on the rotation. Task comes in, drops the Assassinate on the Maxich, and Pajalias Cumbria, even Metal Skill comes in with an over-rotation, Jason. They bring it over just enough to counter, come out ahead on kills, and you look at the rest of the map, they're getting even more done in terms of push, getting another Guardian down at the same time.
The unfortunate part is we're seeing, you know, PS rotate so many players in so many of these different lanes, but Metal Skill have to kind of respond in kind, which means they can't push lanes down. They can't push for Guardians to look for that potential first flex slot here, which right now, Pojalias Cumbria are just one more Guardian away from, and it might be coming down to lane 1 here.
You see the pressure coming in on both lane 1 and lane 4. Pajalias Cumbria looking for the other Guardian. They're going to get it. Death Slam coming in from Lex. Drops the Warden. Looking for the finish on top of it. Binding Word comes in. Able to dodge away. Now, with the Amato. More pressure onto the Warden. Zanya, very, very low right now. Is Zanya going to be able to get away? The answer looks like yes. Gets covered by the pocket. So even then, Jason, you're putting in the Lash Ult, and you're not getting a kill from it.
Well, not to mention the Death Slam, but the damage that Lex did just felt like nothing against Zanya. Yeah. I mean, his health barely moved, right? It was up to his teammate to come in, Heli, to actually get some damage done. And there's like a slight 2k difference between those two players, but we're already up to 11k difference now, 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes in. I would imagine PS not going to really look for this first urn or potentially, I want to say we're not going to see them go for the first urn because the gap's going to be too wild. They're going to have to push into enemy territory to turn that in. And that's honestly not really worth a fight right now. But speaking of fights, lane 1's going to be popping off here.
Ellie running afoul. Yeah, Ellie running afoul of Zanya and going down. No last stand was even required. Arctic Beam freezing out Swan Dive, and the kills just continue to pile up in favor of Pajalias Cumbria. And yeah, I mean, the upside here from Metal Skill is that you've gotten so thoroughly worked in the early game that the urn is going to be in your territory. And maybe Pajalias Cumbria won't want to go for it, but even if they don't go for it, Jason, they're going to make them pay a penalty and push onto walkers, which are already getting pressured.
That slowing Hex just making it so Heli cannot escape. He's forced to go for the fight. The last stand comes in. They're going for the dive on top of this walker. He's down about 300 HP, but again, the heal coming in after the Shadow Transformation's done. He gets the parry onto Zanya as well, but will he have the damage to actually support this? There's no one actually diving in to help deal with this. Zanya still pulls off the 1v1 and potentially going to pull off the escape as well, as this walker's looking worse for wear.
Jason, 2 words for you. Stat check. 9k Warden versus 5k Yamato. I don't care how strong Yamato is right now. That's not going well for anyone. That said, Zanya, low HP, again chased down, is going to fall to Maxich. Well, Swan Dive here on the goo ball. Pajalias Cumbria still able to pick up 1 towards the end, and 40k to 56k. You have to ask yourself, Jason, when you look at the two teams here, who on Metal Skill can get a kill 1v1? And the answer is At this point, no one. That's how significant the gap is on a hero-to-hero basis.
Yeah, only one I can maybe think of is Maxish. Yeah, exactly. Maybe him, and maybe onto like Litz or something, like more of a squishier target to deal with. Then again, Litz is going to heal. And speaking of what DDK said before, Health Nova going to be used as well. So we are going to see it picked up for Litz. We've already seen it used to help save Task earlier on. And right now, Pojalias and Scambria are just in the driver's seat. They get to really decide where they want to fight, what they want to take. And Metal Skill, unfortunately, have yet to get one single Guardian in this game.
Well, we do have buffs coming up soon, buffs and the first urn of the game. You see both teams going around the Metal Skill saying, we really, really want this buff on the left. We're going to fight for it. But Pojalias Scambria saying, you know what, we're going to fight for it too. Shelter drops pretty early into the fight. Death Slam in from Lex, looking for anything. Geist under pressure, but 1300 HP, not feeling very pressured, just getting tickled by the poke here, Jason. It's nowhere near enough to even make Hardeki feel threatened.
Yeah, these death slams are kind of being counterproductive here, just throwing in people who can take down your entire team. They do respond taking on Zanya, but again, we can see PS immediately respond back yet again. And in the meantime, PS are still pushing lane forward, looking for another walker in this game, getting their next flex slot unlocked as we finally see Heli trying to go in, Shadow Transformation used, but is he realistically able to pick up any of these kills?
Kelvin gets Kelvin with the aid of Maxich, goes in, grapple. Now the hunt on the Geist. Geist does not have Shadow Transformation here, has a parry, but that's not going to be nearly enough. And one thing that's really worth noting here that's been a EU special is the rise of Restorative Locket, Jason. And I really liked what we saw from Heli there, where Heli pops a fully charged Locket right before popping the Shadow Transformation and taking advantage of all the resist you get. Really good item to ultimate synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, Heli, even though he was punished quite heavily in lane, starting to come back a little bit. 9k souls, not quite the 11 that Maxich has, but again, we know the power that Yamato can be when we get to the later stages of this game. But Maxich has to be careful here in lane 1. He's going to be ganked by 3 players on Pojalias Scambria. He will fall as he's looking for a Guardian, but still, 11.5 minutes in, not a single one picked up, and we do see the urn going to be grabbed here by Metal Skill, smartly enough. It's not going to be that many souls, only about 4k here, ZP, but still, 4k is a lot to claw back this lead that currently they're against.
I mean, you do have some comeback mechanics that go into it too, and you look at Pojalias Scambria, they're not particularly keen to go into this. You look at the map positioning, they're more keen to pressure the walker down in lane 3. That's their pound of flesh they want to get from this. They say, Urn, you guys can have it, but the lead does narrow down to 10k as a result.
10k, but still, Flex Thought's going to be masked when it comes into this. A couple of missed assassinates here, not really amounting to too much damage out of Tass, unfortunately, as he's going to be closed in on by Heli. Going to be a 1v1 between those two. It looks like Tass will be able to escape, and Heli's not able to continue the chase here. But PS, like you said, I mean, it's down to 12k now. You still have to be relatively careful here. The comeback because they're going to start to hit hard. And speaking of hitting hard, Tass gets his revenge, getting the kill into Heli.
And the other problem here, you take a look at the push situation where they're about to get the final walker. They are going to be awash in flex slots as a result. So for Pojalias Scambria, not only are you richer, you have the space to actually make use of the riches. You throw some cards in onto the 7, but now you get to back up with essentially full map control right now and full ability to dictate the tempo of the game.
I mean, mid-boss. Yeah, I was expecting it. If you want to force a fight in a position that you can win, mid-boss might be exactly it. Sunset still waiting for his telekinesis to come up. We're taking a look at Metal Skill to contest this, and it looks like we will see. Now, keep in mind, Yamato still has the ability to steal really easily if he's able to get into position. And there we go. The Rejuvenator is about to drop here. Here comes the engagement.
They're going in. They're looking for the steal. Metal Skill, they get the steal, Jason! They're able to hop on in. It's the Ivy Yamato special, and Yamato didn't even have to blow Shadow Transformation. And just like that, Metal Skill back in the game. Even if Pojalias Scambria cleans them up here, this was a good exchange for Metal Skill.
Oh, they're still going on the chase here. Only 3 people left alive for Metal Skills. We're about to lose one more. YG just trying to escape, and really no chance you're going to do so up against Sunset. So they'll pick themselves up 5 eliminations, 5 big kills coming through. Heli, it might even be the 6th, as he's actually very low in HP. And I can see his health being popped to Shadow Transformation as well. And, well, he's just trying to survive. But the steal does come through. And Metal Skill, they live to fight another day, more importantly. And I feel like we saw Buff and Joyers do this quite a bit last week up against DMS, where they stole, I think it was 2 mid-bosses in a row. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them, at least in that case, to come back.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of setting it up going in. It's risky to go for the raw mid-boss when you have to deal with things like Stone Form, when you have to deal with Yamato ult if it was up. It wasn't up in that instance, but even when you add in things like the Abrams charge, it's not a guaranteed mid-boss. But on the same note, Pajala Escambria, they still get a whole bunch of eliminations there. They don't fall behind in actual souls, so it's not the worst overall. And here we go, some pressure. Pocket in onto the Viscous. Swan Dive getting very low. Doesn't have to blow the goo ball here just yet, Jason. Gets to keep it in reserve.
You know what scares me though, ZP, looking at this match at the moment? It's TAS. 19,000 souls. He's currently leading his team, and only really Maxich comes close on the opposing side for metal skills, so TAS can just have a field day here, knowing that the front line, if you talked about the stat check before out of Pojala Escambria, it's going to be hard to deal with their front line, let alone get into the back line against TAS, who can already 1v1, I feel like most people at the moment.
Jason, I think that was Pajala Escambria picking up both mid buffs, just keeping metal skill back, so a quick little grab and dash, as now the next urn is in play, and this urn, very, very important. I mean, this is an urn that if metal skill gets it, it's going to completely even up the soul deficit. But you take a look at who's over it. It's Pajala Escambria. They send Sunset, their best duelist with the telekinesis, over to grab the urn. But do they go to turn it in at enemy territory here, Jason? I feel like this might be a world where they hold on to it and just look for skirmishes while not letting it get turned in.
So ZP, I was actually hoping that Pojalaya would stop farming for just like 10 seconds, allow metal skill to catch up in the soul differential, and that way the soul urn turn in will be in medium ground, will be towards the mid part of the map. But they actually did go for the pickup right away. It looks like they're gonna go for the turn in, force the fight yet again. Now Sunset's not gonna be here, however Swan Dive's not alive, so it's still gonna be a 5v5 if we see metal skill go for the contest. The affliction goes in, it looks like no chase is gonna be happening off of this.
Yeah, metal skill decided not to go in on it. I mean, part of it might be where it's at. It's not the best territory for Lash per se, but Frozen Shelter forced out early. Max Rich super low, can't get away. Pajala Escambria now turning the tables, moving on in. Sunset gets one. You get the Shadow Transformation layered to a fight from Heli. Metal Skill still trying to turn it around. Goo Ball in progress. You got the disruption from the Goo Ball. You got Yamato looking for anything. Sunset, though, in the meanwhile, picks up another as TAS the assassinate from above. It's Pajala Escambria just vastly dominating the fight, Jason.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. Unfortunately, not a single kill coming through for metal skill. And you know these shrines are going to be going down here as they do finish off Heli. Spacemaker, your IV are all alone, and honestly, there's really not much you can do to contest this, but it looks like even July, are they going to continue for the shrines here? I mean, Lexi's going to be up in a second with the Lash, and actually just going to go and back away here. So go back to farm the jungle, push the lanes out one more time, and take home this 27k lead they currently have.
Take a look at the lead now, Jason. This is where you start to wonder, what is your win condition right now for metal skill, right? You're not so far behind that you can't find good team fights, but it's difficult, especially when Pajala Escambria is running a lineup where they're either hard to get onto with a Vindicta in the back, or there's a Kelvin, a tanky Geist, a tanky Warden. Finding your ideal target as metal skill seems difficult, and you have to find that target in order to even conceive of a win condition here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's just like, who can you realistically kill quickly on Pojala Escambria and not have to commit too many ultimates to get? Because you're obviously gonna need those ultimates later on in the fight to deal with other players that are gonna be able to carry these fights, right? Sunset and TAS, these are two very formidable forces that you deal with, not to mention Hardeki, who's still putting out some pretty decent damage at 22k souls. As we're about to hit the 18-minute mark, mid boss about 2 minutes away, buffs about 2 minutes away as well. I am curious what the next point of action will be. I'm assuming it's got to be towards these mid buffs, where we did see, I believe, Pojala Escambria take both.
Or it could be the old 4-on-1 onto Warden. That's what lane 1 is looking like it could go into, but you look at how Zanya has built the Warden. Lots of speed available, sees the pressure coming in, goes, okay, I'm just going to back up a little bit. Meanwhile, in lane, you got Pocket kind of sandwiched between 5, but the 5 don't really seem to be wanting to go in on Pocket. They know it's going to be a longer fight if they do, and instead it's Slash. Lex 1 getting caught, gets hit with the crows, gets hit with the assassinate, 283 HP. That's a Lash that doesn't want to take to the skies, gets a cube, and now it's just all taking place in the garage as both teams getting into it, and it's Pajala Escambria on the punish, which started with the Vindicta poke.
A great Frozen Shelter as well, catching out 3 players, more importantly, keeping Swan Dive out of the fight so he can't be disruptive. And with these kills coming through, Pojala Escambria like, hey, we're going to push your base down now. Knowing there's 30 seconds left to go for multiple players on Metal Skill's side, this can easily be like a double shrine, potentially a transformation of the patron, and even a push into mid boss off the back of the CP. This is very bad for Metal Skill, and you have to wonder, what could they possibly do in this situation to drag the game out where they can come back? And for me, it's about Maxich and Swan Dive, just don't die right now. You cannot afford to be desync from your team with mid boss coming up in 40 seconds time.
Jason, you've hit the crux of the issue. Do not die. because better teams in this have run the issues where you lose players in this sort of situation and it just snowballs against you. You have to watch out for the stagger. The only upside here from Metal Skill is that mid-boss was not quite back up. Mid-boss is coming up in 25 seconds. The death timers didn't directly align, because if it was this entire dynamic came about 30 seconds later, Jason, Pajula Escambria gets mid-boss, and that's probably game.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I completely agree with you here. And well, right now, Metal Skill, they're trying to farm as quick as they possibly can. You can see YG trying to push out lane 4, but there's really no farm for him to get, at least when it comes to safely. As Pajulaya have started to group up on this left-hand side of the map, and we can already see some good damage being done by Together. The cube is already used earlier on as well, so they're just going to have to go in full retreat here. But Helly, he's staying committed. Shadow Transformation comes in as well. He's looking to be the front line for his team, where Swan Dive, he's unfortunately going to go down. Taz picks himself up 2 quick kills. And Helly, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. Pajulaya Escambria going to take this fight as clean as day. However, it looks like Metal Skill trying to send 2 players into lane 3 to push, but they quickly back off, and I think they're just going to settle for the urn.
Together got a very, very good affliction to start that fight. It hit 3 people. It put Metal Skill in the situation where they had the reverse course. And yeah, okay, you have Helly diving in it as Yamato, but it's a 16k Yamato, Jason. No one's afraid of a 16k Yamato when half your team is at 25k or more.
Yeah, well, that's going to be Rejuvenator secured here for Pajulaya Escambria. So no one's going to be contestant on the side of Metal Skill. However, they will be able to pick up an urn for their troubles. As it looks like PS won't be... Oh, I say that. Sunset's coming in. He's going to try to stop this turn in. He's going to try to take the turn for himself. The urn will get deposited, though, in time. So Max just secures that, but his life, he might not get away with.
Well, the telekinesis has to travel a long way as Abrams charges. Maxrich, though, still might not leave with his life. Damage coming on. Does look like Maxrich is able to get away. Metal Skin trading out poke. I don't think they want to engage this too much outside the base, but, you know, as I say that, Maxrich gets caught. Metal Skill trying the retreat. We'll see if anyone else gets caught here. If they do, it's probably GG. Pajula Escambria coming in hard on lane 4. Everyone with Rejuvenator. And even just down 1 here. Now down 2. Jason, this could be it.
I mean, Together is not listening to you. He goes straight in towards the back line and pops off an Affliction. They secure another kill off of this one. The Patron will be transformed, and there's still be 4 players left alive. Well, maybe 3 if Swan Dive does not seem to survive here. Very low on health, I'm seeing, at least when it comes to the UI. But this looks like Pajulaya Escambria are going to be going yet again for another chance to secure the title back for themselves up against DMS.
Pajula Escambria, they just need a little bit more. The Patron now vulnerable. Everyone has rejuves. They are not backing out. They're going to make the full attempt at the weakened Patron. And for Metal Skill, I think the only thing PS has to worry about here is giving up a 5 to 6 man lash ult into the Fountain. That's it. If so long as you don't get your entire team hit by Death Slam, you got this. Telekinesis in, over, damage fall through coming in. You see the Death Slam, but they're just far enough out that he can't get them into the Fountain. Maybe a punish will be there, Jason, but really the stat check is too tremendous right now from Pajula Escambria, and they are healthy on the Patron. Patron down the half, and this is going to be GG.
I mean, the toughest thing about this situation is they could have just zerged this down, respawn back in, and did it again and still close off the game. But Pajula Escambria going to have a chance to redeem themselves from prior weeks where they just unfortunately couldn't hold on to that title, as they will advance on to play against DMS. Well done by them, but as you said, ZP, the early to mid game was just too difficult to deal with for Metal Skill.
You know, it's interesting, the point that Dan brought up in the draft, right? And talking about the idea of like, hey, right now teams are even more on the early game because of the economy changes. And look, Pajula Escambria, I don't think it was entirely due to the team comp. I think the team comp helped. I also think it was mechanical execution. But the fact of the matter is, Jason, the early game was theirs, and they never gave up the lead after. There was never really a bright spot here from Metal Skill aside from a Rejuvenator steal. That was it. Yeah. It began and ended there for Metal Skill, and they never found anything else to grapple onto in this game.
Well, speaking of grappling on, DDK, are you here? Are you still alive? We're going to bring you back in onto the show to talk about this last match. And a little bit one-sided, a little bit unfortunate for Metal Skill since we previously saw them do so well in the Sinner Sacrifice tournament. But PS, I think they're here to play. I think they want that title back.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I got to say is sometimes it's hard when sort of analyzing their comps and you see them play out. It's like, how much is it just that one team's just really was way better at synergizing their comp? And if that team played the other comp, would they have been able to synergize that as well? But like that aside, because we know Podula Escambria is a great team. See, I almost took the cop out and then just did the PS, and for the whole thing in the end. But one thing that was really cool with what they were doing is, and we're going to highlight Litz, is the fact that they had such great synergy when it came to the main objectives. And it was largely speaking, I think, because of the frozen shelter and the capacity when you're, let's say, running the urn into enemy territory, or when you're going for the mid boss, having something like the frozen shelter in play is like absolutely key to ensure that you can actually take those fights. Because if you just imagine, for example, if you don't have tools like that you're able to use when you're ahead, you know, you're going to be in a situation where, yeah, you've got to go into enemy territory, but what do you have to actually still make that a good fight for you? And, you know, we see situations where the other team is like, well, we have to fight this. We can't just allow them to take the end in our territory. We've got to fight this. But when they've got, again, frozen shelter on the other end of it, they're kind of baited into a fight that looks a lot better for them than maybe they actually realize. And then then you can realize the mistake. Oh, we didn't actually force out the ults ahead of time to actually make this a fight that would be a bit better for us. Obviously, you know, starting off like not the best way in the game overall for Metal, but at the same time, like I think you could just see overall like better engagement, better coordination, better spacing, I think, from the team. Obviously, TAS was able to just farm with impunity on the Vindicta and able to really maximize the damage output to just constantly keep them ahead in these fights. Key afflictions landing at the right times as well. Just the team fighting was overall better. And as my last point, to kind of play off of all of the information I just dropped there, it is about playing good team fights even more than it was before, because that is where all the value is now in terms of what Valve is saying with their update. It's like the hero kills, especially as we get past that 15-20 minute mark, are massive. And so you can't bleed hero kills, you can't get staggered, you have to create efficient team fights, and there's so much that goes into that.
Well, ZP, we're taking a look here at our player of the match, and indeed will be Litz here on the Kelvin. You know, my 2 cents about it was he was very impactful in the early game, which allowed Podula Escambria to have a very successful mid game, barring everything else DDK just talked about.
Litz was the glue that held together the front line with Zanya and Hardeki, right? Where we kind of glossed over it a little bit because there were more impactful stories that are more visibly apparent. But you know, the other thing to look at here too is kind of the resurgence of Warden, right? Where we didn't put it on the patch notes at the beginning because on face value it seems like a smaller change. But I do think Warden's consistency got a lot better with just the bullet velocity change. His actual gun damage right now is significantly more consistent. You know, to give you an idea, he essentially starts with a greater than pristine emblem level impact now before buying any bullet velocity relative to where he was in the previous patch. And you take a look at the damage done here, the damage kind of supports just how effective it was being only 2k behind Sunset, where that was self-evident, right?
Yeah, 100%. And obviously got to get credits together here as well to lead the charge when it came to damage. But one thing I do want to point out was kind of the control out of PS here, because if you look at Metal Skill, you have 3 players with 0 objective damage, meaning there was constant ganks coming through. You're constantly forcing them to play on their side of the map, and you really prohibited them from getting really any of these flex slots rolling. So, I mean, PS, once they got that drop of blood in the water, they smelt it, they swarmed over it, and they let it never go.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that's I think is really interesting too is that obviously Liz's healing is pretty amazing. Obviously the frozen shelter is one part of that, but obviously also just having good usage of Health Nova in the right spots. Again, as I mentioned, you know, there's so much that needs to be accounted for when it comes to just the positioning and coordination when you're going to these fights, and how you're supporting your teammates, and when you're popping that Health Nova, and obviously any of the itemization that goes around it, because you can actually extend the range of it as well to increase its effectiveness. So just overall, just like really, I think, you know, you would say that they're just a cut above here today, PS, as would be expected, I think, based on everything that we've seen so far. And it just helps to hype us up further for their opponents to come.
Well, it gets me excited, ZP, going to this next match. It is a rematch, actually, of when PS lost their title of Kings of Europe, when DMS actually beat them. My question to you is, before we do head to a break, can PS take it back?
I think between the two teams, you run it 10 times, it's going to be 5-5. I think both these teams are very evenly matched, and I think DMS is a little bit more vulnerable because they have been the Kings of the Hill, not just in our tournament, but in tournaments like Sinner's Sacrifice. So when you're in that top dog spot, you are now the team that everyone is looking at the most in terms of data, in terms of prep. You now have the bullseye on your back, and that's dangerous when you have a team like PS that's had time to sort of lick their wounds and game plan how to fight against you. I think every move that PS does in the draft, and particularly broader macro strategy, is going to be very well thought over, because you're right, they want revenge, and they get their chance coming up next.
Well, speaking of that, we'll be heading straight into our money match here of Europe, the Deadlock Fight Night number 6. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have some nonstop action coming your way, and don't miss it.
This is only the beginning.
And we're back again here with DDK. We're not going to bring him in and summon him another time, as we do have a match to summon with Pojulaya Scrumbria up against DMS here, our current reigning champions of Europe for 2 weeks in a row. Could it be number 3? Could it be actually the longest streak we've had in EU? There's only one way to find out when we head into this match here. But Dan, starting to kick things off, DMS, they have been on, I'm not even lying about this, and I kind of feel bad saying it, but they have been a massive surprise to me, especially last week beating Buff and Jors, which I saw as one of the best, if not the best, European teams.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I think the week before that they beat PS, and that was a matchup where we were like, yeah, I mean these guys are not favored, they're the underdogs. We were not really expecting a victory, but we saw a victory. It didn't look like the cleanest victory in the world from what I recall. But again, going into the following week and then having them beat Buff and Joyce, it's like, okay, they just asserted themselves as like legit top 3 because those are the other top 2 teams in Europe. So that's pretty exciting. And now we get to see the PS rematch, and I'm sure you know that's a pretty nice one because PS are probably thinking, holy crap, we shouldn't have lost to these guys the last time. Now's our chance for revenge.
Well, speaking of revenge, here's ZP. We're going to take a look at the rosters between these two teams, and one player that's really going to stand out to me, which you don't have to talk about, but I'd kind of like you to talk about. Play With Me. He has been a star on this DMS roster.
Yeah, Play With Me, I mean, the most iconic character by far is what Play With Me does on the Wraith. But I think to me, what Play With Me did that was very, very exciting last time around was just Play With Me's rotations on the Haze, right? Haze, you talk about the preamble going into it, where usually, okay, Haze takes a while to get online. Play With Me was really good about soaking back and forth between lanes, even in the old economy system, got ahead and made Haze a force in the early to mid game in a way that you don't normally see. And I think the play out of Play With Me and also out of players like Wolfie, DMS does well because even on some level, if you wouldn't say historically they've played the macro game as well as say Buff and Jors may have, their individual play and their way of utilizing individual talent and mechanics to create scenarios where they start getting ahead feels like it's second to none. And yeah, you're going to talk about players like Wolfie and Play With Me quite a bit when you're getting into that narrative, right? But it is a unique attribute of DMS and one that they have used to clearly great success, not only in Deadlock Fight Night, but also in other tournaments like the Sinner Sacrifice.
And Dan, is what ZP's also talking about is like obviously we could talk about Play With Me till we run out of air in our lungs, but I feel like one thing we really have to touch on though is how good DMS are able to play without him there as a squad of 5. Even when they're in these 5-on-6 engagements, they seem to be able to play it really well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important that the ban comes through for Yamato because obviously Psycho is an insane Yamato player, and Psycho is again another one of the big focal points of the team. So I totally agree. It's a pretty stacked lineup behind Play With Me. So going to be very curious to see what happens there because one extra wrinkle, I'm bringing it back to Play With Me, but like we saw previously that if you're trying to target Play With Me with your bans, actually quite a versatile player, and Hayes, who's a hero that is, I think right now probably at the bottom of people's tier list for multiple reasons, maybe the least desirable hero, let alone carry. Play With Me was able to find value creatively to make Hayes look actually way better than Hayes actually is. So all of that star potential, you just got to really play into your strengths. I feel like we just have to see the Yamato ban from PS. Just do not allow Psycho to have Yamato or you are crazy.
All right, well, we are heading into the draft now as we're going to get our first ban out of DMS. Also, by the way, for people in chat, I did notice Yo-Yo MP and Abra. Thank you guys so much for the sub. If I missed any more before that, I'm so sorry, but I'm focused on the games. We do appreciate any subs we get here on the channel because, of course, all the money goes right back into the prize pool. And, of course, the production team who are doing a phenomenal job every single week. Have to give them a mega shout out. But DMS, they will ban out Mirage here off the bat.
Mirage getting banned, I mean, look, some things don't change. And the fact is that teams do not like dealing with both the early lane power of Mirage and the fact that Mirage split pushing is just a nightmare to deal with when it comes to the macro play. Meanwhile, Pajulaya Scambria saying, Play With Me, you will not be playing on the Wraith. And that brings up the interesting question of what will DMS pick? Now, note, Yamato is available. You can first pick the Yamato so long as you feel you can support Yamato with enough picks that you don't fall behind. Because the weakness of Yamato that we saw in the first game was that Yamato, if you're way far behind, well, you're not as scary running into people, resist or no, because your ult's going to run out before you actually kill them.
I need to actually take a look.
God, wait. What on earth's happening? Please explain.
Are DMS playing on hard mode?
Seriously, that's crazy. Warden's definitely not considered. I mean, Warden's pretty good right now because of that. Like you said, ZP, he's like improved for based on where he was, pretty legit, but still not S tier. There's like at least 3 S tier, 4 S tier picks that are available right now, inclusive of Yamato. Have they just delivered PS the draft? Because there's the Yamato. They know what's up. They're like, this is a steal.
I mean, you see the Yamal coming in, maybe going to be backed up here with the Viscous, although with Wraith off the table, maybe you can delay it a little bit. I do think, though, again, with Warden, the bullet velocity change does give you significantly more consistency, especially in your gun damage in the mid game. It helps your early game a little bit. It's still a pretty slow weapon overall, so you're not going to be winning a last hit battle versus an Abrams or any hero with a really good gun, but it does help a lot in damage consistency. But Vindicta getting picked up, showing again Vindicta's value on the rise in just 1 week.
Speaking of 1 week, what happened to Great Talent, man? He was played almost picked or banned every single game last week, I feel like, and we haven't seen him a single time. It's only been 1 match, yeah, I understand, but I was expecting a little bit more value to be placed on him.
I think there was some part of it was the effect of he hasn't been, like, no one's experienced playing against him, so it's going to look a little bit better because people are not used to playing against him. But I think Vindicta does seem to be the better pick at the moment because I think you can get Vindicta. You know what, actually, I still feel like Great Talon's actually pretty damn good. So I feel like it's kind of a toss-up. Vindicta seems to be getting a lot more attention at the moment. And I think both Great Talon and Vindicta provide a very similar burst damage and coverage in the lane. The only difference I'd say is Vindicta is easier to set up ganks with the stake. And, people are really enjoying the crow-based builds as well. So I think Vindicta's just a bit more of the flavor the last week or two. So that might be part of it. But Geist and Viscous going the way of DMS, I definitely like that. I think that helps to cover up for some of what they've got going on right now. Because again, we've said it many times, Geist can be a nice counter to Yamato, but you kind of need to probably rush your AP points into the life leech to get the silence online, and that's like the 3rd level. So in this game, let's not forget, everything happens way quicker. Everyone gets more souls now.
Taking a look at DMS, they obviously still have like Haze and Furnace to pick up. I was looking over this way off my screen. I was checking my little database that I made, and he's only ever played Mirage, Infernus, or Haze, if I remember correctly, because I closed it because I'm an idiot. So I'm kind of curious what he's going to go for in particular, but it seems like they're really in no rush to necessarily pick their like side lane carry, but neither is Pojulaya Scrumbria at the same time, as they do have, I guess, Paku who can play solo, Yamato who can play solo, so maybe they're not too worried. As DMS instead picking up the Kelvin here, ZP.
They looked at the last game and said, oh, yeah, Litz, you looked pretty good on that Kelvin. How about you don't play that? Also, I mean, DMS has played a really good Kelvin in the past also, so, I mean, it's not simply a deny pick. I think it's also good for them in general, particularly when paired with the Warden, as we saw even in the last game. Abrams going to be picked up from PS, not super surprising. What does surprise me, though, and all of this, is the fact that Infernus has seemingly just suffered a catastrophic stock drop in 1 week.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he did get nerfed a little bit, but I think it does go back, Dan, to the point you had made about, hey, teams are prioritizing more early game, what can win you the game earlier, and Furnace taking a little bit longer to truly come online and become a raid boss. Also doesn't get quite as far ahead with the jungle changes, and might have changed everything in terms of what teams are prioritizing. The fires are not burning right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Infernus is still definitely a good hero, but I think just the way that the playstyles are going to develop now, everyone that relied on their farm to some extent to come online more quickly, Infernus included, because with Infernus, you're looking to get, the Ricochet inhibitor, toxic bullets online. Like you need to get those online to really start power spiking heavily and taking part in a lot of team fights. And you're not going to get that as quickly if you're having to, share some of your souls on lane, and at the same time, like protecting your farm. It's just a bit of a nerf just in general, I think, for Infernus and anyone that relied in any way on jungle farm and needing bigger builds to power spike. So the interesting thing with 7 that's a bit different is that although 7 eats up the jungle, and as you're reliant on running box routes and so on to get the farm up, at the same time, 7 has a lot more capacity to push and pressure in the lane with the stuns, with the lightning ball and so on. So it feels like it's a lot more team utility, and we're seeing that across the entire lineup. Warden, Viscous, Geist, Kelvin, 7. All of these heroes have exceptional utility for team fighting and for pushing objectives and lanes. And this is much more lane dominant, it's much more objective dominant in terms of how fast you want to go in this game.
Did you not tell them, CP, we're not doing the Mo and Crow 1v1?
You know, I did tell them. It's only in the best of ones we don't have to do a coin flip, but hey, Mo and Krill, they have their place. Honestly, though, I've been sitting here racking my brain thinking, why?
Paradox?
Why on Morden? Yeah, Paradox also...
I was going to say, I thought that's what you're going to get at.
No, that... honestly, the fact that Paradox has not been picked yet is ridiculous. We will get to that. But the Warden point here, if you think back before the economy change, what was Warden's biggest weakness in terms of getting farm? He's bad at clearing the jungle. He has always been bad at clearing the jungle. He's not a good jungler for a wide variety of reasons. But now with the economy change, you can get rich, you get more money off kills, and you get more money when you don't do the jungle. So the fact that Warden can get more farm and is now more consistent with his gun damage, I think does more. And are we living in a world where Paradox is available and Shiv gets picked? Is this our map one right
I'm not
now?
gonna lie, I went back to like double check if this is just like a production error, and even production was a little bit confused as well. They're like, wait, did we mess this up? It actually indeed was a Warden. This is the first time I feel like we've ever seen Paradox not picked or banned in a match here in the Deadlock Fight Night.
Oh yeah, that might be absolutely true. We'll have to go into the archives to figure it out, but that's probably true. Yeah, this is really interesting because just look at the dynamics between the two teams. You know, you're getting some utility and team fighting off of Ivy and support there, but otherwise, like it's we've got like a DMS as a team. I feel like they synergize really well. I feel like they could deathball really effectively with all the util that they have together that synergizes. Whereas with Pogilaya Scumbria, they have some great burst damage and so on, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I am liking DMS's ability to play with each other.
We do have a change here, a substitution.
What was the awkward pause there, Jason?
It's a family show, Dan. It's a family show.
I have missed something because I'm looking at all the crosstalk going on. But Sunset will not be playing in the next map. Sunset has dropped the information that his CPU has died mid-match. I don't know if it's going back to some of the issues that people have with some of the new Intel computers or what, but what it really comes down to here is that Sunset is out, DMOV is in. So DMOV, of course, known for their play on buff enjoyers, they're going to be slotting on in where Sunset usually is. So a little bit of a change up for Pogilaya Scumbria, and you do wonder how it affects their just overall team play here, where you have to do such a short notice substitution due to hardware failure.
I mean, you kind of jinxed it earlier, ZP, right? You're talking about EU, stable rosters, not needing to swap players around. Of course. In their first match of the Money Batch, we have that happen. Now, obviously, it should be sorted very shortly. And I mean, we know DMOV to be an exceptional player, but we also didn't even touch on the Shiv here, gentlemen. And Dan, I mean, I'm not gonna mince words here. You're saying Shiv's pretty bad right now.
Well, I think Shiv's still okay. Like, I just don't think Shiv is as exceptional as a Shiv previously was. And I think, in this lineup, it can definitely make sense because they were looking for more of a front line. They already had their support in Ivy by the time they get to the 6th pick. So they're thinking along the lines of, what are we missing? Okay, well, we're not missing like burst damage or like a carry. You got Yamato, Vindictor, and Pocket. So that kind of fills those roles. You got Ivy that's going to pick up probably your Health Nova, your Rescue Beam, all of that. And so what are you really missing here? And I think you could have gone a lot of different directions. So I think at that point, you're sort of picking, what do you feel like, you're like whoever's going to be on that 6th slot, like player wise, what are they most comfortable with and how do they most best want to play? And I think Shiv also does actually benefit a little bit from the soldier changes because Shiv is still pretty good on lane. Like he's pretty good on lane. And if you don't have to concern him as much with the jungle farming, I think that's pretty fine. I'm just curious how people will build Shiv these days, if there will be any changes there. Because I could see a lot of different directions for that. We'll have to see.
CP, can I ask you a question here? Because I'm not 100% sure on the interaction. So Yamato previously was Shadow Transformation. I guess now you can't be stunned, right?
Right.
Okay, so for Mo and Krill to be effective here, you're gonna have to pop up the ultimate right away to catch up the Yamato, so you can't ult. But even if you don't kill her in that burst window, she's still gonna be low-ish that you could finish her off. So I feel like Mo and Krill, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, got a kind of like slight indirect buff, slightly.
The change to Yamato is that Yamato doesn't want to be super low when she pops her ult because you can't kill her in it. And that's why you saw things like Restorative Locket being run on Yamato, right? Where you pop it and then pop ult, and you healed yourself up to a point that no one actually wants to try and fight you in ult anymore. So that was kind of an item build adaptation that you were seeing. I think, though, when it comes to Yamato, more broadly speaking, when you look at the Pogilaya Scumbria lineup, the number one thing that they're going to have to try to do here is build a ramp for the Yamato. As we saw even just earlier, right? Yamato does not like being super hard stat checked. You know, for example, going against a 9k Warden ball at 5k. But what are you running here? You're running with the Pocket. And I think we've seen both in NA and EU that Pocket can be a very effective roaming bodyguard going, oh, you're putting Yamato in the solo lane, which is very likely. Well, Pocket is going to be in the lane right next to the Yamato and ready to play Big Brother if anyone comes to bully the Yamato, and just increase the odds that you get that impactful Yamato play into the mid game.
All right, well, Dan, right before we do let you go, who do you think is going to take this first map in the series?
I definitely like the synergies for DMS's comp, and I think that they have a lot of good answers to what PS is running, especially because of the Viscous and the Cube and how that can negate a lot. So I'm going to edge DMS from this, just from the comp and the changes to the economy, but we'll see if PS can figure it out with what they have regardless.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into the first map of our money match series here between DMS and Pojulaya Scrumbria. DMS have held on to the title for the last 2 weeks, where Pojulaya Scrumbria were dethroned by the team they're currently facing after holding that title only 1 week here. ZP, as we do load into our lanes as well, we will see the Yamato in a solo lane up against a Mo and Krill in lane 1, and we will see a 7 put in a solo lane up against Pocket in lane 4.
You know, the interesting thing here, given the setup, Pocket is a great solo laner, don't get me wrong, but I like what teams have been doing more with running Pocket in the duo lane. Like, if we had Pocket in the 2 lane, Pocket could come in and protect Yamato and help get the Yamato ahead no matter what. In this case, I mean, it could be Abrams coming over and it wouldn't be that bad of a rotate, but, you know, Pocket in the solo lane, it's not bad solo, but I do wonder if you could have done a slightly more effective lane setup here.
Okay, and also looking at the Mo and Krill played by Psycho in lane 1, I do like the pickup, and, you know, talking with Blank, you guys might recognize him from Dead Air and some other casts he's done. He was discussing how, you know, it's a really good hero to play in a solo lane if you want to shut down an opponent's carry, because he's just so self-sufficient. He has very good gank potential. He has very good potential to kill his opponent, especially if someone comes to gank his lane. So it seems like maybe DMS are going to deal with the Yamato, letting it go through by countering it with the Mo and Krill to at least keep it in check during the laning phase.
Yeah, Mo versus Mo's interesting. I actually think versus Yamato, it's one that Mo still has to be a little bit careful on, just because dodging Power Slash, it's not quite the hitbox it used to be, but if anyone's not going to dodge a Power Slash, it's Mo and Krill. But if the Yamato lets you go in like that and hit the scorn, you're just going to get healed right back up.
You call him a thick boy, ZP.
He is. The reality is that he does not have the body to be anywhere near agile enough to not get slashed up by the Yamato. That's reality. That is physics, Jason.
He's got the ideal man body. Okay, I'm telling you that right now. That's my excuse. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna see how it's gonna work out for him as they're able to, you know, do decently well in lane. Also, another lane we have to keep our eye on is potentially lane 2, because I feel like lane 2 for PS does have some decent kill potential with a Shiv and an Abrams. That's a lot of damage that can be done in melee range, and you're seeing it right here as we're gonna see Play With Me be the first death here in this game. And I didn't even notice till now, Play With Me is actually on the Warden. He's not even playing a carry in a solo lane.
I mean, going on the Warden does make sense, though, given the characters that Play With Me usually is on. And I mean, Warden can kind of go from, you know, your players that play more playmaking characters, or your players that play more carry if you're playing the Warden in place of something like a Haze, which is definitely, you look at the overall DMS lineup, Play With Me on Warden is taking the place of Play With Me on something like Haze, right? So it makes perfect sense as to why Play With Me is on the character.
I'm curious to see how it plays out, to be honest, DP, because I feel like a big linchpin of the success of DMS in the past was Play With Me playing one of these carries. So I think for DMS, this is a true testament to like the depth of their roster and the depth of each player on the team and how well they can play, especially when you have to pick up one of these kind of carry roles. But we'll see what's going to work out for them. I'm excited to see if DMS are a little bit more two-dimensional or three-dimensional than the past.
Well, right now, Jason, on the race to 3K across both teams, it's pretty even. A slight edge right now, the Pojulaya Scrumbria. First hero to hit 3K, probably going to be Pocket or Abrams if you go to the current rate. And the thing is, though, is that if D-Mob's the first to hit 3K, it's still a Pocket in the solo lane. So unless someone rotates over, it's not going to be the Pocket that hits 3K and then, similar to Alju, just goes around and ganks the entire map, right? It's going to be a slightly more lane dominance focused Pocket that's more just trying to contain the 7.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a very good point, and obviously D-Mob I think this is almost one of the most perfect positions you put him in as someone who can play out a solo lane, considering he doesn't do it for buff and joyers, but because he doesn't need to be there necessarily for those team fights. I don't know. I kind of like actually don't even agree with my own statement, because you want to have pocket in team fights, but that's going to be where Pojulaya Scrumbria are going to be a little bit weak, having to use a sub, a ringer, instead of Sunset, who's having some computer issues.
Your sub into the solo lane just logistically does kind of make sense, right? It's just, okay, handle your own business. We're not going to mess with any of our pre-existing chemistry. You don't have to do comms and duo lane. I think under the circumstances, it makes sense. And again, you talk about dodging power slashes or lack thereof. No chance. Moan Crow just is not dodging that. Not going to happen.
He's got regen now. Obviously, the fact that you can stop Together from auto attacking you is massive. Then again, if you see Together's adaptation, right? I'm just gonna wait for my power slash. When you go into blind me, I'm just gonna power slash you because you're not gonna have a chance to escape. But speaking of escaping, we do see Play With Me looking to roam into lane 1, looking for the gank, and it's immediately Together making the call to back away to prevent that. So Pojulaya Scrumbria, one of the best teams in Europe when it comes to early game aggression and early game kills. Well, it's not gonna happen to them this time.
You also had Taz considering going from lane 3 to lane 2 for a brief moment, but you take a look. Geist and Warden getting deep into it here. The last stand is popped. Play With Me, just walking forward, heals back up to full. Gets Zenya pretty darn low, but stops it right then and there. I think that was more last stand, Jason, that was meant to be, okay, let's get lane control back and not necessarily get a kill. If they got a kill, it just would have been gravy, but now you take a look here. Airdrop in progress. Flying around, but back to lane pretty swiftly.
I am curious to see how Tass is going to be able to power spike in this game. In the last match, we saw him be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone when it came to Souls, especially with the Assassinate. He was able to snowball extremely quickly, but he hasn't had as many kill opportunities early on, which I honestly have to give credit to DMS to not allow that to happen. We've only had one kill in this game so far, and it was on Play With Me, who unfortunately got caught overextended by Zanya.
This is an honest game so far, Jason. Not much in the way of rotations, although as I say that, now Ivy rotating over to give a little bit of help to D-Mov. You're going to get the Viscous rotate in turn, so it's a 2v2 developing in lane 4. Lane 3 just staying with the Vindictive Kelvin, and lanes 1 and 2 staying the course of this at the very beginning of the game. We'll see how this pressure into lane 4 works. 2v2, a lot of ways it can break down, but it doesn't look like either the Kelvin or Vindicta look interested in rotating, Jason. It's just 2v2.
Yeah, it's all about the lane 2 at the moment. See Zanya and Hardeka able to get 2 kills onto Prestis and Play With Me. It was a rotation coming out together from lane 1 to deal with this one, and a good timing on it nonetheless, as they do get themselves a slight lead when it comes to Souls, and potentially the first Guardian of the game. And Together will make it back to his own lane in time to not miss out on a single bit of CS here. So really smart timing on that rotation, and you really have to kind of be careful against PS with this because they're so damn good at it.
Yeah, also, you think about conditions for winning here and what you'd like to see. Together's built up a decent lead over Psycho 13. And honestly, the way that lane is, all Together has to do is just stay even paced with the rest of the game and not fall behind the bow. And that's a win with how Yamato can bully other characters at even or better farm. Although Viscous right now, under pressure, takes an Assassinate. Airdrop Pocket just rolling over, but decides, you know what? I don't feel like going indoors right now. Not my chase.
You don't really need Majestic Leap if you have a Gargoyle to do it for you, you know? Obviously, with the changes to Majestic Leap that we did talk about 2 weeks prior, but we do have some pressure again back on lane 3. You can see Tass again at the 5k souls trying to put some Rast out of the back line so they can take this Guardian down. It would be their first of the game, or sorry, second of the game. And there's a 7 stun going to be coming through, going to knock him out of the sky. Sack is extremely low by the Assassinate, though, and he does create some distance for himself as he looks to just jump away. And here's the ultimate out of Abrams here, diving towards the back line for Play With Me, who's just been punished this game. It feels like last thing going to come in, but it's not even going to matter in time. And Pojulaya Scrumbria, the dive is successful.
Play With Me can't get the last stand up in time. Frozen Shelter coming up from Hapex. DMS looks to continue the pressure in lane. Hapex can't get away afterwards. Together picks that one up. And again, this is what you have to look at. Anytime Together gets a kill, if you're DMS, you kind of cringe a little bit. You don't want Together to have this good ramp. And with Together being at 7k, most of DMS being around 5k, that's a really big threat right now, Jason. And it's makes way more of a difference in the overall aggregate. Don't look at the aggregate, look at the matchup.
Well, the aggregate is still 7k either way, which is a decent amount. You can see, of course, the AP as well. 9 points ahead for Pojulaya Scrumbria. And we're about to hit the 10-minute mark in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, which means, of course, the buffs are going to be focused on, not to mention the urn that's going to be coming through. And I can't do math that quickly, but I believe PS does have a big enough lead that it'd have to go into enemy territory for the turn-in. Don't quote me on that. My math on air is garbage.
It's very close. It'll kind of depend on who gets a wave right before. I think, yes, if it went right now, then it would be a DMS favored earn, but it's very, very close. So seeing where that drops down is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, though, we got a 3-3 split right now from Pajolaya Scumbria. Geist, Warden, the only ones in lane 2. Pressure coming in as Yamato, Warden, and Shiv pressuring. Meanwhile, of course, we're taking a look at lane 3 at the same time. But DMS is giving them space, Jason.
Well, it's important, I think, for DMS and PS here that you want to look for an early kill, but you don't want to have an early death right now because you have mid buff spawning. You have the Urn going to be spawning in, not to mention mid boss. So you have to be very careful about like what fights you do take at this moment and to set yourself up for success later on. And we do see Bonnie, we're going to be coming through. Nice little puddle punch as well. Almost keeps him in range. Healinova going to be coming through to keep Tass alive yet again here, but the pressure has been applied as it looks like Psycho is going to be the only one to defend the left-hand side buff, whereas Pojolaya Scumbria looking like they're going to be able to take the right-hand side with Ivy still flying in the sky.
Significant pressure onto the right-hand side buff. Viscus was going for it, didn't get it. I think it was Pocket that got that. As Saf just goes, all right, I'm leaving. Kubal, get me out of here. Please stop sniping the goo. Meanwhile, Shiv looking over here to the Mo and Krill. Pressure on the Psycho. Psycho low, down he goes. But while they get the kill, Jason, they lose the Urn.
And they lose the Urn. DMS going to be able to pick this up. And again, as we talked about the difference in souls, it's going to be a turn-in on their side. However, we still see Pojolaya Scumbria with presence in lane 2. That's going to be the Shadow Transformation coming through it together. Not to mention the Frozen Shelter going to be used. But honestly, Halfix, I don't know if you're going to be able to escape this when the charge comes in and the punch. And Zanya is going to be able to get the kill. And I think with that alone, potentially have held off DMS from going for the turn-in.
Scumbria here, they might be willing to give up Urn, but they're gonna get Walker pressure at the very least. They are doing some decent pressure near the Urn, but I think that's more Walker pressure than actually anti-Urn turn pressure. And yeah, you're gonna see DMS get the Urn turn in. But because the Walkers come out at the same time, it's still gonna be Pajolaya Scumbria with a decent lead.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, this lead could easily be turned around, I'd say, for DMS, because a lot of these souls coming from these objectives, DMS, they have 1 Guardian, whereas Pojolaya Scumbria have 4 Guardians and 1 Walker. So I almost want to hope to see DMS start to make some pushes happen to get some of these flex slots unlocked, but obviously get the extra income that comes with taking these objectives. Not to mention the map control. So do see a push coming on lane 4 here out of Pocket and Ivy. Litz and Demo pairing together to deal with this as they're up against 3 players from DMS who go for the immediate gank off the line. And I'm not sure if that PS are going to survive. Oh, a great use of the airdrop, but it seems like Demov didn't want to take the ride.
Demov says, no, you can go fly solo. Demov dies with dignity in lane 4. But you take a look at everything here, Jason. The thing that really worries me for DMS, comparatively to Pajolaya Scumbria, Yamato is ahead. Abrams is ahead. Shiv is ahead relative to the average player in DMS aside from Wolfie. That's not what you want to see in this sort of situation because Yamato and Shiv both together are bullies if they're even a little bit ahead, and they're a lot of bit ahead right now. So DMS getting kills onto together in hard decky may be mission impossible already if they don't have a perfect setup.
Well, we'll see if that perfect setup will align here to allow him to turn this around. Push can be coming on lane 1 here, led by the Abrams and Yamato. Zanyan together. Looking to hold hands as they push in towards potentially another Walker. The dive comes through as well into Saf. There's the cube going to be coming in. Setting up for the charge. Gooball comes in at a perfect time to counter stun actually the charge coming through. And we do see the rest of DMS here looking for the turnaround. Not to mention Hardek has been able to join the fight here. That's going to be the ultimate out of Abrams use. The great parry comes in out of Prestus. And DMS, I think they might at least be able to pick up 1 kill off of this with the great reinforcements coming out of their team as they're still going on the chasers, ZP.
The combo's still in play, too, for the Mo and Krill. As the fight breaks down, you got pickups coming out. It goes directly onto the Yamato. Waited for the right time, got the pick off, and DMS getting some very crucial picks here. They don't get the Abrams immediately, at least not before he gets a kill, but they do get Zanya before he's able to fully get away. So decent trades back and forth, and when you're the team that's behind, Jason, you're happy with those trades. That's good.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you're only 7k behind now. I think we're going to lock down Tass here in this position, but again, he's going to be relatively, I was going to say safe. I don't know what the hell hit him, but he goes down. A great kill out of Saf and DMS as we were talking about how are they going to get these kills. They eventually do and close the soul difference down to 3k here, ZP.
Really big how they are able to bring it back into play. However, you take a look at where Pajolaya Scumbria has been spending their hard-earned souls and a lot of core tier 3 items. coming into play here. Particularly when you take a look at Zanya, you get the early Hunter Zara, Litz gets the Rescue Beam for support, D-Mov running the Warp Stone Veil Walker pocket build where it's just, very survivable, easy to get in and out of fights. The fact that you have these core items online, but as it happens, you see the core items being bought for DMS, which shows just how important that last fight was, way more than just what the aggregate would tell you.
Oh, Hapex going with the knockdown. Love to see that. I mean, obviously really good to deal with tasks, but if you're chasing anyone, you have a slow into a knockdown, which allows the rest of your team to catch up as well here at DMS. I mean, I gave them credit for the way they itemized before in last week's matches. They're seeming to do it, pretty much yet again here. But even though it's only a 3K soul difference, I feel like once we see, these 3 Guardians, maybe 1 Walker go down for DMS, they're easily going to be in the lead. But I think for what I'm looking towards is the buffs and, of course, the next urn.
Warden's on the menu. Abrams charge over and in, doesn't hit the wall, but the pressure still in. Forces out the last stand. Play with me. Gets last stand up, but can't survive long enough to get value off the life leech. Seismic slam in. Kelvin now in hot pursuit from the Abrams. Abrams looking, still following. How far this chase gonna go? The Shiv comes in for a little bit good measure here, Jason, but Kelvin, I think, is gonna get away. Still, 2 quality picks coming out from Pajalias Cumbria.
Well, the urn turn is going to be neutral here between the 2 teams as well. And PS, I mean, they're going to be able to pick up a kill. If Psycho's not careful, D-Mob gets a kill into Hapex here. And I think Psycho's going to follow as well here. And PS, DMS, the lead that you just clawed back against, you completely give away as it's 12K in the lead for PS. And most likely they're going to be able to get a turn off of this as well.
I think the only saving grace here, but it might not be much if people don't get up in time, is that the urn turn-in is in DMS territory. But you don't have last stand up. You do have Stormcloud at the very least, but instead you're going to do the old mid-boss urn dilemma here. Do you try and go after urn, or do you go to contest mid-boss? And we'll see how DMS reacts. They can get to mid in time here, Jason, but just barely.
I mean, the urn's going to be towards mid-boss as well. I think they're just going to group for this one. Zanya's going to drop the urn and look for the fight if we do see the contest to happen. There we go. The Stoneform going to be coming in. No contest happening. And that will be PS securing the Rejuvenator. But I'm looking at DMS here. You don't want to get caught out after that. You didn't even contest. Now you're going to lose a player as well. And the urn, it could easily be picked up for PS for the turn-in on top of this.
Things can snowball wildly out of control. DMS losing Wolfie. Pajalias Cumbria pressing the advantage. They get play with me on top of it. Shiv going, you know what? I've been in jail before. It's not bad. You're not the first one to jail me, Warden. Look at my history. Just look at my hairstyle.
How do you think you got these scars?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But
well,
yeah,
the urn going to be reset back here, ZP, and it's looking like Zanya wants to go for another go at it, but instead going to actually just commit to the fight, potentially, as Psycho and Saf are going to be here.
Well, this may not be a fight that Abrams wants to be in. The combo comes in, the goo over the top, Seismic Slam, 200 HP in a dream, 150. Together coming on in, and Abrams just might squeak away under some very strong DMS pressure.
And they could turn this fight around, actually, because the reinforcement's going to be here. Psycho does at least grab the urn and look to get away as Hardeki's on the chase for this one. And Psycho's extremely low in HP. The knives continue to land here. Psycho, I think he's just going to die from the dot. He will fall. The urn could be picked up now as even another walker could be secured, but it's going to be very resistant with no minions here. In the meantime, we're seeing the rest of PS group up here in lane 1, and the response out of DMS is, well, play with me. He's going to push out lane 4 to look for the Guardian.
Jason, Wolfie just dropped a big bag. I don't know what the exact number was, but it was at a minimum over 1,000. That is the 7 special, where you kill 7, you get your hero kill gold, and you get a big bonus at the same time, because 7 usually has been in the jungle. So, nice little surprise there for Zanya, as Pajalias Cumbria again get up to about a 10K lead, where DMS, they crawl back, Jason. They claw it back, and then Pajalias Cumbria has a good team fight and immediately gets ahead again.
Well, at least there is one upside, though, ZP, for DMS. Play with me took down the lane 4 Guardian, and it got them a flex slot, finally, at about 18 minutes in, which is going to allow them to spend a lot of these souls that they're going to be sitting on. Play with me is currently sitting on 3K. It'll be very important to keep an eye on this when we go into the next fight, because honestly, with how one-sided it's kind of felt for PS, they only have about a 10K lead. It's a little bit misleading how the early game has kind of gone here for the team, and well, DMS, as you heard DDK say, he's really favoring the composition they have. It's very beefy. They have a lot of control, a lot of CC, and by keeping this lead not too wide, not too heavily against them, I feel like it does give an opportunity in this mid to late game to really hit a power spike.
One of the silent heroes for DMS has actually been Psycho on the Moan Krill, where there's been a lot of times where a hero like Yamato or Shiv or Abrams would get out scot-free. And guess what happens? Here comes the mole, just absolutely whomping you. And it's been enough to an extent to let DMS get decent trades, even if it goes against them a little bit. It keeps them in the game. But now this earn turn in Jason going to be so incredibly vital. The fate of the match very well could be in this team fight here, should Pajulaya Scumbria come away with it.
Yeah, and I was looking at Wolfie. He went out to lane 1 to go farm, realized he's going to be needed here for this fight. The Frozen Shelter has gone in. At least they're fighting in open areas. Litz gets to turn in under the mask of the Frozen Shelter. And not to mention only that, they get themselves 2 quick kills as well. Psycho goes down, Hapix goes down. Zanya going to be going in. And they're still looking to push the pace here, push these kills, and look for even more. Hardeki trying to look for the 1v1 against Prestus. Has to be careful of the soul exchange, but he will be fine. And that is going to be a clean sweep here. An ace coming in for Pajulaya Scumbria. And now the shrines. And I don't know if they quite have the time for the earn, or sorry, for the finish, but they're at least going to get a lot of damage done to this base.
The bizarre fight, Jason. It just felt like the most passive fight we've ever seen DMS on. Pajulaya Scumbria, they had earned. They had a little bit of disadvantage in the sense that they telegraphed their movements, and yet they were still able to get the jump on DMS. DMS didn't go for an aggressive engage. And now DMS could be facing the end of the game. 30k difference between the two teams. Pajulaya Scumbria not backing off. Respawn still in progress here for DMS. They're almost back in full strength, but the pressure on the Patron's gonna be coming in soon. They're already down their Mo. And Jason, this could be map 1 heading the way of Pajulaya Scumbria. The Patron is getting absolutely melted. It's gone. And Pajulaya Scumbria taking map 1 from our current EU champions.
Wow, you have to give them credit, man. That was so well played from start to finish. That we didn't see a lot of early kills come through. It felt like we were in game forever until we saw that first kill finally wrap up here. But Pajulaya Scumbria now on the potential first time of seeing a 3-matcher here at the Deadlock Fight Night. You never know what's going to happen in this second match. But one thing I do know, ZP, is you got to bring DDK back in here to talk about this last game. And DDK, what a match it was.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I think one of the issues, obviously, like comp-wise, that DMS had going against them was there's all this burst damage and all this pressure that the opposing team had in terms of all of these different heroes, whether it's Yamato, Pocket, Vindicta. There's like all this like constant lane pressure, and I feel like what DMS needed to actually exercise the advantages of their comp and to synergize is to be able to take like team fights together and be able to take the initiative on pushes. But they never were able to do that. They were constantly reacting to multiple lanes at the same time, and I think that really put them at like a huge macro disadvantage. So their comp couldn't really leverage what their comp would be good at, and so that just kept them all behind. I mean, to be honest, they did a great job holding on and just keeping that lead mitigated for a long time. But eventually, your Yamato getting 2 farms, Taz, like Demov getting 2 farms, Zanya was doing an insane job as well in all of these fights, and also keeping himself in an advantage soul-wise that would just allow him to keep bullying and keep staying in the forefront. And then obviously behind all of that, Hardeki's doing an insane job with the sustain that exists on Shiv, having a really good time of it on that Shiv as well. So just too much lane pressure for Pajulaya Scumbria that was never answered, and DMS, they can't stay just being the reactors all game.
ZP, let me float you a question here, actually. If Wolfie was on Infernus instead of 7, do you think we could have potentially seen a different outcome for DMS?
I mean, it's possible. Truthfully, I'm a little bit biased against 7. I tend to feel like 7 may be a little bit overrated, but the reality is that 7 is popular in EU. I wouldn't have thought that we'd be at a point where Infernus would be getting picked over 7 the way it is right now. I think a lot of it just comes down to early and mid-game tempo, where people are feeling they're getting a little bit more out of the 7. 7's certainly better at clearing the jungle a little bit quicker and having perhaps quicker rotations in the early and mid-game. But even still, I don't think it's a huge difference between the Infernus, and Infernus has more upside. But look, it is what it is, especially in terms of comfort picks. I also think Wolfie is very, very comfortable on the 7, one of his most picked heroes. So you also start getting into the realm of, okay, what are you comfortable on? What makes sense? And I think it just really comes down to the economy changes. The fact that an Infernus will not get the gap on other characters the way that Infernus used to, and teams as a result don't think he's quite as valuable. I also think here, when I look at trends in the game, you saw this a lot. You saw Play With Me under pressure, dropping a last stand, and dying before the last stand could get value. It happened frequently, and I don't know how much of this is on Warden, how much is on Play With Me's comfort level on Warden, but it was not the hero gameplay that we've usually seen from Play With Me, where Play With Me takes over the game. And I think part of it is that Warden is just a very different play style than the heroes that Play With Me otherwise is on.
Well, not to mention, DDK, if we're talking about, how people or individuals necessarily playing, I feel like Zanya together, we're holding hands quite a bit in this match, just being this like deadly duo that could just pretty much take on anyone 2v2.
Yeah, it's very powerful when you have a dynamic like that, because again, I think if you zoom out a bit and think of one of these sort of macro themes, just the amount of map control that they were able to have because they were able to push for space so much, because like you say, a combo like that is very oppressive to deal with. That in of itself just made things too difficult for them to ever have good fights. And I think if you think about the Warden ults, like the Last Stands, I think that's downstream of that fact as well. That you can't really set fights up or have a good spot to use some of these ults if the opposing team is constantly dictating map control and pressure and constantly keeping your team spread apart. You can't quite find or engineer fights. So that's a huge issue. And for me, I'm thinking back to the draft, the fact that that Yamato was available to get Psycho on there. We were not. There were picks I think that were available for DMS that they didn't have to open up with the Warden pick, for example. And I feel like opening up with the Warden pick, I don't know that that's like a high tier pick for PS that they're thinking about. I'm just kind of confused, I suppose, about that approach. And maybe that's an approach that maybe they had an idea or a strategy behind it, but I think now with the way that this game played out, they're going to have to respect that if they go for a strat like this, they're not going to get any breathing room. PS is not going to give it to them. They've got to pick something that in of itself has more of an oppressive nature too.
I think that's the unfortunate part, ZP, is that, if you're going to first pick Warden, clearly you have to have a game plan here as DMS. But obviously with how like the early to early mid game went, I feel like we never really got to see what that game plan entailed.
Also, when you think about drafting strategy, how much of the pick was we really want Warden because we love Warden, and how much of it is, wow, PS has played a lot with Warden in the last week and we don't want PS to have the Warden, right? Like, based on what we saw here, I don't know for sure. I didn't see, of course, their scrims and gameplay in full going into it, whatever was lurking in the shadows, but my gut feel from the gameplay we saw, both in our best of one and now into the best of three, where you had another team playing it, is that I think DMS might have picked the Warden more as a deny pick rather than a this is our ideal game plan pick, but who knows?
Well, we're going to find out after a short break. Will DMS change their first pick? Will DMS come back and take us in a first time ever in DFN history to a map 3? Or will Pogilias Cumbria take back the title? We'll find out after a short break.
I see Abrams. I got him. No one is mine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Deadlock Fight Night number 6. Potentially the final map of our EU portion of this broadcast. Jason Kaplan joined by DDK and ZP here as we're about to hop into the draft here for our second match of DMS, who are currently down 0-1 up against Pojulaya Scumbria, looking to take the title back for themselves yet again here. And DDK, well, we talked a lot about what came down to this last match. I just hope we don't see a Warden first pick again. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I feel like we'll see a different approach there because we know that Psycho's crazy on Yamato. I mean, they surely need to leverage that. There was no Paradox pick, which is also crazy. They must surely. I mean, both teams know how good Paradox is. Surely we didn't talk about that too much, but like Paradox really is considered pretty like S tier despite the nerf still. So hopefully we'll see that too. But we're going to check out these bans first of all to see which way the draft is actually going to go. Because obviously when the teams play each other, they get a bit of info. But you can see that Play With Me is still getting targeted because PS really respect Play With Me's Wraith, which honestly. You have to respect that choice. So I like that. That's fair enough. But this is the thing. I feel like it really does open up the draft to be in DMS's control. That PS feel like they have to ban Wraith, and we get them banning Yamato. So that's more reasonable. But I'm curious that we aren't seeing them going for the Yamato pick that last game. It's still haunting me.
I mean, what is PS first pick here now? Because you'd obviously want to go for like a Wraith or Yamato if you can.
Mirage. I think it's 100% going to be Mirage. It's what I've pledged to myself. I will not forget that Mirage exists, particularly in EU, where Mirage has just been one of the highest valued early picks, no matter what. Like, and as I say that, they go Pocket. So
yeah.
Okay, Pocket ranges from throwaway ban to early pick to not picked in the last few weeks. He's all over the place. But now if you look at DMS and who they're likely to pick, Mirage comes in. So Mirage makes a whole lot of sense. Viscous has been getting picked in the 2 slot a lot. I also wonder, do they pick Warden again? And the idea of like, you can't have it? Because I think what happens here, if they don't pick Warden early, then Pojulaya Scumbria will go, oh, they didn't like running the Warden. We can now leave the Warden until about pick 6, and instead they go with the Vindicta, which makes sense. I mean, they're taking away parts that PS was able to use to great effect just one map ago.
So yeah. I'm wondering, Dan, is it Play With Me on Mirage, because he has played Mirage in the past, or is it Play With Me on Vindicta?
I would want to see Mirage. I think Vindicta is obviously more of a backline type of hero, and Mirage is much more active. And we've seen the best stuff out of Play With Me when he's able to be active, especially on both Raze and Haze. When we see amazing games out of Play With Me, it comes down to the impact of being able to roam. And obviously Mirage is significantly more tooled to do that, especially with the ult with Traveler, and just having abilities to get in, get out with the Tornado. There's a lot of play there, I think, for Play With Me with that. And okay, Warden Paradox.
You see the Warden Paradox coming out, and okay, Paradox is not dead. EU has not completely exiled Paradox out of the meta. Viscous coming in from DMS, that's about where you would expect a Viscous to come in. Now, Pojulaya Scumbria, I feel like this is Abrams. Abrams has been getting picked in the 4 slot a lot, and it's sort of, okay, you need a little bit of tankiness, you need more gank potential, just generally a solid laner. What do? You pick an Abrams, and in slot 4, they're going to go with the Geist instead, so now, you talk about the 4 slots on both teams, doesn't mean DMS now goes, you didn't pick Abrams, we're going to pick it.
I'm just waiting to see if you just keep shooting yourself in the foot with every prediction.
Yeah.
Well, no,
pick Mirage going to be coming. Oh, it's Pocket. Okay, well, we're going to see Abrams. No, I mean, I agree with you with the Abrams, and you will get it right there for DMS.
I'm desynced by 1 right now is what's happening. My brain is like too far into the future. Because it's happened like multiple times this draft is what's happened.
Well, Pojulaya Scumbria now with obviously their pick of choice. I'm curious, what is the other solo laner they're going to run? Obviously, we have seen Geist there, but I think we to the Ivy.
Kelvin is what I'm looking at here, Dan. That's why I think DMS will pick, and now that I said it, watch it go just 1 pick later.
Yeah, I think you probably see it go a bit later because now PS have their dedicated support. I don't think there's the urgency for DMS to just want to instantly pick a support, so they could use this slot for something else. And I mean, they've got okay, never mind. So okay, you're right this time, ZP. I was predicting.
Jason also grabbed it too. Jason technically said it first, but we're gonna.
I'm just thinking in my head, DDK, that I see nothing wrong going to support right now because then you force them to pick a last pick, and then you get to respawn to their last pick with your own pick. Especially if you're running like another dual lane character, or actually ideally it could be a solo lane. You never know if Abrams is going to be solo or Mirage, or will be joining Mirage, or they're going to run something else completely.
Yeah, it's interesting for me as well though with DMS though, because I feel like they could use maybe another hero that's a bit more like damaged. They've got like tankiness, they've got some good lane pressure, but yeah, something that's like in the lane pressure or carry capacity would be kind of nice to see. Would be interesting to see Infernus, because Infernus is still good, and I think it can it can certainly work, and it would be nice to see how Infernus's build works with the new economy changes. Like when it comes online, what are ways you would maybe alter the builds to try to get the build online a bit more quickly. I'd be interested to see that, but oh, there we go. Okay, so the Infernus is coming out, and yeah, getting a bit more damage into the mix. I think that makes a lot of sense. And already, if we look at how, for me at least, the macro was lost last game for DMS, all those issues are addressed here, I feel.
So ZP, let me ask you a question, because I haven't had time to play Infernus yet with the changes. What I am hearing though, it's a lot harder to get the burn off, your 3 off onto a target. Is there a chance we're going to see Infernus in a dual lane action instead of a solo lane, because he's not such a big bully anymore when it comes to solos?
Possible, because you definitely could just run Mirage and Abrams as your 2 solo characters, right, if you're DMS. I also think when you take a look at the setup between both of these teams, Jason, look at the pick order. DMS goes with the early Vindicta pick, and what is the immediate counter-response pick from Pajala Escambria? It's a Paradox. I think that is an incredibly smart pick, not only because of Paradox generally being good, but you don't always think of Paradox as a counter pick, because Paradox is usually picked early no matter what, and Vindicta hasn't really been picked at all in recent memory. But now that Vindicta is getting more highly picked and Paradox is getting undervalued in EU for whatever reason, you now go back to a more baseline interaction of, ooh, flying hero bad, swap flying hero dead. I think the Paradox pick in response to the Vindicta is actually incredibly smart drafting coming out from Pajala Escambria.
Okay, we're obviously going to find out when we do head into the match here. Dan, any final thoughts before we go into potentially the final match of EU tonight?
Yeah, I'm a DMS believer. I think their comp is a bit more rounded. I think it addresses the early lane pressure. They've got the Mirage there, especially for Play With Me. I would expect I'm going to put all the focus on Play With Me and his performance and how he can dictate the lane pressure early on and how that can give them more breathing room into the mid game.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. DDK will be checking with you after this match does finish, as Pajala Escambria looking one match away here, ZP, from getting the title, the crown back on their heads, not to mention the $1,000 to go with it.
EU, if nothing else, is volatile, but in the good way. Not in the roster shifting way, but in the champions change every week, it feels like. And that would be something to see yet again. But for me, Jason, I'm pulling for a map 3. I don't care who wins after that, but I want to see 3.
Yeah, it would be the first time, which blows our mind that we're 6 weeks into this and we have yet to have a map 3 between these regions, or between any of the regions at the moment. But in terms of lanes, we are going to see the Pocket up against Abrams in lane 1. We will have the Infernus and Solo lane up against Demov on the Lady Geist in lane 4. And then, of course, we have a Mirage, which I don't even know why I say of course, a Mirage Vindicta in lane 2. So this is a little bit unexpected.
I will say for the Mirage Vindicta lane, you talk about 2 heroes combined together that will have no problems getting last hits. Incredibly quick bullet speeds. And I mean, a Warden Shiv lane isn't necessarily the highest amount of pressure early on. Eventually Warden hits a level, or if he rushes Quicksilver, his flask can be pretty pressuring in lane. But I would expect, in terms of any sort of lane chaos for lane 2, probably to be a little bit more sleepy. Lane 3, however, is where I think things could get very, very hot very, very fast.
Well, lane 2, we see the action breaking off here. Zania going to be forced to back away here. Great Tornado catches out onto Hardeki. So some good damage being traded. DMS winning out in the trade overall when it comes to this lane in lane 2 at the moment. By the way, Majestic Spammer, thank you again for the sub here. Just going to give shout out to some subs. We're actually, I think, 25 subs away from our goal here, ZP. And just to remind you guys once again who are watching, all the money that we get from subs goes directly back into this event, so we can bring it to you every week.
That's right. It is one of the most effective ways to support the product. But now, Jason, we're going to look back over at lane 1, and Pocket Abrams at times can be a little bit of a sleepy lane. I mean, it's hard for Abrams to lose lane until you have a rotation come in. and Pocket also working with a really good shotgun weapon in terms of bullet speed. It might be one of the more sleepier lanes, actually, you can have in Deadlock if both players are playing competently.
Well, I mean, we're in EU. It's about to be midnight, so hopefully not too much sleeper for DMS, who need to get a match back to take it to match 3, as we can see. Or the push-up, Prestis, very low on HP. So it's not going to be Wolfie on it. It's not going to be Play With Me on it. It's going to be Prestis, who we saw to be the great talent player for DMS last week. Very low on health. He's going to be fairly careful here of anything coming his way. And it looks like we'll have a little bit of a pause coming in for PS. But so far, I mean, not really much of a difference in terms of Souls EP. And obviously, we haven't seen any kills come through just yet either.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty by the book so far. Interestingly enough, we're talking about, okay, probably lane 2 being a little bit sleepy. You do have a bit of a health deficit that's gone up there. Where Prestis, we had to see some cool little movement coming out to get out of what could have been a difficult situation, right?
Did you say movement?
I did say movement, yes.
Okay, I like it.
Look, sometimes you gotta get with the modern lingo. I reject a lot of it, but in this case, I like the movement, Jason. It's what all the cool kids are saying. But with Prestis, he was able to get out of a tough situation, but still pretty low HP, and you can see a really big tempo shift in lane when you get to that level of HP, because now it's just both the Warden and Shiv are going to be very, very aggro and trying to get that last little bit done on the Prestis.
I wonder if he actually might even head back to base, shove this lane out. Just make sure you're healthy. I mean, he's obviously going to be healed up slowly here, and I didn't see any regen items picked up for him. But what I did see is New Dorito and Nurse hitting us with a sub. Let's get that in there against CP. It works every time, I swear.
It is smooth. It is almost as smooth as Prestis' Vindicta movement. But, you look at these lanes.
But it wasn't
here.
schmoove. That's the problem. It was just smooth.
No, yeah, I'm not giving you the schmovement. It's not there yet, Jason. But I do have faith. Just like I have faith in DMS to bring us to a map 3, because that would be awesome. But between both sides, it's about as even can be. 13k in the aggregate. And even when you look at the health bars, nothing too ridiculous. So as I say, that tornado, and now the pressure on to Warden. Flight from Vindicta, looking for the last few shots. Down goes Anya. Hardeki looking to punish. Gets the damage onto the Vindicta. Makes it a trade, Jason. And we'll see if it stops there. Meanwhile, we got a battle taking place in lane 4. Rotation.
It was the tornado into the stake there that was just chef's kiss, man. Seeing that, like, there was no way you're gonna escape from that one. Some free damage being done. Obviously the chase had to come through to Play With Me as Prestis tried to back away, as Hardeki smartly enough tries to pressure Prestis to keep him out of the fight. Really cool trade there, and nice to see actually how we could have some really good kill potential out of the Vindicta Mirage. But as you pointed out, we did have the roam come in for Saf onto lane 4 looking for a kill, but Dimov does escape in time. However, Tass is still going to be here. He's at 2.9k souls, just shy of that paradoxical swap, which potentially could have netted a kill for them.
Hey, getting very aggro and getting punished in turn. Killing blow up from Hardeki finishes off. But now look at Play With Me, Jason. Traveler is up. He's back in the play. Does he go for a rotational play here or just walk back in the lane? Anytime Mirage quickly gets 3k, they could just go for the quick Traveler. But for now, Play With Me says, nah, I'm going back to lane.
Oh, that's going to be a kill onto Wolfie. Dimov proven to be a ringer at the perfect time here for his team, but he might actually get chased out by Saf, who's in close pursuit. But there's going to be the health steal coming through, and Dimov very healthy as Saf now being forced to run away. And Dimov, I mean, PS, maybe you should pick this guy up, man. He's getting you guys some really good kills.
Listen, with all due respect, we've had enough poaching, at least in one region of Deadlock. We do not need the disease to spread. Dimov, please stay on Buff Enjoyers. I enjoy the storylines we get right now.
Listic's like, no, shut up, Jason. We don't need that in my life. But yeah, no, I mean, Dimov has been a godsend for them at the moment. Obviously, just coming in last second since Sunset's PC did die in the drafting phase of our first match. And it's been working out wonders for him. Up to 4k souls, putting some pretty good dominance into his lane as well. Here's the chase, well, dive under the Guardian. And Wolfie getting extremely low at HP. He's trying to win out against the 1v1. He gets the parry up, but survives long enough to get the kill. And Dimov, just as talking him up, he goes down.
Jason, I got a very hot take here. Infernus is still a good hero, despite what some of the drafts today have said. But also, we got a goo ball coming on in onto lane 3. Taff bouncing around, looking for a little bit of damage onto the Paradox. Nearly has it dead, but again, just crushed by the Guardian. Turn 30 HP and down, and Dimov, again, continuing to be the cleanup king.
And comes in for the respawn for a great kill. Tornado's going to go for the knock-up onto one. Play With Me might have been overextended here, and he's going to fall by Hardeki, who's getting fed on Shiv, and we don't want to see that if you want to have a third map happen. Prestis able to respawn on his own. But for how long, really? I mean, Hardeki really wants these kills.
And Hardeki still very comfortable, and by the way, that's a Mirage. Just traveling on in, going, hey Hardeki, maybe don't be as comfortable here. Not going to result in the kill, but does even up the lane pressure once more. Well, as I say that, Xenia comes right back into lane. Of course, we're taking a look at lane 3 right now. This Viscous applying some pressure to the Paradox, Jason. Kelvin back over and in. It's Paradox holding down the fort in a 1v2.
Yeah, Litz needs to rotate back in to help out. We can see him on the minimap going to be doing so, but the first Guardian very low in health. Paradoxical swap comes in to put him straight into the Guardian, but a great cube comes in to actually save him from taking really any damage. And that ultimate being completely negated by the cube here by Saf and prevents any sort of gank from actually working out for Pojalias Scumbria.
A bunch of pressure between Vindicta, Mirage, Warden, and Shiv in lane 2 that's been going on at the same time here. Xenia for now still keeping high HP. Good movement. We got Taz right now going into the left, and Furnace is the prey. Decay gonna connect, but is the rest of Fall 3 gonna be there? Perhaps not in this instance here, Jason, but still pressure that, you know, will hurt Wolfie in lane for at least the next little bit.
Not to point out and be nitpicky, but a kinetic carbine into the ground isn't gonna stun your target, unfortunately. And there's the decay onto him. And unfortunately, there's really no one to be chasing him down. So you just have the paradoxical swap to be very careful and very aware of this. As you take stock of things, it's only, well, there's not even really a lead going on. Pojalias Scumbria with a slight lead of souls, but not too much. So we're going to be approaching the first buff spawns in about 1:45 time. But as
Jason,
we have past the 8, go ahead.
This pressure from Vindicta is huge. Both heroes down below 50%, but as I say that, the swap into Infernus, followed up by the cube, and Wolfie, is Wolfie gonna be able to get out here? Maybe so. It's on the wire, trying to dodge around the barrels, but no, it's Demov again, rushing in, getting the finish, and now has to get away from the Kelvin. We'll see if that's gonna be done. Uses his own ice path as a little bit of leverage, but might not be enough, Jason.
Well, the schmovement's looking good, but unfortunately the schmovement runs. I shouldn't use that. That's your word. Demov goes down. Hapix eventually picks up that kill. And when everything's said and done, really no budging when it comes to who currently has the lead. It's slightly now against DMS's favor. We did have one Guardian go down. That was over in lane 3 as Pojalias Scumbria did lose out on this one. But so we haven't hit that point yet for flex slots. Everything going to be online here for these teams when it comes to ultimates relatively soon, especially when we're a minute away from the first buff spawning.
You'll know if it peak brain rot when I start calling everything shameless and start talking about people as the final boss. That's how you know I've spent too much time with Deadlock players and the current vocabulary of the day. Because
I'm waiting for the day you start talking about Riz and Glaze and all that.
No. That's like too general. That's too normie. It's all about calling anything that anyone does shameless for no particular reason. Like, oh, he's breathing in my lane. It's just shameless.
You can tell you're an NA player. Well, a slight fight happening potentially onto lane 2. As you can see, DMS pushed up here, looking for some damage from this Guardian, which is looking extremely healthy, but not really surprising when you've had a Vindicta and a Mirage paired together in this lane. But Warden and Shiv potentially looking to come into this lane to go for a gank themselves. And as I say that, I can see Hardeki is just going to be sitting in the jungle at the moment. Buffs have spawned up. Hardeki picks up the one on the left. There's a skirmish on the right-hand side for that buff. Not sure who actually secured it. But we see, I believe the Traveler was used to play with me to get towards lane 4 here to go for a fight. But instead, both teams just going to back away.
I'll tell you what got secured. Xenia got secured a trip back to spawn courtesy of Prestus. Prestus has been very bang on and just good poke damage, getting people below 50%, and not really missing assassinates right after. It's been incredibly solid Vindicta play. And Jason, you take a look at the overall souls, it's starting to result in an advantage. But now Pojalias Scumbria. The soul urn rotation is underway. And now you have to look to DMS. Do they go for the urn contest, or do they try and get building pressure instead? Or do they just murder together in Hardeki? It's option C.
Yeah, with Abrams Psycho win on that 1v1 in lane 1, it kind of makes it so you can't go for the turn in for Pojalias Scumbria. No, you don't have people there set up, and actually going for a chase here into lane 4 at the same time as a big skirmish is about to break out in here. The urn potentially still could make its way over, but I can see Psycho's going to be locking this one down. We see the goo ball being used as well. And the soul exchange, I believe, was popped off as well out of D-Mob, but maybe both teams just going to back away from this one, realizing it's not really worth the skirmish. It's really not worth the fight. It potentially could be breaking out in lane 1 instead.
Scumbria real close to turning in this urn. There's still an Abrams pressuring in the area. Biggest fight, though, of course, going on in lane 4. Still here in Furnace, diving on in. Does not want any part of the last stand and still can't get away. Xenia right over and in. Last stand finishing it off. Litz getting the soul earn turn in, and it evens it right back up, 53k to 56k. And the remnants of the fight still going on. Pressure in onto the Mirage. Mirage cannot escape. And that is a nice little turnaround there, Jason, for Pajula Escambria, now leading the game.
Huge turnaround. They earn turn in and 3 kills. I mean, they earn turn in alone, 4k souls, not that big of a deal. Losing 3 players off the back of that now and potentially losing out on another Guardian. That is like the worst case scenario here for DMS, who were slightly taking the lead themselves, overcommitting into that fight. And speaking of overcommitting, Wolfie going to be going in towards a fight on the right-hand side here. Biden, we're going to lock him down. No, he actually just gets away with it just with a nick of time here. He's going for the chase on the Demov, who doesn't have soul exchange up just yet. He's going to fall. Wolfie gets one back for his team, but one is not going to make up for what they just lost in this previous fight.
Been remarkably consistent on the Infernus, where I feel like every time we've seen a Flame Dash come in, it's been pretty well calculated, pretty high value. And again, it just kind of brings to mind the idea of why in the world has Infernus fallen a bit to the wayside, Jason, because Wolfie's certainly making the case of, yeah, Infernus still a pretty good hero. I see why that we've been picking Infernus highly for the last 5 weeks.
I mean, it's natural progression, right? We had Infernuses make it to 6th pick last week. And now we're seeing games where he's not even picked at all, not picked or banned. So, just a natural progression, but I completely agree. I mean, Infernus still insanely strong. A concussive combustion can put out so much CC in a very ideal situation, especially if you have Hapex with the frozen shelter. If you're locked in with those two, you're never going to escape this one. But the Soul is still going to go in PS's way.
Yeah, trouble time for Zanya right now. You see the rotation coming on in from Vindicta and Mirage over and in. Pocket able to rotate, give Zanya a little bit of help here. And in fact, they turn the tables on Play With Me. Killing blow in from Hardeki. So that was a great counter rotation from Pajula Escambria that started out as a gank attempt from Prestus.
And I think that's what I've kind of been saying out of PS, is that they're just so good when it comes to these skirmishes, especially early game with rotations. Prestus trying to be like the human ward on top of middle buff, still looking for assassinates at the same time here. Is something you really can't shrug off. I mean, he's going to be leading his team in souls at 12k. And again, we know the snowball potential, but I feel like Prestus hasn't had necessarily the impact on Vindicta just yet that we would have liked to have seen. Not to criticize him at all, because obviously it's very difficult to play Vindicta, especially when you're playing from behind like this. But I'm curious if he's going to get involved a little bit more with his assassinates to really just hit a big snowball period for himself to hopefully translate that into his team.
The hunt going on for Pocket in lane 1. You see both Kelvin and Mirage going for a pincer. One at the back, one at the front. Let's see if Kelvin gets away. But, yeah.
How did Diego just like zip line out of there?
Yeah,
like,
Pocket just like, no, I'm done. I'm not dealing with this. I'm out.
I wanted to say the word again. Actually, the counter push coming out of DMS, looking to take another Guardian. They will take the last one of the game on their opponent's side. They still have one left, but again, flex slots to be unlocked. The Traveler going to be going with the Decay as well. Going to be following across the map into lane 4, where him and Saf are actually looking to push down a Walker.
Yeah, Play With Me. Play With Me might not get out. There's still going to be pressure in that lane. Play With Me super low. Meanwhile, look at Zanya. Stuck in the stake over here in lane 2. Abrams and Vindicta applying pressure. Play With Me was able to stay alive. Saf, though, down. Kelvin gonna drop the frozen shelter. DMS down 2. PS looking to keep the pressure up in lane 4. Kelvin immediately gonna fall, and Pajula Escambria, Jason, just nothing flashy, better rotations, better pickoffs, but overall still very close between both teams. And even when you could consider the man-to-man matchups, still close. You haven't quite gotten to the level where you have, say, a Shiv ahead. And, oh no, they're going for it.
I mean, what's going to contest them? What can stop them? I mean, Psycho with his ultimate Seismic Slam could be the stun they need to open things up. You do have concussive combustion out of Wolfie as well. They're going to commit to this mid-boss here, and it could actually be the turnaround DMS are hoping for. This might potentially be a free win for them, as we're going to see their Druvator slowly drip down here in ZP. There's going to be the swap coming through.
Concussive combustion coming on in. Wolfie looking to be the hero to go for the steal. DMS, they get the steal! Off the concussive combustion over the rejuvenator, Jason. The Infernus dream comes alive, and Pajula Escambria, the early pressure into the mid-boss does not pan out. DMS getting put firmly in the driver's seat in this fight.
I mean, 2-for-2 exchange here, but DMS come out with a rejuvenator. They're gonna be extremely happy about this, as now the soul lead is down to just about sub 1k. I was a little bit surprised to see them actually go for mid-boss in that situation, yeah, they had a couple of kills, but there were still so many big factors that could be easily turned around. And now they have to deal with 4 players on DMS, still with the Rejuvenator up. At least Zanya, in the meantime, is trying to go for a quick turn in. And as we can see from DMS, no one is really here to stop this or contest it just yet.
Yeah, the Urn turn-in is going to be in neutral territory. However, you take a look at the rotation, Abrams and Infernus both potentially looking keen to contest. And contesting here when you have Rejuvenator and on 4 out of 6 characters, of course, Pajula Scumbria does not, you kind of like this fight. Meanwhile, I almost feel like, looking at the movement of Zanya here, it's just trying to buy time and waste the Rejuvenator a little bit with the threat of the Urn turn-in. That's what this feels like to me.
And I'm looking at Play With Me in lane 1, who's trying to split push. He's going to have to try to escape as we see a fight. And Zanya being forced back here by Psycho, who's doing some pretty sick damage. The body ward's going to lock him in. He gets trapped by the ice path above him. Hapax pulls him in to try to help him escape here. They might be able to turn this fight around as the last stand was used. And Zanya was doing some pretty decent damage. The Frozen Shelter Lockman came into this fight, ZP.
I've never seen a fight start in a more awkward area. Zanya grabs the Urn back mid-fight, and it's wild that no one died in the middle of that there from how that began. I also think there was a weird interaction where I don't think Psycho necessarily meant to pick up the Urn again mid-fight. I just think Psycho is moving back, and the Urn just sort of attached to him in the middle of it, costing him a little bit of damage in the way. But kind of a reset here. Urn still not turned in, but the resource that is gained here, Jason, is that a good amount of time on the Rejuvenator is now gone.
Yeah. I mean, what has DMS accomplished with this? Nothing. I mean, obviously, right, they did steal it away, which is a very big part of it, don't get me wrong, but they haven't really been able to push off this. They haven't been able to get the Urn turn in. And speaking of actually going to be the charge to deny the turn in, that's going to be the rescue beam to pull him away. And, well, the Solar, I don't know who even has it at the moment. It might just be on the ground because he was disabled. He was stunned up, so he dropped it. And there's going to be
it's sitting on the ground
to turn it around.
It is absolutely sitting on the ground. DMS says, no, that's my Urn. It was Psycho 13 that came in, got the timely charge, put the Warden off the point, made him drop the Urn, and DMS here, Jason, they pick up 2, they get the Urn, and finally they make it work, but the price paid was still somewhat severe in the sense that the Rejuvenator just about done.
I mean, I wouldn't be too sad about that, honestly, because now they're 10k in the lead here, ZP, when they were 1k behind. A big swing in terms of at least souls at the moment. But we do see, Pojula Scumbria, they only have 1 walker left. Like, DMS with the Rejuvenator has been really able to put some pressure here across the map and really gain ground when it comes to these flex slots, objective control as well. And I think that's why we're seeing such a big swing in souls.
The interesting thing, too, when you look at the soul breakdown, is that DMS is way behind in kills. Pajula Scumbria has had better skirmishes and better early picks, but DMS has gotten more kills where it matters, and the macro value of the things they have gotten has been significantly higher, and that's why they're up 10k, despite getting out-killed rather significantly by Pajula Scumbria.
Yeah, so we easily could see the swap come back in PS's favor if they're able to push these objectives down. And speaking of so, we can see PS actually grouped up here. Looks like they're really heavily stacking this left-hand side buff here, looking for a fight, looking for a catch-out. I'm not sure if they're even visible. They actually just might be in that little bit of ability. Yeah, they're actually just waiting to see if anyone's going to go to contest it, and they might force a fight off the back of this. There's the swap coming through. It's Saf, though. He's just going to cube himself and also gets pulled away.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look at Zanya here. Last stand is up. The pressure is in across all ends. I think got hit by a decay in the middle of it, so not much healing there. A very dead Warden, and DMS able to make sure it's not a trade here thus far, even though Hapax did get pretty low. So you have this moment here, Jason, where they have the clean 1 hero advantage. They get Hardeki off the backside, and now DMS, a lot of opportunity as mid buffs get claimed.
Yeah, they get both buffs off of this. I respect PS, the position they played in to play for the swap to catch him out. I think was stupendous. Just unfortunate that it's Saf. He can cube himself, then he gets rescue beamed away by Hapax, and that whole engagement you're looking for, the surprise factor, was completely mitigated. And now we have DMS have such a soul lead that they have to turn it into their enemy side of the map here, which realistically we're probably not going to see anytime soon. You still have 2 minutes left on the mid boss, and I would imagine that's going to be the next point of contention, if nothing before that, with that lane 2 walker looking to be taken.
Well, Jason, if they do decide to turn this Urn, it's not the worst. You think about turn-in points, right? If the Urn was on the opposite side, it would be a more indoor setup, and it would be really terrible for the Vindicta. That particular turn-in is a little bit more open, so it's not the worst. But when you take a look at how they're dealing with the Urn, they bring the Urn back to base, and they drop it. So right now, they may just be content to go, we don't really want to run this, but you're not going to run it either.
Exactly, right? And we did see last week, DMS, they let 2 urns go in a row up against Buff Enjoyers, and it closed for like a 30-40k soul lead that they had to down to about 10k. So just from those 2 urns alone, Buff Enjoyers are really able to catch up. So being very respectful of that, but it does mean you're forced to commit that one player to constantly pick up the urn, throw it back to base. The enemy team can't get it. But you also have to look for, like, what's our next move, our next form of engagement? What's the next position that we're actually going to be fighting for? And with the way both teams are kind of set up, I'm kind of looking towards mid boss, but at the same time, I don't think PS are going to start it after what happened previously, and I don't think DMS are going to start it, considering last week they had 2 stolen in a row up against Buff Enjoyers, and they already just stole 1 from PS. So I feel like it's just going to be a grouping at some point to force a fight.
I think one thing the fight does begin here that you really have to look at and go, wow, this is going to be really bad for PS and really good for DMS. On one hand, DMS has a fed Infernus. Wolfie has feasted and is at that break point where Infernus takes over fights, period. Meanwhile, Zanya, that's a broke Warden even post-economy changes. 15k Warden, no one fears it. It is a completely defanged hero that at best is a distraction. So effectively, yeah.
You know who doesn't fear it?
Who?
Philly Dilly coming in with the sub. He doesn't fear a Warden. He doesn't fear being behind in souls. Mid boss gonna be spotted in here. There we go. Nice little picture. I love our production team. They're so good at their jobs. I wish I was as good at my job as they are at theirs. But we do see the urn still being controlled by Havocs, even with mid boss up. And we just see the engagement play with me, looking to catch out Hardeki, who's down to about half HP here. And honestly, he's gonna fall from this one. Nice little duo squad out of play with me and Prestis. And now that opens up the potential for a mid boss.
Not only can they go for mid boss, but if they could just get any team fight engaged, period, it's going to be great. There's no front line remaining at all. I mean, I guess you have Demov, but that's about it. So you're not going to be too afraid here. The one thing you do, of course, have to look out for is the Ivy Steel. It is the one special that we've seen over and over again throughout Deadlock history. And PS, they look keen to contest here, Jason.
I don't hate the early affliction. Start to wear them down so you can actually go for the engagement. I believe he only hit 2 though, as their Rejuvenator is going to be dropping. But will we see Let's go in for this one? He's going to have to go pull off a big steal. When we see both teams going to be stacked up on top of the Rejuvenator. Seismic Slam goes in as well. And the Rejuvenator is going to be locked in for DMS. So they do secure it with 3 kills off the back of that. Litz and Taz be the last 2 remaining. And DMS might have been able to pull this back into a 3rd map, as they're just going to snowball the rest of this game, looking for a Walker push on lane 2. Not to mention an Urn turn in. This is a lot of ground that DMS are going to gain.
Not only does DMS gain a lot of ground, you look at what happened in that fight. That was just enormous amounts of poke damage being thrown out by both Wolfie and Prestis there. We've hit the point in the game where Pajulia Scumbria, they cannot exist in DMS's line of sight without things going very, very badly for them. And frankly, when you look at their comp, outside of a very well-timed swap with great fall through outside of Rescue Beam somehow, they don't have the tools to kill Wolfie anymore. It's Wolfie's game.
Well, it's his game, and you guys are just playing it at the moment as DMS looking to take us to a 3rd map for the first time in Deadlock Fight Night history here, as a Patreon will transform. The full respawn coming back into PS. So I expect DMS to back away from this one. Or are they going to stick around and look for the engagement? Are they going to look for some sort of fight here? Wolfie's already very low in HP, so he's going to have to back off. And I think DMS are hoping that PS might make a mistake here, overcommitting, overreaching in some sort of lane. Both teams going to reset, but DMS coming out favorable of the 2 with a massive 37,000 soul lead.
Truthfully, given the Rejuvenator is still up, I'm a little bit surprised that DMS backed off there. I think it would have been a completely respectable call to stay in. They weren't really necessarily behind in ults coming up to a huge extent, and they still have a massive advantage. The only reason I could think of that they really wanted to back off in this situation is that Wolfie was at lower HP, and of course, if Wolfie goes down, the team fight changes drastically. So they decide to play it safe, but given the Rejuvenator they had, I still think that was something that they could have decided to shove instead.
One thing we can't forget, though, ZP, is that we did have the souls gained on hero kill go up in the last patch as well. So sticking around, I mean, you're still giving a lot of gold to your enemies, or souls to your enemies, where you could just back away and go for the push later on. But I completely, can see and kind of agree with what you're saying, but either way, DMS, they back off instead. They do have the urn in the hands of Psycho. Not going to see any tech this time where he can bait a team towards urn or towards mid boss, since we still have to wait for those respawns to come through. But PS, they're still kind of sitting very far back. And as you mentioned before, in very open areas. This is actually not a bad position for DMS to fight in. You still have to be careful of this swap out of TAS.
I mean, this is good positioning for Vindicta. And DMS, again, they have so much poke damage. Pajala Escabria, they can't really go in. They have to back out. Zanya's going to get caught, hit by the goo ball and the kitchen sink at the same time. And DMS, they can taste it right now, Jason. The first map 3 here in Deadlock Fight Night may be imminent. Off the early pickoff, they're not stopping. They're going straight on in. And it might just be inevitable. Is Hardeki going to get out? I don't think so.
I just don't see any big ultimate on PS's side, though, to potentially stop them. It comes down to like individual mechanical skill. That yes, they did get 1 kill for themselves, but they have 2 dead for them, or 2 dead on their side of the fight. And actually, DMS are looking to back away. Losing Psycho might have been enough here for DMS to say, hold on, we're going to back off from this one, and we're not going to try to close the game out now.
Caught, if anything, is going to complete the decision. And it's interesting that PS was able to just get 2 kills in that situation, because a lot of the times, Jason, that's it when you lose someone this far behind when you're dealing with the 37k Infernus. But I will say, these are still fights where there's a world that DMS could have stayed, but they are playing very safe Deadlock because they want to force the map 3, and they also know if somehow they screw this up, they don't get another chance.
Exactly. Actually, can we start to take a cycle through Pojala Scumbria's players, because they have only 1 flex slot. And we saw Ivy have, we see Pocket 5k souls to spend. So Ivy had 4 to 5k souls to spend, but they have nowhere to spend it. I feel like each of these players have so many souls, but no ability to spend, which makes it so difficult. Obviously Shiv here, 900, I believe he did just buy up an item. But this is like where it becomes really crunch time, I think, for teams to make those hard decisions. Like, what can I afford to sell to upgrade? Are we going to be able to pick up a flex slot anytime soon? And I'd say in PS's book, most likely not, considering DMS are controlling the pace of this entire game.
I think right now, for PS, the #1 character you have to somehow kill early is Infernus. So you have to really look at TAS to see how the story is going to unfold. If TAS can land the Miracle Swap, get on the Wolfie, not have Wolfie get immediately rescue beamed in turn by Hapex, and then kill Wolfie, you might have a shot. But the reality is that the last 5 to 10 minutes of this game has been Wolfie adding onto a lead on one of the 1 characters in the game that it's really, really bad if they get this level of soul difference between the average farm on your team. So the amount of ways that PS has to actually win these fights, Jason, it's very, very limited with where we've gone in the game.
I think a lot of it doesn't even come down to them. I think a lot of it comes down to DMS making a mistake for you to even have the opportunity to come back for something like this again. Only having 1 flex slot up against DMS who have 4 flex slots. And not to mention Wolfie with another 6k to spend. It shouldn't be possible for you to win out in a team fight if the team plays perfectly against you. So they have to hope for a mistake somewhere. One thing that I can give credit to PS was they did look for those catch-out plays. They all group in 1 building. They look for the buff to be picked up, and they go for the swap to make the fight happen. But I don't know if even that's going to be enough for them with the soul difference we have here and the flex slot difference we have.
It's going to be difficult. And the thing we pointed out earlier, too, is that a Warden at 21k, when basically everyone else on the other team's at 30k, or in the case of Infernus, 42k, the Warden could sit there and be last standing 5 out of 6 people, and it's basically a summer rain. It's not effective damage at that point. Psycho, picking up the casting buff. Pajala Escabria, they just have to watch Jason. They can't do anything.
They were setting up for something. They were setting up to try to catch them out. I think one big downside of this is Hardeki on the Shiv. You're not going to have a full rage meter, so you're not going to be able to ricochet off your knives. You're not going to be able to hit with a double dash. You're going to be missing a lot of damage in this fight that you're going to need. And while all this was happening, PS wasn't split pushing anything, so they were gaining nothing off of sitting there. And DMS come out ahead because guess what? They farmed up some jungle and they got the buff. I think they got both buffs actually.
I think they did too. And
Saf has survival, and it was Psycho to pick up casting.
I look at this now, Jason, on the rotate, and man, DMS, they are just going for maximum soul lead. On the same note, do you want to go for the earn turn in there, given the fact that that is going to be a closed-in turn point? It's going to be very awkward.
No, you know what they're going to do, right? They've done this before. They're going to bait the earn turn in, and they're going to start mid-boss.
Yeah,
yep, they're going to bait it.
Right.
So either you get mid-boss because they're gonna because they challenge the earn, or you get the earn turn in because they're challenging mid-boss. And as long as you can back away, not get caught by PS, it's a win-win for you as DMS.
Jason, the swap missed. The swap missed entirely. The main pickoff potential for Pajulia Scumbria is not there. They're going to have an honest pickoff onto either Infernus or Vindicta if they want to have a chance, or maybe get a steal, but the concussive combustion onto the point. Abrams goes in just to make sure. The Psycho 13, 2 quick pickoffs as a result. Wolfie burning everything alive that even stepped near the pit. And now Pajulia Scumbria, 3 versus 6, Rejuvenator against them. Surely, Jason, this is the end.
Oh, for sure. Has to be. I don't see any world where DMS can't close this out. I mean, what? It's a 21k Warden. It's a Paradox, and it's a Ivy at 26k. There should be no way you lose this fight in any world, as they're going to just focus it down. And this will be the first time in Deadlock Fight Night history here in week 6 that we're going to have a third map in the series. DMS are not going to go out quietly as they take us to a third map.
It finally happened, Jason. We are here. A map 3 is on the way, and look, a little bit predictable given the fact that these two teams did in fact go to a map 3 just recently in Sinner's Sacrifice. Well, they're still evenly matched here today, here on Fight Night, and I am all here for it, and also, frankly, here for the return of Infernus, where Wolfie, to me, very much the star of that last game.
I look at that game and like PS had everything going their way very early on in that game. Like D-Mob was popping off in his own lane. He was doing exceptionally well. But there was this like turning point where Wolfie, like you're saying, he was able to just start powering up and DMS were just slowly able to start getting a little bit of a lead. Then it turned into like a 10k lead. Then it eventually turned into a 34k lead. And it was just too hard for PS to come back from. But you know what? ZP, we got to bring in our third man here, the third head of the Hydra, to break down this last game. DDK, can I summon you with my powers? I can. What was your thoughts on this match, man? Because it was very back and forth.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be part of Deadlock Fight Night history, going to our first 3 mapper. Wolfie definitely played really, really well. I think that's a great call out. I was really impressed with how he was also handling his lane before sort of the iconic mid-boss steal off of the concussive combustion, because that was really where the game completely turned. Now, the other player, as is on screen right now, Prestus, actually deserves, I think, a lot of credit, because during the early to mid-game portion, Prestus was balancing damage and survivability with the itemization really well, making sure the Divine Barrier is online and using movement really, really expertly, just like to actually continue to keep the pressure on the middle 2 lanes and to prevent, unlike the first map, this oppressive like pushing power, because Vindicta has a lot of damage. The trick though is that you are squishy as hell, so you got to find ways to keep the damage output going whilst not getting targeted and dying, and Preston did an amazing job of that, and I think that created the breathing room that was necessary to ensure that they could get to this point where we get this concussive combustion steal that from Wolfie that then started to turn the game around. Actually, this is a bit later, but that then started to turn the game around. So super impressive. And as soon as that happened, Wolfie also, another thing to make mention of is that Wolfie did an excellent job of, despite having a lot of ganking coming his way and going for these like really like crazy dives and having these insane like 1v1s, managed to keep his souls up really high. And this was a huge question for us, because we were talking about how Infernus needs a lot of souls, and without the jungle to be that reliable source of soul income, you have to do more somewhere. And Wolfie did more everywhere. So yeah, really impressive performance.
46k souls, your ZP, 8 kills as well, leading the entire team, leading the entire lobby. I think also something that we have to point out that's kind of impressive is Hardeki leading the player damage for the side of PS after they lost the match.
I think Hardeki still is incredibly efficient on Shiv to the degree that you can be after Shiv is, of course, gone through the nerf ringer. I don't think Hardeki was the problem in terms of this game. I just think that when you look at PS's composition, it was a composition that needed to win the game a little bit earlier. And I think one of the other storylines that we had is that going in, right, we talked about the idea of how Paradox is a great counter pick against Vindicta. Prestus was able to play in such a defensive way that Prestus never really got caught reliably by swaps coming out from Taz, which is not an easy escape, really. Like, a lot of the times, it's in the Paradox's favor. Prestus was able to avoid that. Also, I think the other storyline there, even though it's not on a flashier hero that you know him for, is that Play With Me was also putting out a wall of damage on the Mirage at all times. Like, you look at the overall damage being put out between Prestus, Play With Me, there in Wolfie, it's not hard to put together the overall picture of why the poke damage was so severe against PS and why PS really had trouble staying in fights if they went beyond 5 or 10 seconds without a very decisive pick.
Yeah, that consistent gun damage, like between both the Mirage and the Vindicta, I think does add up a lot. And I think it once again repels some of these tankier heroes that in the previous map were finding that oppressive forward motion. And you have to respect the amount of damage there. And also, obviously, if any of the fights are a bit more sprawly, then it's also that's another reason why Mirage is so painful to deal with, because the Jin's Mark, it like bursts you down in a way that's like hard to recognize sometimes, because when you get that 4 times and it pops, suddenly you chunk a hero down like a third or quarter of their health, and it is quite misleading. So yeah, having that more of that gun damage dominance that they were able to have in some of these more open fights, that was largely what was missing, I think, in that initial comp from the first game.
I think it's also kind of crazy looking at the stats is you have 5 players on PS's side with 20k plus player damage. You look on the side of DMS, they have 3 players. Like, easily PS did win the battle when it came to who could do the most damage to enemy players, but obviously healing was a major factor of it, where Hapix had 19k, I think Litz was around like 7k, and you can't really underestimate that when it comes to these fights, not to mention the frozen shelter. But ZP, any final thoughts on this last map here before we head to a break?
Yeah, we're getting a last map. We're going to map 3. It has finally happened. It's 1-1, Jason, and we will get our first map 3 coming on in. Is almost rendered me speechless. At this point, I'm just excited to see who takes it home. Is it going to be a new champion, or will DMS defend? I can't wait.
Don't worry, we're all excited. We all can't wait. So for us to get to that game quicker, we're going to head to a break now so we can come back with the final match in EU. And we're back again, but this time for the third map here in our money match between DMS and Pojulaya Scumbria. I never thought I'd be saying this. I knew it was destined to happen one day. I didn't think it would take 6 weeks, perfectly honest. Jason Kaplan joined by DDK and ZP, and DMS taking back map 2 in a quite quick fashion off the back of a steal of mid boss. DDK, do you think going into this next draft, we're going to see any swaps in any bans? And I'm actually curious who's going to choose first ban and who's going to choose the first or second pick.
Well, I think we're still going to get the Wraith bans coming out. I don't see why they wouldn't continue to do that, because to be fair, it does feel like it feels like Play With Me has been impacted in this series so far. Been playing well, but obviously the first match, Warden, that is the flattest I've ever seen Play With Me look. Every other time he's had star performances. The last match on the Mirage was like decent, but it wasn't like, again, like these above everybody else type of performances Play With Me has. So I feel like the Wraith pick seemingly is kind of working. A Wraith pick for the ban is working because that's its job done. Disable Play With Me as much as you can. So I'd expect to see the same thing there. DMS went with a much more rounded composition in the previous match, and I think they really, were rewarded for doing that. But at the same time, like, you're not going to ban Infernus. Obviously, Wolfie was the standout performer, but he just kind of grinded that out over the course of the match. I don't think that justifies a ban. I'd be shocked. So PS right now, they're definitely on the back foot, and I don't know that it's clear what they should change.
You say back foot, but ZP, we can't forget that PS was actually leading the game for a majority of that last match until that mid-boss steal, where DMS got some foot in and clawed their way back into it.
Well in the early game, and then that mid-boss steal changed the trajectory, which would also make sense when you're playing a hero like Warden that kind of peaks in the mid-game. Now, the interesting thing here is that PS decided to defer. They don't want first ban, first pick in the same way that DMS did not want first ban, first pick. So DMS, we get to see what they truly value with the first pick. But the one difference here for PS says, no, you're not getting the Wraith no matter what. But now that they've picked Vindicta, I would expect at a minimum Paradox to come out here for the same reasoning as before. Paradox still gives Vindicta matchup issues, even if Taz wasn't able to find it super consistently. I don't think you change that knowledge entirely. And based on tier list, it'd be Mirage and I think Paradox. But we'll see if they value Paradox that highly. And no, they don't. They go Viscous instead.
Yeah, two obviously what would be considered S tier, I would say, pickups. Again, my read on the EU meta is a little bit different. I feel like there's a lot more interpretation team to team in EU, but in NA, I would say that those two are definitely considered at the top of the picking list. So the Vindicta is interesting. Obviously, Prestis, like I was mentioning, I think Prestis did phenomenally well to really keep them in the game in the early to mid game before the steal of the Rejuves. So we'll see what DMS values here, because obviously Viscous is something that they've been able to go to, and I think Viscous has been really nice at negating some of PS's picks as well. So Pocket and Abrams, obviously we saw Abrams go quite well for DMS just now, so happy to see that. And the Pocket pick, Pocket is always good, but is no longer insane. So you kind of do need a standout Pocket player, I think, to really convert well onto Pocket these days.
On that note about Vindicta, just really quickly, the way Prestis played it, died one time, and it was in the laning phase because he got a little bit caught out. I feel like that's a true showing of how well he could play that hero in particular in the mid to late game, especially dealing with a Paradox. But we do see Warden picked up yet again here, ZP, and I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really been too impressed with Warden as of late in just terms of what he offers to your team and the way the games have been going, I should say.
Well, look, I think when you see Warden getting valued this highly, it comes down to the fact that teams really value the mid-game spike. They value that he gets more money with the econ changes. And look, there has to be scrim bucks at play that we're not seeing here. I look at this and you have this level of disparity. Something went wrong in the scrim bucks market. That has to be what is going on here, at least in part. But Kelvin getting picked up early, I do like this from Pojulaya Scumbria, just because I feel like the Kelvin has been super impactful all day long. I think if they had waited even longer, it would have been sniped up by DMS. Instead, DMS go with Ivy, which is very interesting overall, because I feel like historically PS would be way more eager to jump on the Ivy. Ivy's priority, I think, has dropped a little bit in the last few weeks.
I mean, I feel like the Kelvin just helps provide an extra front line when you have Viscous, Ward, and Kelvin. That's already such a beefy front line to protect someone in the back lines here, DDK. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
Well, I was going to say the support picks are kind of interesting because we haven't seen McGinnis really prioritized too much, and there's a lot of ways to make McGinnis work very effectively, just being someone that's on lane all the time. So I wouldn't even feel like the jungle nerf should really affect the pick rate. I feel like if anything, it should be the case that McGinnis is still valued pretty effectively in the support role. But we're seeing the Ivy Kelvin pick up, and oh my god, we're getting the Haze. So we know that's going to play with me. We also know that Haze is worse. Haze is de facto worse, but the caveat I will say though is that the way that Playing With Me plays the Haze is very, very on lane constantly and is going to be roamy. So that's what we saw previously where there was a good performance for that. Obviously, there's a lot of like great counters to Haze, whether it's Metal Skin or Return Fire. Like these are two like super easy counters, and especially Return Fire has some other good like stats on it. So it's very easy to get to some of those items. So there's a huge focus for me on like the activation of Haze. If anyone can do it, Play With Me, it can. But still, I'm scared.
Okay, well, ZP, we do see the 7 locked in last year for PS.
Yeah, 7, I mean, again, solid. I think from what we've seen, I would have preferred the Infernus, but look, it is a big comfort pick. Also, Dan, I can explain to you why you haven't been seeing a whole lot of McGinnis. People might point to nerfs, and I would say no. I'd say that the community's leading co-streamer, Seagull, is the reason, right? And the reason here is that everyone knows when McGinnis gets picked, Seagull goes into a berserker rage, and it's bad for his heart. It's not good. He will heavily hyper-criticize anything from McGinnis' point of view, and people just realize, it's going to keep him calm and more focused on the game if you just don't pick McGinnis at all. That's the reality, man.
See, I thought it was because they know whenever McGinnis, he's going to go into that match and look, okay, how's this McGinnis building? What is he doing so I can learn? Picking apart everything.
That too. I mean,
extra pressure then.
He goes from like, I'm really curious about the overall team play to McGinnis? You're playing a McGinnis? All right, we're going to figure out every last little part of this McGinnis. So,
if I don't see him cosplay as McGinnis, I'm going to be really disappointed. I need to see that at one point in my life. But Dan, any final thoughts here on the drafts we have here from both teams?
Yeah, so I think so. First of all, Prestus needs to have another good game, obviously. I think looking after the two mid lanes with Vindicta, which you can do in those open spaces as well. Prestus showed that able to play that backline really well, be survivable. But really, it's the Haze for me. Like, how can Haze come online with Play With Me? That is a huge question mark. Haze is not really looked at as good. Feel like Haze is worse after the recent patch. So how are you going to make the D tier Haze work in this game?
Well, we're going to find out here as we're loading into our final match of EU. The first time we went all 3 maps the entire way through. And it's DMS, the returning champions from last week, the last 2 weeks up against Pojulaya Scumbria, the team they dethroned to get into the crown. Let's see how things are going to break down. And actually, if this is correct, which I'm not saying it's not, Play With Me is on Vindicta and Prestus is on Haze? Why am I talking like this? Okay, no, it is going to be updated. Okay, I got confirmation. I was getting real confused there. I was like, I mean, hey, it's possible. But we'll get that fixed here shortly for you guys.
Production just wanted to see how much they can mess with Jason. They know it's getting pretty late over in Europe, and he's just going to start questioning reality as time goes on. But one thing I'm questioning here, Jason, you look at the solo lane, throwing up your Warden to get slaughtered by a Geist? I don't know about that one. That is such a difficult lane. Maybe Warden can make it work, but man, that lane 1 feels very DMS-sided. We'll see if Together can at least keep it even, but that is a tough lane matchup.
I mean, you know what I'm thinking? Mercedes last week. Playing this from Pass. Just got slaughtered on Warden. Not necessarily his fault, but yeah, we definitely had critiques when it came to Warden in the solo lane, but we'll see how it's going to work out for him. It's going to be Together actually playing the Warden, which again kind of makes me think of like, Together normally is one of the carry players. Same with Play With Me, but we saw Play With Me in the first match play Warden, but that was in more of a dual lane. So interesting to see that both teams are kind of adapting their star carry players to, be able to play Warden here.
Issue in solo lane, if for nothing else, is that his bullet speed is better now, but it's still a way slower bullet than most of the cast. So if things go wrong at all, the odds of you getting chain denied and things going rough are bad, but pressure onto the Abrams, and as I say that, you take a look at Together, getting pushed back a bit. Not necessarily lost or anything lane-wise, plenty of ways to come back in. So how this develops will be interesting, but also the pick potential of a Stake and a Haze, not the worst, but opportunities get limited, Jason, when you get this low in lane this early for Play With Me.
Yeah, what kind of worries me is, right, is like he can't leave lane easily to go soak 2 lanes like he did last week up against Buff Enjoyers. So he kind of has to like stick around just to have presence with Prestus, so Prestus doesn't just get overrun or dove. And that kind of worries me because that was one of the greatest factors of Play With Me on the Haze. He got online so early because of the soaking between these 2 lanes, but I'm not gonna knock it too hard. He's definitely a much better player than I am. I'm not even gonna deny that, but looks like the first kill might come through. Here's Task gonna get caught out. Hopex. And of course, Saf actually going to be in the Abers this time, get a fairly easy kill. And a good start here at a DMS.
Nice and simple in the lane 3. As we look at the other lanes developing, the one thing that's really interesting is Together has been doing a great job for Psycho 13. That's been a fair 1v1, no rotations, and Psycho 13 is the one that's getting pressured over there, Jason. You look at the souls, you look at the health bar, and that's a great job by Together in the Warden Geist matchup. Of course, the other solo lane that we're looking at now is the Mirage Pocket lane, which again can sometimes be a sleepier lane. I think sometimes Pocket can fall pretty far behind if they let too much poke come in from the Mirage, but both heroes can keep themselves pretty safe.
Yeah, the healing right pickup, headshot booster, velocity as well here, trying to make them extra deadly in the lane. And I mean, as long as I guess you're LOS in a lot of this this damage that can't come your way, like that healing right's going to pay dividends. I mean, you're seeing him at full HP, considering that Psycho has backed off, and he's scored a nice 500 solely, like you're mentioning. But I'm curious, how are the other lanes going? Wolfie is currently going to be at 2.1 up against Zanya at 2.1 as well, so really not much happening there, as we do even potentially see a dive and a kill happen together. Really bullying his counterpart in this lane, but here we go. Play With Me going to be rotating through. Not realistically, not going to get a kill. Might actually get a punch into something here, but instead just goes for the shot. Fixate stacking up and at least helps his teammate out.
Very effective. Not only is Play With Me got to grab a little bit of souls before leaving, but doing that level of HP damage just changes the dynamic, right? Where Warden's HP is now just low enough that a Geist bomb with a little bit of shots can be enough to take him out. So it changes how aggressive Together can be in lane. Speaking of aggressive, Prestus again find themselves under a bit of pressure from this Viscous. Stuck in the back. A lot of these lanes taking their toll in overall health, Jason.
Yeah, you can tell like both teams really want to they just want to fight, man. Forget the laning phase, just give them the items, let them fight away. As it looks like Saf actually retreating back towards mid boss here. We're going to see the bullet dance come through, and obviously the Cube going to save at least Hardeki for a little bit of time, but eventually the kill comes through, and this is what you don't want to see if you're a PS fan. Play With Me starting to get online here. 4K souls with an early kill already.
And the interesting thing also, when you put Warden in the solo lane, Warden isn't the absolute best at ganking, so it's not like Warden can come over and go, okay, let's shut down the Haze. Not that Haze is the easiest gank in the world. In fact,
oh no,
it's going the reverse. Yeah, the setup is here onto the Warden. Sleep Dagger still in reserve, lands the dagger, waits. Heavy damage going in, the last stand out, and not quite enough, Jason. If it was just out maybe even a half second earlier, maybe Together is able to heal it back up, but it's simply not the case.
I mean, it was the dagger into the stake to just make sure that target cannot move. And you see, Prestus gets back in lane in time to start soaking up the farm. He's at 4.3. Play With Me is at about 5K here. Completely head and heels above PS in terms of their top soul earner at the moment at 3.5 for DMOV. And also for chat, just wondering, since we haven't mentioned it, I believe, in this game, Sunset had some PC issues in the first game, so he unfortunately had to sit out. And DMOV luckily came in to sub in for PS, which is why you're seeing him over Sunset at the moment.
So have no fear if you're a Buff Enjoyers fan. DMOV, to the best of our knowledge, still with Buff Enjoyers for now, just doing a solid. Again,
he's done well too. Like last game, he did fantastic in the lady phase, and well, we're gonna actually see another gank on Together. Sorry to kind of burst your bubble there. Together, as he's gonna fall, another gank gonna Play With Me. But yeah, he did great, I'd say, so far in the series. Like he definitely hasn't been a weak player for the team.
It's a trend here, Jason, of Warden and solo lane. Even when it does well, you will be ganked mercilessly. Over and over again. You mentioned, hey, Together, maybe they won't get the Mercedes treatment. Oh boy, they're getting the Mercedes treatment.
I mean, you just have no escape, right? You have no real easy way to get out, whereas like a Mirage can tornado, an Infernus can flame dash away, a Wraith can just use the cards to get away. Like, you're really susceptible to these ganks, and I think that's why Play With Me is just like, I'm gonna keep farming this lane, even with Psycho down still in souls at the moment. Play With Me's up.
I like the engagement there. I mean, it's 2 for 1, right? You're getting Play With Me to have a higher economy edge by going back and forth and getting kills onto the Warden, but you're also stopping the Warden from turning into a mid-game beast and letting your guys stay in. But look here, pressure onto the Abrams, swap through the wall, charging, but I don't think he's going to get away. Tass finishes it off in the end. And that's just mid-game Paradox power, Jason. Pure and simple.
Just getting his redemption from his death earlier on. And Saf, I mean, it's also a dry swap too. The paradoxical swap coming with no kinetic carbine to actually allow it to happen. So really good showing out of Tass there. And at least PS are able to claw one back for themselves.
Look at Hayes. Look at Warden. It just keeps happening. It's their... At some point, you have to realize you're going to look to your left. It's just going to be play with me there. With their hand out, going, please, feed me. Even more.
I thought it was a 1-2-2-1, but maybe I misread it. Maybe it's actually 2-1-2-1. No, obviously, play with me just really trying to capitalize on the fact that you can't really escape too easily as Warden. And not to mention, like, Prestis isn't really having a hard time either here, as he's even rotating to lane 3 to look for a kill over onto Tass, who I believe is solo in lane 3. And we know, I mean, if Play With Me is already getting going, if Prestis can get any sort of assassinates off, like, this is going to be a very deadly 2 carries to deal with.
Play With Me back over. Static charge coming in into the puddle punch. And for now, just trying to get away. 500 HP. Here comes the goo ball. Run like it's Indiana Jones, I suppose. 500 HP, though, able to get back into lane and quickly escape the danger. And what could have been a pretty brutal gank.
If you sleep dart the goo ball, does he keep moving forward in a straight line, or does he just stop moving?
I think it carries a little bit of momentum and then stops, but I might be wrong. It's not an interaction that you see a ton.
Okay, I think that's what happened there, because like he had the sleep dart and then he kept moving like in towards the wall. Speaking of walls, Time Wall going to come in to deny any sort of push, but you know what? Abrams doesn't care about that. Saf to look for the charge in, gets the parry onto the Guardian as well, and Tass is being forced back. Looking for some reinforcements. The Bull Dance will be coming through onto together. Get a binding word right next to him, but the last stand will be enough. Not to mention Hardeki coming in as well, and they will finally punish Play With Me.
I think one of the best benchmarks of Last Stand's power is its interaction with Bullet Dance, where in the early game, a lot of the times a last standing Warden will beat a Haze going for Bullet Dance, but as you get into the mid game and especially the late game, the scaling completely changes it to where you just lose horrifically. But I feel like it's one of the best examples of Warden early game versus Warden late game in the fact that, hey, you can last stand and kind of sit in a Bullet Dance and have it be effective.
Time Wall going to be coming through. Kinetic Carbine's going to land, and Tass being forced to back away yet again. We're going to have Zanya going to be rotating from lane 4 to help with this, but the Guardian's going to go down either way. Look at actually push the pressure on since they have support going to be there, especially with Litz on the charge. Again, another dry swap comes in, catches out Saf. Seismic Slam's going to come in, but he's going to slam his way back to respawn. As Tass again picks up another kill into Saf.
Mid buffs coming up right here and now, Jason. Pajala Escambria going to be all over the right buff. Left buff immediately going to get scooped up in turn. And now the question is, how is Urn going to be played? Who's going to go for it? And what will the trades be? The first Urn, always interesting, Jason. And how teams try to play around it on a macro level.
And generally, we're just going to see a team pick it up and run it away, right? I mean, we only have a 1k soul difference. A neutral turn in, but it's not worth a turn in of 4k souls if you're going to lose the team fight. And at least for this time, we're going to see Litz be able to pick it up and start to move over towards the left-hand side of the map. But we can already see DMS have been set up here. Multiple players looking to push in, even potentially to catch out Hardeki. Speaking of getting caught out, it might be Prestis the one to actually pay the price.
You can have all the smooth movement on Vindicta in the world, but that's just too much pressure and a very well-placed puddle punch by Dmov. Ending it, but getting ended in turn. The tracking aim of Play With Me is always a delight to watch, Jason, and especially against one of the biggest head hitboxes in the game in 7.
I'm just thinking to Play With Me play Overwatch. Remember DDK talking a lot last week about, you know, Overwatch players having the best aim in esports. Oh, now you get to talk about what's just happened on the screen. Task goes out immediately as Wolfie secures this kill. Even trying to chase onto another as they're going to dive in towards the Guardian here on lane 4. But Soul Urn looking to be turned in on lane 1 as we have Prestis able to rejoin the fight. The charge comes through, knocks him away as well with the cube. So he can't go for the turn in here. The fight's still going to ensue.
Frozen Shelter right on top of the Urn turn, and Kelvin just trying to slam it in for Pajalia Scumbria. In the point, Frozen Shelter gives just enough cover to get it in. Sure, a few of the souls get denied. Pajalia Scumbria getting a little bit of a lead, 5k, but oof. Hapex getting turned down, trying to escape the fight. Just all around, great interactions.
The Urn turn in and 4 kills.
Yeah.
Like, that's the roughest thing that could happen. I mean, Saf went down first, and it just was a chain of really bad events that got worse. The Psycho's gonna go down as well, so it's 5 kills and the Urn turn in. I mean, DMS, I don't know, man. That's a really rough turnaround, and that's probably exactly what PS were hoping for here, as we saw in the last match of DMS just turning things around at the mid boss. But PS, what can they do with this advantage now? I mean, together he's at 11K. He's been able to catch back up to his team, pretty much be dead even with his team. And as we hit that mid game, you know, presence out of Warden, ZP, I'm assuming PS will be looking for some fights now.
PS needs to get another good team fight, and they need to transition it into mid-boss ASAP. They will. I don't think they'll be stronger than where they're at now in terms of definitive game moments when it's relatively even, right? This is where they need to make it happen. If they could kill Play With Me here, it would be huge. The swap, though, just barely misses. But what doesn't miss is the pressure on the Prestus in the middle of the lane. So Prestus is down. PS continuing to try and make the most out of their map control, but they need something a little bit more decisive, Jason, or they need to start getting some blockers down while they have the advantage. The clock is ticking.
I was having flashbacks to the last game, ZP. I was like, please, please do not go for mid boss here. Saf is still alive. He has Seismic Slam. He can completely steal this one away yet again here. So rightfully, they don't go for it, at least at the moment. And taking their lead, turn it into potentially a bigger lead. As you still see some items coming through from both of these two teams. I mean, PS slightly ahead when it comes to kills with just a 4 advantage. But again, those ability power points, 10-point difference between the two, which is definitely going to translate into a stronger fight.
No, you talk about mid-boss and ways of doing it. Hang on. Play With Me. Going, I don't need a telekinesis. I just got left-click action and a sleep dart and an Abrams. Okay, there's a lot that's actually going into this, but the barrage trying to get away, not going to happen. Most of that set up by Play With Me with a little bit of help from his friends. 68K now, Jason. Doesn't eliminate the deficit, but does give a little bit of map control and potentially a walker.
I was just thinking like Cat Girl and Friends. Maybe it's going to be Play With Me and Friends instead of DMS. No, I think this is where PS could potentially be turned on. If you're going to continue to get caught out here on these pushes and DMS are able to get kill after kill without any sort of response, you're going to see DMS claw their lead back. We see the swap come back in. Sav has had enough of this. The stun comes in to help him out here, not to mention the flyaway. And well, the airdrop's going to allow them to get away to safety. At least I would hope. Even the Seismic Slam being committed into this. Actually, this could be a go time now for mid-boss.
Yeah, Saf burning everything and also asking teammates to burn everything just to get out. But hard to argue with the result. Saf not going to go down there just yet. However, you look at the gap here. DMS kind of chipping away at it here, Jason. Now within 6K. PS once up 10K. Makes it relatively even for the next urn. Like, even to the point that whoever picks up the urn gets to turn it in neutral territory. That's how even.
Yeah.
As mid-buffs come up in 10.
I feel like DMS are kind of playing this well at the moment. Just seeing where's their avenue to get back into it, and it kind of all revolves around Play With Me at the moment. Unfortunately, Prestus has kind of fallen behind with the amount of deaths he's had so far in this game. Left buff going to be fought over Prestus. Speaking of him, actually gets the assassinate for the kill, gets some extra income towards his side. I don't know if they actually got the buff, and Saf is overextended, just trying to escape here. And he's going to get away. The teleporter works out for him. So 1 kill for nothing.
I do like the pressure on the mid buff when you have Vindicta. Just, it's such a wide open area that when you're getting pressure from Vindicta, so long as you don't get swapped, which Prestus was able to avoid, look, it's really hard to deal with. I think going from mid buff can backfire, which it clearly did, and speaking of backfire, just heavy damage on the get together. And I talk about the idea of chipping away at the lead. Well, guess what? That lead's essentially gone now, Jason. 84K to 85K.
That was huge. So Litz drops the urn to try to rescue beam his teammate away. DMS get the kill either way. What is happening here between Tass and Psycho? Psycho gets the kill and the teabag on top of us. They get 2 kills. Now they're looking to run the urn across the map with the help of the airdrop. DMS might have just pulled the swap. They're ahead by 1K souls already. They're going to get the turn in here. DMS might have just pulled off a quick turnaround and got themselves back in the game.
Hey, good micro plays, Jason. It's not even the world's best rotations. It's just, at times, finding an opportunity and backing it up with mechanical skill. And also, not to beat a dead horse, but while it's with Play With Me, just so much damage, well-timed, well-placed, good sleep darts, great tracking. I feel like a Haze almost has no right to be as effective as what we've been seeing from Play With Me, because it's just so many standard deviations, Jason, from the average Haze that we see even at this level of play.
Play With Me's playing CS here, man. Some of these peaks, these pixel peaks he's doing, these angles he's holding, I swear he's playing like it's a game of Counter-Strike. But, you know, you're completely right. And I feel like that's kind of what goes into what I was saying earlier on, is that it's not just Play With Me that's insanely good. It's the fact that his team can play around him insanely well as well, allowing him to be this impactful by allowing him, or by playing around the style he wants to use. And speaking of, he gets the full 1v1 against Litz with an easy kill. He's up to 19,000 souls now. And Hardeki has disconnected, so hopefully we'll get a pause in here in a second. There we go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think we're about to see a pause, but it's just smooth.
Well, no. CP, it's not smooth. It's schmoove.
Yes, you're right. In that case, absolutely schmoove tracking, because, dear Lord, you looked at Kelvin's HP. It was just a very consistent life bar disappearing before your eyes in a way of, whoa, that haze is pretty good. And then, of course, reality sets in when you go into your own ranked game and you see your haze with 5k damage after 20 minutes and also dodging every team fight, going like, well, where was that damage from my haze? Just didn't happen.
Oh, that's me every time I play Haze. I'm just like, why can't I do what these guys are doing? And then I have to remember, I'm old, I'm washed up, and I'm just really not that good. So obviously waiting for Hardeki to reconnect back in. I want to once again remind you guys at home who are watching, not only do we have a sub button now on this channel, which you guys can sub, and everything that you do put towards this channel, not to mention bits, does get put right back into the product, towards prize pool, towards production, who do a phenomenal job every single week. We also do have merch over at deadlockfightnight.com. You guys can pick up. We've got some hoodies, we got some shirts, we got a mouse pad up there as well. You guys can buy. And again, all the proceeds go directly back into this. We love being here every week for you guys, and we hope to continue to do so throughout the next weeks, and not to mention throughout 2025.
Gotta love it. Show your support if you can. And Jason, it was just the right amount of time for the ad break, because we're getting right back into it. All players reconnected, Hardeki back into play. And one thing of worth noting here, we haven't seen a ton of high value plays, but I don't think you can underrate the consistency of Hardeki, where even in a game right now that's turned a little bit against Pajulia Scumbria, Hardeki is almost never behind. Hardeki is consistent, and it's just someone, when he's on carry heroes, you can always rely on him to be in the game to the end.
Yeah, I think consistent's a really good word. And it doesn't necessarily like stand out massively in some of these games, but he's always that, like, you're going to get a consistent level of play out of him. I mean, thinking of his Shiv, right? He had the most damage done to players in the last game, even though they did lose. And that's something that you're going to want to have on a team if you want to be successful. And well, being successful is all about Pajulia Scumbria wannabe. But right now, DMS are in the way of that, as, again, PS are looking to reclaim the throne, the crown here in Europe. Kinetic Carbine going to be coming in out of task, looking for an opportunity, looking for a swap. He's going to catch it over onto Pocket. And that's Wolfie, but will the damage be there to actually kill him off?
Yeah, I don't know if Pocket's the right choice. Maybe the chase down's going to be there. Wolfie's down at half, but I think Wolfie was able to squirm away. Meanwhile, over the top, you got Vindicta from one side and Play With Me from the back. Hardeki just gets obliterated from the sky, from the ground. You got the army, you got the Air Force. Saf might have fallen in turn, but 5v5, both sides. Swap still on cooldown. DMS still kind of dictating the terms of the fight, Jason.
Just have to say, if you've seen that skin for Vindicta, I wouldn't mind her being in front and Haze behind me. I'm just saying. Speaking of Haze, gets the sleep down into Zanya. I'm looking for the group to come help him out. And that's going to be the cube to keep him alive for now. The puddle punch as well to help him escape. Good support play out of Demoff here.
All right, we got the cube. We got the shelter. These are all the tools we will use to stop Play With Me from getting a pick-off. We got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, you can't use that reference here. But you're right. You're right. And I mean, that's a lot of ultimates, a lot of big ultimates to commit into this as well. Like that frozen shelter, I feel like is one of your win conditions here, especially if you are able to pull off a swap, deny any sort of chance of the rescue beam of saving them. As we're about to approach the 20-minute mark, I'm imagining ZP, the next fight's going to break out towards these buffs, either on the left or the right-hand side. Of course, mid-boss still yet to be taken, yet to be thought about by either of these teams at the moment. Where's Play With Me going? Gonna teleport over to lane 4. Oh, he's looking. He's looking for Hardeki.
DMS, they're flooding on the right side. Left side buff, they don't really care about. That's going to go the way of Paradox. And it's gun buff, which not the worst on Paradox with some of the more recent buffs to gun Paradox, but even still, you know, might have wanted something different in the end.
With the urn in the hands, oh my gosh, of Hapex, looking to run it back towards his base here. I mean, at least does bait PS over towards the right-hand side of the map. It's allowing Presses to continue to farm over in lane 2. It's allowing Wolfie to go push out lane 1. And as we can see, there's really nothing in PS set up to potentially stop this during turn-in.
Let's go purple.
I think PS, they're looking for trades right now. If they could get 2 walkers, get the flex, they'd be happy. DMS also does not have their walker flex, that third or second flex slot here just yet. So we'll see how the trade goes. But yeah, PS, they're going to overload lane 4. Meanwhile, pressure onto Dmov. Yeah, it's play with me. Your life is gone. Seth, though, dying in turn. As you see the pressure building on lane 4. That's 1 walker going the way of PS, but Jason, it comes at the cost of the urn.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be a good trade. I mean, obviously, flex slot's going to be big here for DMS as they get another flex slot unlocked. Unfortunately, going to lose that on Psycho with a good catch out of Together. But we can see DMS are still grouped up in lane 2. I mean, this is another walker they could potentially go for, even though they're going to be down 2 players. I'd imagine they're going to back away. You definitely don't want to blow the lead that Play With Me has at 26k souls. Actually, Wolfie's been able to pass him. And credit to Hardeki, as you're saying before. I mean, he's at least been able to match her at 26k. Obviously, he's been farming a lot of the jungle, but to keep up with the haze is going to be very important if PS want to have a chance to get back into this.
Problem with the matchup, though, is that you have a lot of the net worth built in the Hardeki, but I think it's been at least 2 team fights in a row where Play With Me has gone out of their way to just focus really heavy damage on Hardeki at the start of the fight. And if Hardeki, even if he doesn't outright die, he's forced to retreat and go out of the fight. While meanwhile, Play With Me is still blasted the entire time. So the trade between the two of them has been very DMS favored thus far, even if their net worth is functionally the same.
I mean, he also has 7,000 souls to spend here for Play With Me to buy up another big item, which can make him even that much more powerful in this next fight, which, I mean, again, with PS kind of set up around mid-boss, I don't think they're really going to go for it just yet. Trying to use it as a point of information gathering. And what is Play With Me going to pick up next when he does go for the buy? I mean, he's insanely deadly already. Another 7k to put towards an item. I don't know, man. I'm trying to think about, like, PS, like, what can they do to even out these fights? How can they deal with Play With Me? And obviously having to invest in Metal Skin is not really going to be the play right now, because that's 3k souls that you can't really afford to lose per player.
Play With Me necessarily, well, and I was going to say always rushes Unstoppable, and in this case it does in fact Unstoppable. It goes in. Someone picking up a curse would not be the worst, but Play With Me just continues to pick up these openings with high damage. Goes Unstoppable, goes Bullet Dance.
I like it.
I think it was a zoning Bullet Dance, unironically, to give time for the rescue beam. Not even kidding.
I think the Unstoppable was used, I don't think you can be paradoxical swapped when Unstoppable's up, right?
No,
so
you cannot.
Yeah, so he doesn't get swapped into the enemy team. He stays alive. A very small micro play was fantastic, and they actually still might get a catch either way as Zanya's going to fall. There's really nothing to get on this left-hand side, though, in lane 1 for them, unfortunately. But either way, I mean, a kill is a kill.
Yeah, I think for PS, we're at the point in the game where you're still relatively even on economy. DMS and PS are basically playing a game of chicken, going who can make a big mistake, but you're continually giving up picks and pressure to Play With Me. The answer, to an extent, I feel like has to be Curse. Because Curse shuts down a lot of what Play With Me will do. Obviously, you have to hit it before Unstoppable comes into play, but usually you have opportunities to lead with it, right?
So I think the trick with that is, EP, is that, like, who's going to be the one to invest into it? The Curse.
This team comp, it would have to be either Viscous, Kelvin, or even the Paradox. You could build it on Paradox if it comes down to it.
So so the reason I bring that up, right, is like it's obviously a big investment in souls, but also I feel like Play With Me has shown us in the past on Haze that he's so good at knowing when he could enter fights, because we're not really in any of these team fights. So realistically, I mean, I guess we did see the catch onto Litz before on top of mid. We had Demo there to back him up. Like, he has put himself in situations where Curse could punish him. But I feel like the second he sees that Curse, he's going to be like, okay, I'm going to stop going for that player, because he's still looking for picks around the map. I mean, he's currently in lane 1, potentially looking to pick up Zanya again. But I feel like he's just so methodical in terms of knowing what he can and can't win when it comes to a duel.
True, but at the very least, you still have it available in team fights, and you also have a little bit more predictable behavior on where he's going to go for. I mean, look, it's not a great situation when you're dealing with the Haze. It's kind of bending the rules of the game. But it is what it is at this point, and just finding solutions to slow it down and say, look, DMS, you're going to have to beat us another way, where, frankly, the way Process and Wolfie are doing, they do have other ways, but the Haze play has been the standout thus far.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just more of, I play with me. I mean, we're not really seeing those big team fights happen. It's been more of these little tiny skirmishes where he catches someone out and then they get a kill or two off of that. It hasn't been these big 6-on-6 fights or even 5-on-5 fights. Because we're not really seeing the split pushing happen out of Pojulai because they're really scared to play with me.
Oh, and here we go. This could be difference maker. A little bit of pressure on the mid boss. Both teams, though, being very, very respectful here. The mid boss didn't even scream yet.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Isn't that very? I mean, if you see a team make it scream, then they back away and they don't actually force the fight off of that, then you never know when mid boss is actually being taken. So, no, until it dies, right? But.
I almost feel like there's, I don't know what the second part is, like if you see a team make it scream and then, you know, some other part there in terms of just, you know, ancient mid-boss wisdom of how to handle the mid-boss and take it with care. But DMS, they're keeping the pressure on up. They want Pajulai Escambria to come in for this fight.
Yeah, well, I stopped on the screen part because chat didn't like my last comment I made about Vindicta. So we'll move on from there as, again, they obviously at least pulled the attention out of PS here towards mid-boss. We're not seeing anything Kappa's off the back of that just yet. As you see, maybe a slight skirmish breakdown here. Connect Carbine's going to come in, but doesn't stop play with me because you know what? He has Unstoppable. As Wolfie's going to pick up Hardeki, the first kill on the side of DMS, and PS I feel like just trying to run away here, just trying to save face, try to keep everyone alive they possibly can because they know if they lose anyone else, they potentially could lose mid-boss off the back of this.
Jason, Hardeki is a marked man to where I think Hardeki needs to get a veil and needs to get it soon. Every team fight is opening up with Hardeki just getting hit from all sides. It's either getting hit from all sides, pressure now onto Pocket, and we got... This is a spicy pause.
That's the worst time to have a pause. Play with me, I mean, I can understand. Play with me disconnects. You definitely want to have him in the fight, but poor Wolfie here. He's like, haha, I'm in trouble. Like that meme from The Simpsons.
Yeah, this is a strong Ralph Wiggum energy that's coming in. Where the frozen shelter is down, you got Kelvin in front, you got Mirage in back. You quite literally cannot escape. I think he just used his briefcase also, so Wolfie's odds of living, not great. But it does give us time to talk about team fights, and it was almost a blink and you miss it moment, but Hardeki got hit from multiple ends, I think including a press to snipe, and it's been the theme all game long, where Hardeki is getting very hyper-focused, even through cube at times, where maybe there's a cube that comes in early and then the pressure comes in right after. I don't know what Hardeki needs to do to stay alive in here, aside from, you know, maybe by Veil, if you're getting that level of focus fire. But even then, it's not even an ideal situation, Jason, because if your 33k player is stuck in Veil, they're not doing damage in that situation. They're also not doing damage while they're in cube. So it's been win-win for DMS, where either Hardeki hits the floor, Hardeki's in cube, or Hardeki is running away. Either way, you don't have a 33k7 doing damage.
Can we just appreciate, by the way, this little like overlay of the split screen between those two? That was phenomenal. Mid-boss will go down, so the fight's going to continue. Wolfie has yet to be finished off, though, as we saw him in the frozen shelter. That's going to be Task going to be coming through to looking for the stop. Somehow they're rejuvenated, and he gets the steal? How does he pull off the steal against 3 players of DMS?
Just incredible timing, threads the needle, and Pajulai Escambria, the current champions of Europe, well, they might be down, Jason, but they certainly are not out. That steal buys them time.
What? How does Tash just walk in and steal? Hello? I don't know what that was.
That's what he wants.
Apparently, he's a honey badger. He just does whatever he wants, doesn't care about a thing in the world. That should not have happened. And just like in the last match, I mean, well, at least maybe not just like the last match, as we did have a steal in the last match, but PS wasn't able to capitalize off of that and turn it into really much of anything, at least yet.
Let's take out Abrams.
Jason, the deficit is not that high, but you have to now consider for Pajulai Escambria, not only what are your win conditions, what do you get out of the rejuve here? Like, can you get at least another walker for the flex? But how do you handle your team fights? Because you have 2 things that you really need to accomplish right now. You need to relieve the pressure on Hardeki, and you need to have an answer for Play With Me. Both of these things need to happen if Pajulai Escambria is going to win this map. And while the rejuve steal helps, it's only one small part of the equation right now.
I think part of it is Pajulai Escambria are being forced to play reactive. and they're not being allowed to play as the ones to set the pace in these fights. And because of that, Hardeki doesn't really have a safe place to play from, because DMS can engage when Play With Me's in position to punish like Hardeki towards the back line. So I feel like part of it is PS need to be the one to force these fights. And a quick little replay here of the steal. How does he just come in here and steal this? He gets the stun and the swap, so he can't deny any stone form of Hopex, and he punches between both of them. Damn,
Jason,
Tass, that might have been a gate. That might have been $1,000 winning play.
Jason, do you realize what that swap did? That was both a I'm going to dodge the charge and displace the Ivy at the same time. That was a 2-for-1 mega utility swap that also put the Paradox right in range for the steal. Beauty. Absolute beauty.
I'm just so confused on so many fronts. Like, why didn't Hopex go stone form earlier to make sure to let the stun? Why was he in reach as well? It being like right there directly at the rejuvenator. I feel like that was just a mistake out of DMS. And well, now it's all hands on deck here for Pojala Scumbria. What can they do off the back of that steal? Can they make Tass's sacrifice worth it here? And they still have the rejuvenator on 4 players. The urn is up, and that could be one factor that heavily gets him back into this game. But Play With Me, I think he's back, and he's back with a vengeance. He's going to be looking for these kills.
I don't like the urn fight dynamic here, Jason. I really don't like it at all, because you have Vindicta that's going to have very favorable terrain if you cannot swap her earlier rather than later. And the way Play With Me has been playing, they just continue to find off angles and engagements, usually on the Hardeki. And the combination of the two going into this urn fight, it's very frustrating terrain for Pojala Scumbria. I almost feel like their ideal scenario here, you give the urn to someone else and you protect the urn with the shelter. But even then, I don't know if you get out unscathed. This is such a difficult fight if Taz doesn't land the swap of dreams here.
I mean, it might not even be a fight, to be honest. At least if they just rush the turn, as we could see on the mini-map. I mean, we had players completely out of position. Wolfie was deep in lane 1. He's trying to shove that lane to force someone to respond to it on PS's side. And they do have players in lane 3 that can quickly transition forward the turn-in. But we also see in the past, like, using a frozen shelter just for a turn-in can be the downfall of your team. I think that was just about like 2 weeks ago where we saw that happen.
It was TF2 Boomers, where they dropped the shelter and their opponent just said, nah, we're going to fight you instead. So, yeah, it carries a lot of risk. Fight, though, taking place on the rooftops. Warden going, hey, where the action at? But now, as Warden tries to find a way to get to the top, Abrams found his way up top.
That's not fair.
Now,
he has Seismic Slam to do so, and he's going to slam it on down, ZP.
Slams on in, looks for the Mirage, Tornado out. Unstoppable Abrams does not care. Meanwhile, Play With Me got Hardeki super early in the fight again, Jason. The only person down in the fight is Hardeki. Together, though, lands a good last stand. Finds Play With Me. And DMS down 3. Pojala Scumbria. Hardeki may have been the sacrifice here. As DMS, though, they get the turn-in, even down 3. So it's a very mixed bag, but all in all, it still leaves us with a very even game.
Objectives. Right now, PS, you have Play With Me dead. You need to look for some objectives here. There's no mid-boss to take still for another minute of time. Push down on lane 2, push down on lane 3, get these last 2 walkers, get that extra flex slot unlocked here, and start to get control of this game. You're only 8k behind now. A great little turnaround. I mean, yeah, we talked about Play With Me. He's looking for Hardeki. The problem is he got him, but then he died after, and they were able to snowball the fight off the back of that. I think, I don't want to say,
cursed, by the way.
I didn't really see what happened with Prestis, but
Jason, the prophecy is fulfilled. We got Taz and Dimov both with Curse. And I feel like we didn't see the point of view of where Play With Me went down. You have to think Curse was involved there.
100%. Guaranteed. And this, so we talked about 1 curse, right? Which Play With Me could potentially play around. But 2 curses, I feel like makes it just exponentially harder now for him to have a clean fight if he goes in for the back line. I mean, even if he doesn't go for the back line, you know at least one of those curses is coming your way, and it's going to make you less effective, I guess we should say, in these fights.
So dual purpose. I mean, Curse is one of the best items in the game at shutting down a pocket. So it limits what Wolfie can do. In a pinch, it also limits what Vindicta can do if you don't have a knockdown ready to go. So building Curse right now it's a good item in general, but I think it's especially good for what PS is dealing with in DMS. It gives them way more control versus Wolfie and Play With Me, especially.
Play With Me is still pushed up aggressively here, ZP. Over in top mid at the moment. Looks like we're gonna be waiting for mid boss to respawn before we actually do see the fight kick off, and he's gotta be careful here, looking for the 1v1. Got the fleet foot used. He's just kind of trapped in between two different players. The stopple comes in and the rest could be the palm boy. Not sure if that was done on purpose though. But you know what? I think at the end of the day, keeping him alive is going to be more important as the fight's going to continue to happen here. PS looking to back off as actually both teams just backing away. But with the mid boss respawning, I mean, that's got to be it, right? That's got to be the avenue for these teams to fight.
Significant resources were burned on both ends. You had ultimates used, you had curses used. Play with me, not going to have bullet dance up for a little bit. And Pajulia Scumbria, I wonder if they look at the bullet dance being down and go, yeah, we mid-boss. You look at their positioning, they go, yeah, we do in fact mid-boss. And they're going to try and make the most of this. Play with me is going to have to go in, no ult. I think they still might have one curse available team-wise. But here we go, the pressure is on, and this could be the defining play, Jason. The swap is in!
Who did it hit? Who did it catch out? Is it going to be a kill off the back of that? That's going to be all the questions. It's going to be Hapix to be the one to fall. That's one player down who now can't contest the mid buff.
I think
still going on the chase.
I think the swap was on the Hapix. It might have used curse afterwards to confirm. Sets up the clean 6v5 now for Pajulia Scumbria as they look to stay in the game. Affliction in from Wolfie. I think it hit at least 2. As Pajulia Scumbria now, you take a look. Zanya is having to back out. You see the health just ticking down a bit, courtesy of Wolfie. Pajulia Scumbria is still up 1, but not overly, as Zanya is just hunted down by Prestis. Now, even as Play With Me, bullet dance nearly back up. Looking for the right angle, Jason.
Prestis got him actually backed away in lane 3. We can see the play from the high ground as well. That's going to be Hardeki to lead the charge here. 4PS looking to focus someone down. The damage is coming through and they're able to get down Psycho. That's going to be the guys taking out of the fight here as PS do have the man advantage, but will they win the fight is going to be the question, as mid-boss has not been finished off here, and DMS have been able to force PS back, at least for now.
Enemies have breached.
Rotations worked out too. Hardeki was not under the gun for a change. And oh boy, Vindicta down to the subway. Goes for the assassinates. Down goes Demov. Bang, bang, bang.
No fourth bang though, unfortunately.
No.
Didn't need it. Got it in 3. And that does turn it into a man advantage for DMS. But you can just see, I feel like ZP right now, both teams are just so cautious about this next fight because they know the next fight will basically decide the game here, decide who wins the King of Europe and who takes home the $1,000. That's going to be Sack. Ethereal Shift going to be used as he's looking to back away now. And Hardeki, we're seeing his point of view and what he can really do here without the threat of Play With Me there.
Leaning in a ton of damage onto the Abrams. Over the top. Gets hit the slowing hex. Play with me. Hop pursuing the Hardeki from behind. Hardeki turns, drops a lightning ball. Tass already down. Wolfie with 2. Bleeding him dry on the pocket. Stormcloud now out from Hardeki. Under fire. Stays alive. Gets hit by the crows. Low HP, dancing around. Another lightning ball as Wolfie continues to pick them apart from behind.
It's down to 2 for PS, Zanya, and Hardeki. And Hardeki's very low in HP. He's going to have to back away. Or does he? He takes down Wolfie down to a 2-on-2. Now Psycho and Prestis. The Psycho has respawn back in. Full HP. All cooldowns up. He's looking to join this fight another time as Zanya and Hardeki are still low on HP. He's going to get the catch onto 1. Zanya uses the tornado escape here. And mid-boss, it's still alive. Both teams disengaging the fight completely, and at the end of the day, I mean, PS only have a 3k soul lead.
Trade-out fight like that gives us a very even game, and oh wow, Pajulia Scumbria, they go, only 3, no problem, you only got 2, we're going for the mid-boss. And what is this contest gonna look like here, Jason? DMS, they have a Vindicta and a Geist. It's not the most ideal. Meanwhile, Gooball's going around for a little bit of control. Rejuvenator down on the point as Zanya is able to walk over and get it.
Yeah, they disengaged and went back in to just finish off the Rejuvenator, and DMS forced to back away now. PS, I mean, it's gone both ways in this third map alone. I mean, I feel like a week or 2 ago, we had some of the best matches we've ever seen in Deadlock history. But ZP, I think we might have a new king of best matches here in this best of 3 series.
Scumbria has shown really good adaptiveness. We've seen the tactics evolve over the course of the fight, where Hardeki, better positioning, getting items to protect himself, his team getting curse, Play With Me, not necessarily getting their way in the latter half of this game. And yet, you have to imagine DMS is going to evolve a little bit tactically here too, Jason, as we enter the final act in the final map here in Deadlock Fight Night EU. It's been a journey.
And the last time we saw DMS push like this was last week against Buff Enjoyers. It was the 3 ethereal shifts to deal with Play With Me on the Wraith. What is Play With Me going to pick up now to deal with the 2 curses that are stopping him on PS's side? Not to mention the urn's going to be turned in. I mean, at this point of the game, 40 minutes in, 10K, 15K souls really isn't that much between the two teams. But what's his answer to these curses? Does he have to delay the fight even longer? Can he even delay the fight long enough to get both of those curses out so he can go in cleanly?
I think when you start getting this many curses involved, it really gets a little bit more chaotic. It gets a little bit more scrappy, and you can try and time it as much as you want. Obviously, items like Unstoppable can help a lot in that regard, but 6 seconds versus something that can just be put on you at any point. But Jason, this is coming down to the wire, and with what's at stake, $1,000 in the prize pool, and also just the status of being the champion of Europe, the guaranteed right to be on top next week. It's very, very tense between both teams, and they're judging this next fight so very carefully.
That's a warp stone used on a task there. I'm not sure exactly why. They're pausing to come through. It looks like Psycho being hit with a disconnect as well. Altogether is having some sound issues. And Demov. I swear, they're just trying to make this the longest match in Deadlock esports history, which it actually might be up there. I don't think I've seen many matches hit the 40-minute mark ever.
Not between teams of this caliber, is what I would say. I would say teams that have been playing sloppy or making basic mistakes, at times you can see it go this long. But to have a game that's been this close, it's had so many twists and turns so far, both tactically, both in terms of the items that are being built and shifting around. I mean, Jason, we're looking at Wolfie in its refresher pocket right now. That is the universe we have now journeyed into.
Okay. Interesting. So double afflictions. I don't know how the interaction works with refresher and affliction.
I don't think you're going to double stack it, but you can, of course, refresh it on the people. You can get a better play. You could get on a different half of the team. It's definitely useful.
We're in uncharted territory.
Swap them in.
Yeah, the rescue beam stopped it, though, so not that big of a deal. Or did it, actually? I thought Hoppers didn't go through. He's going to fall from this one. And PS might be looking to close out the game. The first set of Guardians at the base going to fall 2 shrines thereafter. What can DMS do to hold on?
DMS holding on for dear life, going, play with me. Can you save us one more time? We're under rejuve pressure. We're down 1. The shrines are down. Prestus is down. Pajala Escambria. They are not really wounded at all here, Jason, as DMS, they look for an answer. Their tournament life and the $1,000 on the line.
Task, he got him the steal on mid-boss. He got him the swap here on Hotbex to open up the fight here into the base of DMS. Can Task look to finish this out for him and his team as they're still going to continue to go on the chase here. Sap gets stunned up before he can get back in towards the base. The Patron going to be respawning soon. But realistically, what can they do? I mean, Seismic Slam, not to mention the bullet dance, could be enough here. You're still going to see PS respect this. The Seismic is going to come through looking for an initial stun onto one player, but what's going to be there to back him up with is esports to back off on very low HP. Metalskin comes in to stop Play With Me, and the curse on top of that. Play With Me can't do absolutely anything. The Storm Cloud comes in as well, and this is going to shut down DMS. Pojala Scumbria are going to look to take this one, reclaim the title of Europe, and take home the $1,000 EP.
A response from Pajala Escambria. They complete the comeback. They adapt. They download. They are once again your champions of Europe here at Deadlock Fight Night. Jason, what an incredible match, and also
See,
just
look
showing.
at the bottom. Look at the roster. Sunset, Hardeki, Zanya, Task, Lids together, and D-Mob. You got to give my boys some credit here for subbing in for the team.
Yeah, Demov coming in when Sunset's PC. The matches were too hot, Jason. It quite literally blew his PC to Kingdom Come. But Demov came in, the substitute that was needed, put them over the top. This match had it all. It really did. It felt like it slowed down at a few points, but it slowed down to give the match time to breathe, for good decisions to be made, for great plays on both ends. Whether it be Play With Me taking control of the mid game or the Hardeki download and adaptation as it went on with the curses being pot 2. Man, oh man, 40 minutes long, and every minute, Jason, a joy.
Well, exactly. 40 minutes long. We need a chance to take a breather here. So we're going to bring in the third person here on the desk. DDK going to be joining us once again. Dan, week after week, Europe brings us the most intense matches in Deadlock, I swear.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. There's so many interesting storylines in that game. Obviously, we started out with the whole Haze storyline because, again, like Play With Me, the way that Play With Me executes with the Haze is just finds insane value from understanding how to gang, finding good timings, continuing the farm, and the team understands how to support Play With Me doing that. So it's like uniquely suited. This seems uniquely suited to actually like pick Haze and perform with it. And we go out of that storyline eventually. I mean, I don't know. The game was so long. It then became all about that mid boss right at the end, because that was like the really interesting moment where suddenly, you know, because Hardeki had been like hardcore focused for so much of the game, there is that one moment where in that key last mid boss where he is able to stay alive, and the pick because of the swap happens to Hapex. And let's not forget Hapex is like ridiculous paradox steal, which also that I think that was the key moment, because that I think delayed the game long enough to bring Hardeki online in the way that he came online to be able to deal with that later mid boss. Again, staying alive, avoiding getting focused, as we said, all the curses come online. And when that happened, all the curses came online, which you guys were talking about, that would have been the counter. They brought it online, and suddenly that changed everything. And just that mid boss was on a razor's edge for so long. And because both teams knew that if they messed it up, the game would be over. So honestly, it's so chaotic. You can hear that in my thoughts. It's really insane. But I feel like, you know, props to Hardeki for just keeping the composure despite getting absolutely ruined. Nice adaptations from them as well, getting the curses online to prevent Play With Me's just shenanigans that continued throughout the entire match.
Well, Dan, you have to select who the player of the match is going to be, and honestly,
Dude.
I think everyone on PS's side can earn it in their own right, but it has to be only one player.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You know, you want to give the honorary shout out to Demov for doing such a good job in the supportive role on the Viscous, but I think it kind of has to go to Hardeki, because Hardeki, again, under so much pressure, able to just continue to just, you know, keep the souls up, you know, ensure that he was able to do what he had to do as soon as his team enabled him to do it. Because, you know, I guess it comes to that cloud form ultimately at the end of in that mid boss that turned the fight. And that was just because, again, his team enabled him to do so. But again, if he wasn't playing so effectively on the 7, obviously he wouldn't have been in the position to succeed like that in the first place. And that really turned the game. And I know you guys were talking about how 7 is not necessarily like considered as high a value a pick maybe in NA, but it's very favored in EU. And we can see that, you know, if games really do go long, it can really be the decisive factor. So, you know, props to Hardeki for his performance.
Yeah, ZP, I mean, looking at that game, I think as we almost forgot about his Shiv play in the first map of the series was fantastic. Not so good, unfortunately, in the second map. But, you know, for Shiv, who we've seen his pick rate go down quite heavily with the recent changes, Hardeki still makes it look insanely good.
I think to a degree you hit the point of pick the player, not the hero. And with the consistency that Hardeki has and just innate attributes of the Shiv, I think there's definitely a situation where Hardeki, because of his ability to always get ahead, it seems, well, Shiv is always going to be good in Hardeki's hands if you get ahead, because it's a hero that does well when ahead. But I love the adaptation here. Storm Clouds at the right time, Metal Skin at the right time, getting over the final boss that was Play With Me for a lot of this game. And look, Play With Me got the better of Hardeki a lot, but at the end, it was Hardeki that was left standing with good item usage, great Stormcloud timings, and it's not like Hardeki did it all alone. The curses coming in from his team, of course, really sealing the deal and completing that level of protection onto the 7. But you take a look here. Hardeki top damage overall for his team. No, actually outdone a little bit by Together. So Together still got good value on the Warden. Wolfie, of course, was doing ridiculous work on the pocket. I mean, across the entire game, yeah, I think there's a few points here you could go and be like, maybe they didn't have the best game. Maybe it wasn't the most impactful Abrams game, but both these teams played their hearts out.
I mean, Dan, honestly, I thought you were going to give it over to Tass, because with that steal, buying so much time for those curses to come online, I thought you were going to give it to him. But I mean, Hardeki, I think that's also a very, very solid pick.
Yeah, it is definitely very tough. I do think, like, when I was thinking about it, I'm like, okay, that paradox steal that he got with the swap, and like you guys explained in the moment precisely how impactful it was, like, you know, just dodging multiple abilities, you know, it like just dodging 3 players to steal. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't think you just ever see that. It's such a low percentage play, but he pulled it off, and that was the point where it really felt like DMS was going to win the game. If they get that rejuve, which obviously they have every right to get it, they definitely, I think, win the game. So the fact that so much time was bought, as you said, to get all those extra itemization like choices online with the curses, that I think, yeah, that is the inflection point. That is the major inflection point that allowed PS to go on to win the game. So, off of that, I feel like that is a justification for the MVP. It really is. But it's like so many people played so well. Let's have 50k healing. I mean, what do you say about that?
As a quick hit too, I think when you look at the paradox changes, right? Overall, the swap speed being sped up is a little bit of a nerf in terms of actually killing heroes. But within the edge case of stealing a rejuvenator, the sped up swap is like gold to get yourself in a position to get the rejuve steal. So while it's a nerf in a lot of team fight situations, my word, is it a buff when you're trying to steal rejuvenator? And it definitely came into play here for PS.
Hey, I mean, absolutely agree. And if we're gonna have a third map for the first time, it better be an absolute banger like that.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, before we do head to a break here, any final thoughts on the series? Because we still have North America to come up tonight.
You know what, NA? Don't disappoint us. You got something really big to live up to here. Surprise us. Llama Lord's up and coming team. Will they be able to defeat Hydra Nation, or at least bring Hydra Nation to a map 3? I'm hopeful. We need some turbulence in NA, and not just with the rosters.
Chill, ZP, because they still have to beat Yuki Panuki before they can challenge Hydra Nation.
Yeah, that's right. They have to get through Yuki
Panuki
here first. I've jumped the gun. I've had Hydra Nation on the mind today. That's just how it is.
You know what? Knowing the backstory, I completely understand here. Dan, any final thoughts?
I think we're going to be able to predict the draft a bit better, but it's the story of NA has certainly been about who can challenge Hydra Nation. So we'll have to see if there's any of these two teams are going to be prospects to be able to do that.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. For you guys at home watching, we're going to have a short little break here to get things ready to go for the North American matches. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time here to kick off the North America portion of the Deadlock Fight Night.
What's going on, everyone? It's Blank from Dead A here, and I'm here to recap what all went down during the NA portion of Deadlock Fight Night. No team yet has been able to quite rival versus Hydra Nation. Would Pass or the Patron Pulverizers be the one to do it and lift the crown this week? Walex isn't the only Bebopper in NA, as Pass secured Bebop in draft. Would Walex on the Lash approve of how spooky is Jack and his tactics? Pass bait Patron Pulverizers into a fight in lane 2, being sneaky with Alju and Spooky tucked out of sight. However, Goober on the Gooboy turns things around.
Active as possible, Mercedes will get, no choice in the matter, getting thrown into the Guardian, gets taken down immediately. Trades though, Alju coming in to take out the Lash. Walex is out, and the fight continues there as Patron Pulverizers try to continue the action. Obviously, the pursuit off of the Viscous is strong. Puddle punch into a mid-air combo with the primary fire. The Divine Shield comes
Still going.
through to just persist, and it's beautiful there.
As Patron Pulverizers look to push lane 4, Goober dives into the backline of Pass, distracting them. However, his own backline were dismantled as Patron Pulverizers lose 4 players for only 1 kill.
Get to the same spot. Meanwhile, Goober into the fray on the goo ball. Quick cube. Poshy Pop still caught by Mercedes. Goober diving on in. Brayden looking for the exit. Stun back and forth now. Returns fire onto the Viscous. And it's past Dan. Getting the better of this so far. McGinnis off the top rope, literally. Heavy barrage in play. Looking for the Wraith. As Wraith falls in turn. Patron Pulverizers getting crushed.
The action continues to pop off in lane 4 as Scout trades 1 for 1, but Pass pulverizes the rest of his team, getting 5 kills for 2 deaths in a great trade.
Back and forth here in the lane 4. Now looking to Brayden on the Infernus, trading out shots with the 7. Concussive Combustion over and in, says get over here, burn to cinders. However, Infernus now under pressure in turn. The life leech though, incredible Dan. And Pass Still making this a good fight for themselves. Brayden not done yet, looking for the Viscous. More pressure on the Viscous. Parry not going to amount to anything. And Infernistan kind of coming online.
Even being down 36k souls, the Pulverizers show off what their comp can really do with some great synergy.
Going in for the telekinesis, that's exactly what we're seeing. Besides Warden, let's dance here one more time. Death Slam, telekinesis, Death Slam, the punishment.
The Shadow Boxer Shadow Weave Bebop gets a great catch onto Wallux, or so he thought, as Patron Pulverizers slowly claw away at the soul gap.
It's real nice, but punishment is perhaps nicer, where you got me, but did you want me, is the real question that Spooky has to be asking there. And now, Patron Pulverizers looking to take advantage. Bebop out of the fight. Zersby, a little bit of danger here on the 7. Low HP, ground slam coming on in from Wallux. See Pocket getting stunned into the corner by Abram.
Knowing that Wallux has his cooldown on Death Slam, Pass decide to rush down mid-boss, and eventually the Pulverizers get baited into a fight they just couldn't win.
In time, but the rejuve is already coming on down. It's gonna be Wallux coming in raw. Does not have the ultimate in play. Wall is out. Who's gonna be secured by Pass? The cures it. Comes on in. Patron Pulverizers not able to steal. They lose Zerbzy in return. 2 down. They get McGinnis in turn, but Patron Pulverizers falling one by one, Dan. And with all the damage that's already been done, this could be game. They didn't have Death Slam up. They were down on ults. Their positioning wasn't really in time. But in the end, it doesn't matter. This is Pass taking it over Patron Pulverizers. Even though we've seen Hydra Nation deal with a Bebop before, it seems that they don't want to mess around with a stealthed up, double-plated up robot on a Wednesday afternoon as they ban it away. Pass, on the other hand, takes away the Kelvin Coolant. Continuing from the first match, Mercedes seems to have a perma-singularity, as his existence alone draws in players from the other team. Hydra Nation take a 2-for-1 exchange.
Mercedes again! Mercedes cannot avoid the bullying. It is actually outrageous. And in comes Alju to try to make something happen between the satchels and the cloaks. And in comes Wraith as well. Everybody is coming to lane number 3.
After all the random skirmishes across the map have finished off, Hydra Nation bust out the big brain move. Knowing it would be dangerous to turn in the urn on the other side of the map, they instead hold onto it across the 15-minute mark. This prevents Pass from a chance at the comeback mechanic as Hydra Nation pulls ahead. Salty gets a dry swap onto DMB, getting an early kill. Yeah, take off 1 head of the Hydra and it'll grow 3 more with a pickup on 3 kills.
Paradox, still good on pickoffs. Carbine, over and in. Cube on Viscous, comes in the play, goes for the goo ball on the way out as the barrage just comes in from the back. Flick not wanting any part of that. And you take a look at the situation. Lefa says, it's go time. Concussive combustion in. Focused on the McGinnis. Gets Carbine. Pressure coming in. McGinnis in their own health station, not able to live. Lefa laying on the power.
Fights across lane 2 and 4, net Hydra Nation. A 4-for-1 exchange overall.
I realize it because it was going on the rocker. Rocker though, finish off. Brayden says you can't cast telekinesis when you're dead. Lefa dropping the fire on the ground, moving around. Now laying the damage in the Mercedes. Mercedes as a card usually doesn't catch fire this easily, but you're against Furnace. Well, I got news for you. You're about to burst into flames. Lefa finishes it off and says, oh, and another one.
After a party with mid-boss where Pass were uninvited, the Hydras get a catch onto Brayden, but Pass turn it around for a 3-for-1 trade. The Rejuve respawners allow Hydra Nation to get back into the fight though, grabbing even more kills.
Abram still under pressure, but the telekinesis eventually hits. Goes unstoppable off the seismic slam. Under pressure from all ends. Rocker buying up more than they can chew. Quig came in for the assist, also getting thrown into the dumpster. Pass up 2 right now in this fight. See Salty working around the time wall. Gets him blowing up for Mercedes to finish off Hydration, and this is a very nice fight for Pass here so far. The Hydra Nation's coming back up off the rejuve. It evens the score here, Dan.
Oh wow, this is really, really important to be on the killing blow. Oh, it's not going to be able to connect because the cube is going to block it, trying to slide through the veil, and there's a insane parry to finish.
It started with a kill on Mercedes, and it finished with a kill onto Mercedes as Hydra Nation close out the map and slash the tires of Mercedes and Pass.
No. Once again, Mercedes has been the target of a multi-person gank.
So far ahead on power, individual hero power. You got Leper here, he's not going to die. Just the nature of the lifesteal, the spirit lifesteal. So this is looking pretty desperate indeed for Pass. Patron, the weakened version, is getting focus fired at this point. Dive comes in, it's still sustaining some damage. Pass, still down 3 players. Everyone up for Hydro Nation, and that's going to be it. Map 1 here for Hydro Nation in the grand finals.
Both teams decide to stick with their bans, but Hydro Nation bring out Vindicta, the only team in Deadlock Fight Night to ever do this. I wonder if that has something to do with a very specific skin. DMB wanted to show off that not only Leafer can play Infernus on Hydro Nation, as he pulls off a sick dive onto Mercedes.
Well, Lef is just having too much fun here. Oh my god, he's going for it. Oh my goodness. There's a card coming through, but so much heal also for Leper, able to just dive this with him.
Continuing to fight across the map, success across different lanes net the Hydras a hefty 10k lead, 7 minutes in.
And as I say that, well, the combo begins, so Spooky says, yeah, you're right, I can't think of play. Heavy damage, though, going on the Salty, as you see DMB rush on in. Braden also incredibly low. Cube out from hydration, saves him from Braden. Braden falls, and
DMB continues to submit clips for a highlight reel, this time diving Mercedes under his own walker.
you have to hope for help. And you take a look here. Here we go again. DMB walks on in, gets lifted by the telekinesis into the walker. Could get chain stunned, but doesn't matter.
Quig on Kelvin allows Hydro Nation to chase down Pass and secure 3 kills.
Path over the top. Looking to chill down McGinnis. A little bit of damage on the Abrams. Salty falling in turn, and this continues to just add on here, Dan, where just no matter what Hydro Nation does, it works.
Having a 22k lead 11 minutes in, Hydro Nation continue to strangle Pass on Souls as they go for the turn-in and get kills on top.
This is quite crazy, but we'll see if there's anything that can be done to stop this. Looks like McGinnis is going to be in some trouble here. Indeed, gets taken down, and Hydro Nation just farming the kills.
Dan, DMB looked Kelvin in the eyes and just could have emoted at him and just said, I'm turning this in your face. What are you going to do about it?
It just went from bad to worse to cursed as Hydro Nation have a 40k soul lead and make the executive call that they have had enough as they push for the win and defend their title once again.
Yeah, this is not looking very fun. So Vindicta making a second appearance and might just be a second win. So 100% win rate at the Deadlock Fight Night. And all the shrines are now getting pressured down, and slowly but surely, looks like we're about to have a conclusion here. As
no signs of stopping. Nearly a 70k soul lead here, and 60k.
It might be one of the fastest games we've had, actually, ZP.
For Deadlock Fight Night, it absolutely is. It's going to go over the 15-minute mark, but not much over than that. As everything for Pass simply crumbles to ash. And Hydro Nation, the $1,000 insight, Dan, they can feel it, they can taste it, they can touch it.
Well, I mean, they could delay this. They could just not kill the patron. I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't be too surprising. Okay,
well, here we go.
Jason is telling me that 16:25 is our shortest game, so this could still beat it.
It's looking in the patron. It's at half here, Dan. Hydro Nation on their way to becoming the 5-time champions here at Deadlock Fight Night. The patron is low. Alju gets a kill on the flick, but it is inevitable. The patron goes on lower and lower, and it is Hydro Nation, your champions once more.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Deadlock Fight Night number 6. We're now into the North American part of our broadcast here. Jason Kaplan joined by DDK. And I mean, DDK, we got to see everything that EU has to show us, but I'm so happy to see some newcomers in North America going to be taking part today.
Yeah, it's well, the thing for those of you that haven't watched the NA broadcast, what tends to happen is like constant roster shuffles, and even Hydronation was a part of a roster shuffle, but they just merged themselves with the other like best teams. So we're in this situation where now we have to kind of see who are going to cement themselves as the names, because we have had these names for a while in EU, but NA still seems to be settling, Jason. But perhaps soon we will find some consistency in the rosters.
Well, if you guys haven't been here before on the Deadlock Fight Night, what it is, it's mostly just show matches. We do have 2 teams go head-to-head to challenge out of our top dog of the region, where they'll play in a best-of-3 to determine who wins the $1,000. The play-in is going to be a best-of-1, and the way we choose these teams, it's based off other events that are happening throughout the weeks, and we choose the best teams to bring you all the best action here on DFN. So we have Llama Lords going up against Yumi Panuki here in a best-of-1 to determine who plays up against Hydronation a little bit later on today. While you guys are watching, of course, at home, don't forget about the fact that we do have merch for you guys at home who are watching. We have these great little shirts, hoodies where you can get goot. We have a mouse pad as well over on the site. You can head over to deadlockfightnight.com, and all the proceeds that you guys do spend into this go directly back into the broadcast, whether it's prize pool or production or what it might be. We're here just to make the show bigger and better for you every single week, which is also why we do have a sub button now on Twitch as well, which you guys can pick up, which I can see right. I'm so bad at these. Rai Adil, thank you so much for the sub. All those proceeds, of course, go back to the show as well. So we love having you guys here. We love doing the show every week for you guys. And DDK, it is time to bring back the man yet again here, who's probably just had his breather from the EU slugfest we had. ZP gonna be joining us once again here on the desk to talk about what will be coming up in North America. And ZP, I mean, you got to be tired, man. You've been in the thick of it all day long dealing with what's happening in North America.
You know what, NA, the games may be variable, but let me tell you, behind the scenes, it is always kicking, where I wake up today at 4 a.m. to bring my dad to the airport, and I go, yeah, I'll bring my dad to the airport, come back, get some sleep, and come home to a nuclear explosion on Discord, courtesy of NA. So when we get to the roster screen, I think you may just see me collapse and just, go into the fetal position. But it's fine. We made it. Our teams are locked in. It's all set to go. I'm excited because we are going to get some gameplay here. And there's the rosters. I can't handle this right now.
Can we actually get a picture-in-picture of ZP really quick in the fetal position while we talk about this? Llama Lords. We've been hearing a lot of good things about this team. Of course, you guys might recognize Ido from back in the day, really, on one of the best teams in North America before it got absorbed, I should say. Young Calc, and yes, chat, you are right. Calc is short for calculator. Rokane, Lord MM, Naked, and Sizz Lucky, which we recognize from a couple of weeks prior, up against Yumi Panuki here. And I mean, Goober for me, DDK was one of the big standout players that we saw last week. His Viscous play was phenomenal.
Yeah, Goober's definitely one of the, I feel like, household names for that hero in this region. So I feel like if you're Llama Lords, you actually just ban Viscous. I feel like that's you either go for the Viscous ban to target Goober, or you go for the Pocket ban to target Alju. But you're not really without options to target somebody on Yumi Panuki. So it should be fun to see how this one kind of plays out, because we do have some familiar names here, along with some of the new ones too.
Yeah. I mean, I was just gonna add on real quick. If it's funny enough, like talking with Goober, super excited to play, but did have the concern, like, man, I hope they don't ban Viscous. It's like, well, if they do ban Viscous, it comes at a pretty severe meta cost right now. So at the very least, Yumi Panuki can take that as a saving grace.
I mean, if they ban your Viscous, just ban out Pocket from Ido and be like, haha, F you. At least I got one back on our end. But obviously, if you guys haven't noticed as well, there was some major patch changes that came into this. Yamato can be quite different. The economy a little bit quite different as well. So I am actually really curious to see what's going to happen when it comes to these two teams, because honestly, DDK, I mean, you can be as familiar as you want when it comes to drafts with NA, but I feel like there's always something that's going to surprise you.
Especially right now too, because I think that the last patch really introduced the largest change in how the game plays overall. And it's like the economy changes have affected the pacing of the game. It's affected the balancing of heroes, even without touching some of the hero balances, because the jungle is worth less. Being on lanes is better. You know, you're going to get value from also split pushing in a way that, like, if we go back a few economies ago, wasn't the case. And that was one of the downsides, which has been addressed now. So there's a lot of changes, I think, which are going to make the game feel a bit different for these teams, and they won't have had the reps on it. And I think one of the cool things for us is that although we got a crazy banger of a third map in the EU portion that just finished, generally the games should go faster now, because on average, like by the 20-minute mark, every player is getting at least 150 to 250, somewhere in the range of extra souls per minute. Is the expectation. So getting souls is easier. So, and also because laning is better for soul collection, the support players who would normally be a bit more starved of souls also benefit more. So it's very different right now. And I think all of these changes are really positive for us actually, as viewers of the game.
Well, ZP, speaking of changes, not only do we have changes in-game, we had a change on Deadlock Fight Night and how we do the coin flip. So I want you to at least describe to people who weren't here for the EU portion of the broadcast how we now do our coin flip.
Yeah, the coin flip is out. No longer is it me going to Google and doing Google coin flip. No, we do it the way as God intended. That's right. Mo and Krill versus Mo and Krill. Fisticuffs only and parry. And ding, ding, ding. We're already into it. That's Goober on the left. Lord Nightmare for Llama Lords on the right. And you see how fierce this gets. It's just raw mole versus mole action. And NA got spicy.
I was about to ask, did they just agree to not parry each other whatsoever with these heavy slams? Oh, Goober gonna go down from this one. So Lord and M gonna be able to secure it for him and his team. That's gonna be Llama Lords for the choice of first ban or first pick. Or second pick, I guess I should say. I'm not gonna lie, ZP, I like it. I feel like we need to get a proper ring set up, get the whole shebang going, maybe get a skin with some boxing gloves on Mo and Krill, really step it up for next time. But I love it, man.
Oh yeah, we could do that, right? Custom skins. I've seen some pretty interesting custom skins recently.
I have too.
Come on, let it go. Let it go.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it reminds me of Dead or Alive. I don't know if you guys remember that. But anyway, let's move on quickly.
That was a very great demo I had on my PlayStation way back in the day. But yeah, we can head to drafts as soon as possible here and really see how this one's going to break down. But ZP Llama Lords, we've heard a lot of good things about this team. We've heard from a lot of NA players that this could be the team to take down Hydra Nation. So when it comes to favorites, I think all three of us are going to be leaning towards the double Ls.
Llama Lords feel like the team to beat here, but Revival, of course, Also having very good recent tournament performance, not ones to be slept on. And look, NA is variable. No, come on. Off limits. They banned the Viscous. Rip Goober, the one, the only, the Lord of Viscous, Dan. He's been banned out.
Yeah, it's so sad because like if you're a player that's like so known for like playing one hero, you kind of, I feel like you have to like bait people. You like spread like false rumors and just like make it sound like you're like some god on like a hero just to play something else. Because this is always going to happen, probably, most probably. So you're just always going to get wrecked. I mean, how are you going to have anything other than just disappointment? How are you going to be in a situation that's anything but just soul crushing in a scenario? Like, what's Goober going to play? What's he going to do?
I'm just thinking of the Franco meme with Naked, and he looks over him like first time when you had like McGinnis banned out against him. Like, is this your first time getting targeted ban? But Yamato, we are going to see first pictures, ZP.
It's kind of what we thought would happen in Europe, but didn't happen in Europe. But now you have to go, okay, what is going to be picked up here? If it was Europe, it would be Wraith. Wraith would be walking through that door right here, right now. But because it's NA, it's going to be Paradox, where also we thought we'd see it in EU. It makes sense. Maybe Paradox Vindicta, because you have Paradox already. You get Vindicta on top of it. You don't have to deal with your Vindicta getting swapped out. Vindicta also spiked in popularity for NA. Or maybe they go back in time and they go, yeah, Infernus is good early, but no. Pocket, that also makes sense because you gotta get to Ido. Ido likes Pocket, and or rather, not give it to Ido. You don't give Ido his Pocket on the other side.
I think play with me right now, DDK, is just like, I need to move to NA. Like, how is Wraith not being banned or picked right away? Like, this is insane.
Dude, play with me would tear things up here in this region. It would be so interesting to see. But this is like very predictable. We get a Kelvin very early, actually. We didn't see, Kelvin was usually like a 5 or 6 pick in the EU region, so interesting to see that. Kelvin seems to be getting a lot more favor, actually, I would say, a lot more priority of the supports in this new meta so far. That's something that at least I have been noticing. But otherwise, I feel like this is like pretty standard what you would expect. Like, this was the one thing I mentioned in the last broadcast. The draft is going to be much more predictable than EU. Infernus coming out is an interesting one because Infernus is kind of like Infernus is good still, but we had that question about how effective is he going to be given the fact that most of the builds require like the Infernus to be able to farm the jungle and get the power spike quickly, but you're looking at some the tier 4 items and so on to do that. So you might have to adjust the build slightly to come online a bit more quickly, but Infernus is still very good. So it's good to see that they're not shying away from him.
Yeah, looking at this here, so Infernus getting prioritized a little bit higher in an NA. Now you think about supports, right? You've already chosen Kelvin. Maybe you don't need to do something like pick an Ivy here. You can double stack it if you really wanted to. My question is, what about Warden? Because Warden was very, very highly valued in EU. I don't know if Warden necessarily needed that level of valuation, but that was one of the trends we saw in EU, and instead it's Wraith. Wraith, a lowly 4th pick in NA versus the perma ban and or first pick in EU. The disparity continues.
It's a lot of firepower on Llama Laws, like Yamato and Infernus Wraith. That's a lot of like damage coming out straight away. So I'm curious how that's going to be balanced out for Yumi Panuki at all. We did see some issues when you're playing against a lineup that has a lot of damage output like this, that it can be difficult to not just lose map control like in the early to mid game, and that can have pretty difficult ramifications. So to see how it balances out here for Yumi Panuki. I mean, what are their options really in that sense in the 5-6 slot?
I mean, I'm trying to think towards, you need some sort of front line at least to help facilitate this team. I mean, I'm only really thinking of like Mo and Krill potentially, but then again, you're not really using Mo and Krill to counter anything in particular on the other side. I swear I didn't look at the picks ahead of time or anything like that. I mean, I'm just thinking like, what can you possibly have? You need someone that can soak some damage, so like Wraith and Furnace can have some time in the backline to just pump. So they have their support, they have like their solo lanes, they technically even have like dual lanes who can play solo lanes. I almost want to see like a Lash out of them last potentially, but I don't even know if Lash technically fits well in this comp.
I think we might see like
they need damage right now, and they get Lash, which makes sense to a degree. But you got to think final pick. They have to be angling for Haze or maybe Warden, but probably Haze, Dan.
It's interesting. I mean, I could see. I mean, the Vindicta's not being picked. So the Shadow Talon. Like if you're thinking like damage. I think those are more preferable over the Haze, unless you're able to play around a Haze and have a Haze that plays like Play With Me. I haven't seen anybody else make it work. And the first Dynamo, I was going to mention that we don't see Dynamo ever, but the economy changes that we've had do make Dynamo more viable, because Dynamo does obviously need some items to ensure that his ult actually does something, and you can get to those items a bit more quickly now, and you don't have to rely on jungling or anything like that. You know, you're going to get more souls. So this patch is good for Dynamo, so it's not too surprising to see him.
I looked over ZP at Discord really quickly. When I saw that, I was like, did production make a mistake? And of course, one of our production people's like, hold on to your butts. We see the Dynamo we picked up here. Like, never would have predicted. I thought you were saying it's more predictable in NA, DDK. What happened?
True. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, we got the first 4 picks. You know, it looked pretty predictable, but after that, it started to go a bit crazy.
What's your
I
thoughts
like it, though. I'm into this.
I look at Panuki, and you do kind of have to wonder who is going to do the heavy lifting from a carry side of things here. And I feel like you need to have the greatest Spirit Ivy game of all time to kind of even things out, because it's not a lineup that really does much damage if you get significantly deep into the late game. You've given up a lot of that power over the Llama Lords, where you got Yamato, Infernus, Wraith, and even Dynamo for late game team fights, where, yeah, he isn't the most popular nowadays, but that's still an area where Dynamo can really shine. So I look at this and think, Yumi Panuki, they have to win early.
I'm looking at the healing they have here. Like, holy crap, Kelvin and Dynamo, the amount of healing they can be able to put on these fights. Like, yeah, you might be able to catch someone, but they might have enough healing to just prevent you from being able to kill them.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting to see how this kind of plays out. I do like Llama Law's lineup a lot, just because of how oppressive it in theory can actually be. But it also at the same time, I'm not sure how it's going to come together. Whereas with Yumi Panuki, I can see all the synergies, I can see all the setups, the initiation. Like, it feels a lot more rounded. So I don't know, if I'm leaning towards just a comp, if I just close my eyes and don't look at the team names, I like Yumi Panuki's comp a bit better, even though Llama Laws is stacked with all the carries.
I think when you look at it, you have Pocket, you have Paradox, you have Lash, you have even Geist and Abrams, where, I mean, Geist is kind of even the entire game, but still really good early. This is a team comp that is going to give real problems to Llama Lords in up until about 15 minutes. But if they are not very firmly ahead, you suddenly now have to deal with Infernus scaling. You have to deal with Yamato scaling. You have to deal with Wraith scaling. It's going to get very, very difficult to deal with as the game goes on. So for me, I look at this and go, okay, Yumi Panuki, you've kind of thrown your gauntlet on the table. You must win this early, or at least get a very big advantage. If you don't, it's probably over.
I mean, what I look at is, what out of Yumi Panuki is going to stop Wraith from just split pushing? Like, Wraith is going to be able to 1v1 any of these heroes when you get to that point in the game. I think Yumi Panuki, like, they want a team fight, right? But, like, you can kind of counteract the team fighting by, like, great disengage, especially if you level Kelvin's 3 first, like, all the way. Then you have the split push to counter that, to be able to take down objectives that they can't really respond on. I'm also looking at Yumi Panuki for, like, Pocket for Alju. I'm assuming you're going to probably level up your ultimate first, like, to max, just so, your affliction, just so you can deny a lot of healing in these fights as well here. But ZP, before we do head into this first match of NA, any final thoughts?
Final thought is going to be just what we said before. I think you look at for Yumi Panuki, they're going to come out flying out of the gate in all likelihood because of their early game power. But if they don't keep up that level of intensity, it's going to be it. Llama Lords will come back.
All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here as we kick off North America DDK. You've been waiting all night for this, and I never thought I'd be seeing a Dynamo to kick things off on NA.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Dynamo looks like after having been so absent. But yeah, I think I tend to overvalue team utility. Obviously, there's a huge component as to how effectively a team's able to synergize, and that can depend a lot on how the macro of the game goes. But that's a point for later. Let's see how these lanes break down.
Wait, Llama Lords have a 2-1-1-2.
Yeah, this is a very common thing, it seems, in NA, where you go to the solo lanes, you try to give a slight edge to your teammate that's in the solo lane. So you often see that the 2-2s, which is quite interesting. Seemingly not involving any kills just yet, which is good. Nothing too crazy or out of order happening just yet. And I think we're settling into a more normal formation here now, Jason.
My head hurts, man. After doing like EU, everything's so standardized in my head, and then I come into NA and you got a 2-1-1-2, which is like so old school for Deadlock. Well, old school now. But like you're saying, as things have normalized a bit here, you can see Young Calc's going to be already low on HP, and that's going to be over in lane 3. But again, Scorn, Mo, and Krill, not too big of a deal. I'm actually kind of curious how these lanes are going to play out with the Infernus versus Pocket, and of course the Wraith versus Geist. And as ZP was saying before, like if Llama Lords get started early on with some early kills, I feel like it's going to be really hard to stop them.
Yeah. One thing I'll mention actually is, well, hold that thought for a second. Oh, we might be on for a kill here. The ice comes in, but looks like able to escape there is a Fickle Frog on the Ivy. But I was going to mention that one of the changes, you know, because we've had a lot of changes to those tier 1 Guardians over time. It's harder to dive. They do more damage to heroes. They have more target prioritization on heroes as well. So generally speaking, that has made lane freezing a bit better, I would say. So if you're in a solo lane and you're having a hard time, you can actually just like freeze the lane and you can just get all the last hits like fairly safely for the most part. So I feel like that does make things a little bit more even, and it gives you a bit more flexibility on how you can gain value with your early lane. And then equally, the person who does push the lane and is not the one lane freezing can also run boxes whilst the waves are kind of, if you time it correctly, you won't miss out on the waves. So there's some ways to counterplay it too.
Yeah, and I always feel like the trade-off of freezing your lane is like you're not going to be involved in other lanes. And I think, as you said, you're more talking about the solo lanes than the dual lanes, because the dual lanes, you want to get involved in all these solos to try to look for some kills. Like Ido, he went from lane 2 over to lane 1 to look for something. But I think more importantly, he's actually just soaking souls, because he's currently at 2.5. And even Goober was doing some aspect of that. He's actually heading back to lane 1 as well. So it seems like we have our 2 individual players looking to get that ultimate online ASAP so they can be effective and start forcing some kills.
Indeed. It's looking quite nice right now for Llama Lords, even though obviously it's just a 1k stall difference. I'm eyeing up the fact that Ido is already very close to 3k, just getting a good job at the farming. He's actually moving over to lane 1 at the moment to try to put perhaps some more pressure on to Yumi Panuki, onto their Geist XD001. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that name, to be honest, Jason. I'll be honest.
Well, you're doing all the pivot play today, right? In this match, so I have to say his name. Yeah, I don't know. X2, Cross2. Yeah, I don't know. But what I do know is there's gonna be a fight breaking off here in lane 3. I believe we did have the paradoxical swap come in, but I'm not quite sure if it landed. But either way, Goober's like, hey, you banned my Viscous, I'm gonna punish you, and they get the first kill on the Young Calc.
Yeah, and I love the active play coming in from Yumi Panuki to steal that one away. They didn't actually miss any farm either on lane 2, so good timing for them. At the same time, like some extra pressure, as we can see on this first lane against XD001. Hey man, if you're gonna have a name that's hard to say for casting, I'm just at a certain point I'm like, okay, you're just gonna get what we can give you.
oh man, the amount of times I've casted someone that their actual name isn't even remotely close to what you see like in game, it hurts my head.
Yeah, at least it's not a barcode. Although maybe
sure.
A barcode would be fun to work with.
Capital I, lowercase L, capital. I don't know how you cast that one. But we are seeing a little bit of rotation come back in out of Yumi Panuki here, trying to pull both players from lane 4 over to lane 3. But unfortunately, looks like the runaway will happen here out of Llama Lords to escape any sort of action happening, at least for now.
So again, more activity from Yumi Panuki gravitating towards this third lane with 3 players. I mean, it's the mid lanes. You have a lot of ability to kind of move in between them, and Goober is on the Paradox, just having a decent game, decent start so far, at least in the Souls. So good to see, gets denied his standout pick on that. To be honest, I feel like we all want to see it. Goober is known for it. And it is always fun to see the specialists play. Like if you have a game of Bebop where Walex is in the game on the Bebop, for example, you're going to really want to kind of look and see if he's found some innovation that other people are not running. But with that said, so far it does seem to be relatively even across the board at the 6-minute mark. And the 3k plus stall mark hasn't yielded too many picks, it seems, so far, Jason.
I'm gonna change topics really quickly. I'm so sorry for not fully paying attention there, because there was a patch that was just pushed 3 minutes ago, which I don't think is gonna affect this game. So I'm gonna keep it maybe for later on. But you guys at home are watching. There has been a change, and there's some slightly significant ones in there. We'll touch on those later on, but we can definitely talk about them when the moment's right. But as we head back into this game here, 6-minute mark, kind of quiet. I would say, actually. I was expecting a little bit more presence out of like Ido or Goober. I mean, obviously Goober did facilitate the first kill they got into Young Calc, but considering they were soaking souls so early on, I thought those ultimates would have a little bit more impact.
Yeah, I was quickly looking at the patch notes while you're talking. I'm like, what have they done? Okay, we'll definitely go into that a little bit later, but I'm just like looking at the Deadlock network offline at the top right of my screen. What's that big red thing? So yeah, lane 3 seeing a lot of action. I think the majority of the action so far. And all right, there's Singularity, the swap coming in to try to counter, but it is looking kind of chaotic right now. There's the TP and the shelter to come in to try to save the Llama Lords as they try to continue fighting here. Death Slam online as well. It's all happening on lane 3 at the moment, and I have no idea how nobody is dead just yet. It doesn't make any sense, Jason.
Naked pulled off a parry the second he landed and got a stun onto 2 players, which allowed him to escape, and they're able to turn a kill onto Rundus in the meantime. Here's the Moan Curled as well. Young Calc looking to back away here. A phenomenal play, a phenomenal individual play by Naked there. Nets Yumi Panuki a decent lead. Well, not even necessarily a lead, but a decent fight.
Yeah, they've really pushed back Llama Lords. They swarmed in here with almost every single player, so they had the numbers advantage. Continuing to push, and it's drawn attention from Llama Lords as well, as they now start to push Yumi Panuki back towards their Guardian. And this is chaotic. And another player going down here for Yumi Panuki. Llama Lords getting the best of this one off of the re-engage. Wow.
Yeah, Sizz Lucky comes in big here with 2 kills at the very end. There's Ido. Like, that's what I was wanting to see, right? I was expecting some more impact by the players who were soaking souls earlier on, and Ido comes in to help facilitate these kills as well. Good little turnaround here as Llama Lords do sprout a 6k soul difference here now between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, if I have time to do so, we might have a fight brewing here on lane 4 as this Guardian is under threat. Llama Lord's looking to push this position. Yumi Panuki will have to try to defend this one. How much are they going to commit to doing it? Llama Lord's trying to focus down the Guardian, but it is going to take a lot more chunking down than is currently happening. Finally, though, they'll be able to get it. But there are players on the back. Grave coming in on the Abrams in the flank, but can't quite find the engage. They don't quite have enough players here, despite there being 4 people. They don't find the opening that they were looking for to start the fight.
Just unfortunate. Rundus didn't have Death Slam up, so they couldn't really force that fight earlier than they would have liked to have. So they get the final Guardian, they back away, they lose absolutely nothing for this. They get a 7k soul lead now, as Yumi Panuki need to figure out what they're going to do next, and obviously looking for fights would be ideal. Play around Goober, of course, that paradoxical swap, but the damage, you can see Ido there over onto Fickle Frog takes him down to about 300 HP just off 1 power slash.
Yeah, that felt personal. Now, it's one thing that we should really remember is what ZP said in terms of how his estimation as to how the game should play out based off of the comms. He was expecting that Yumi Panuki, if they are to be able to win off of this comm, due to the way that the Llama Lords heroes will scale into the mid and late game, Yumi Panuki need to come out into that mid game with a decent lead at the very least. And so far, they are behind as we are entering the mid game.
Yeah, and that's not the ideal situation here. I don't necessarily want to count them out. I'm not going to count them out just yet, because we saw what a Paradox can do to turn a game around just in our last match. But definitely need to see some signs of life here, and obviously the comp that they have is it's packed full of HP. I think the problem that we did discuss, though, it's going to be a lack of damage when you get into these fights. Are they going to be able to burst anyone down in time? Especially Ido. I mean, he's at 12k souls. Like, he is far above everyone else. He's been farming everywhere across the map, and you've already seen the damage he can do. Like, I don't know. This is going to be very tough, but Yumi Panuki need to come up with some sort of play here, and the Urn's just not going to be it. Also, I did to note, one of the changes in the patch, the first Urn is always neutral. The patch that just came out 5 minutes ago, it's always neutral, so you can tell we're playing still on the old patch for now since it's in enemy territory.
And also one other thing that I noted from the incoming patch is that Yamato got a little bit nerfed because obviously Yamato is pretty crazy right now. And speaking of which, you know, you pointed out Ido on the Yamato is leading the game on the Souls. That is very dangerous. We'll have to see how that comes into play. Here is the Singularity now sucking them in. Is there any follow-up though for that? You need a follow-up of some kind. Abrams there with the seismic slam trying to escape. Yumi Panuki trying to fall back, able to throw some of these players back to try to slow them down, but they aren't to be slowed here, Jason. They are continuing to push forward. They get 2 kills and they're getting a walker off of this.
And Rokane's pushing lane 4. He's drawing 3 players from Yumi Panuki here in this direction as well. I'm not sure why there's 3 in that direction. But I guess they realize we can't defend this walker in lane 2. They're going to transition out to lane 1 to get another walker. And more importantly, another flex slot. This is looking really good for Llama Lords.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And oh man, another big pickup here with that lane 1 walker. At the same time, whilst this is all going on, Rokane on the Infernus has been trying to farm up towards lane 4 and continue the pressure there. And that has distracted Yumi Panuki somewhat. They have to figure out, what do we address right now? Because this push is happening all over the place. And now the urn is being ferried across by Llama Lords as well. It has to go into enemy territory, and another fight coming through. And we talked about Rokane trying to survive. Oh my goodness, Rokane able to fall back, able to get onto the roof. And I don't think that they're going to be able to follow this one up. Indeed, it's just able to fire down from the roof, from the elevated position, and relative safety.
Oh, well, Graves coming in from behind him. This is looking like it's going to be a kill. The question is, are they going to be able to turn the urn off the back of that? And didn't need anything, just a quick stun into the truck. They're going to get a Guardian for themselves. And there's no urn turning coming in. So Yumi Panuki, it took a little bit more of the effort than they expected for Rokane, but they get the kill nonetheless. They get the objective. More importantly, they start to pull back this soul differential ever so slightly.
Indeed. However, Llama Lords, it's still a very scary prospect. The fact that Ido is looking fantastic. 16k souls, 14k for Slugfest as well. So a lot of damage is going to be in the future for Yumi Panuki to be at least on the receiving end of. And look at that escape there. Using the TP to get out of dodge is Slugfest. And once again, Yumi Panuki, they just can't quite nail down these kills, and it might in part be due to the lack of that burst direct damage. And in comes Ido. He pops the ult.
He knows the team's going to be coming in hot pursuit. Rokane's not going to have combustive concussion, though, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to lock down anyone to actually secure any of these kills, but they're forcing them back in basically a 2-on-3. But the rest of the team is going to be here to help out as well. That's going to be the Moan Crew going in to lock down a player, and that will be 2 quick kills coming in for Llama Lords. I mean, there's no walker in lane 1. What are they going to do off the back of this? If anything, Fickle Frog's doing a great job of pushing into lane 3 here to take down, I believe, a Guardian. Get them a flex slot. And he was even potentially looking for damage onto that walker, but it's just not going to be.
Yeah, it's a very tough position to be in here for Yumi Panuki. It almost feels like, as EP likes to say, you know, it's a numbers game or a stat check, I think, as he says. Yeah, because that's the territory we're in now.
Stat check. I'm sorry, continue. That was a stupid joke.
You know what? I didn't even hear I didn't even hear the joke. What did you, can you say it again?
Schmoove stat check.
Smooth stat. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. So you did a bad joke and I made you repeat it. I feel.
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. You should feel bad, but I feel worse because I made the bad joke twice.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, moving forwards, Llama Lords collecting on lane 3 once again, congregating, and Yumi Panuki are all here as well. Big team fight brewing. As that urn starts to walk its way back to its original spot, but that is not really a consideration at this point as Yumi Panuki look to see how they can possibly engage it. But Llama Lords, they're able to just like force their way in here, pushing into this team fight. Concussive combustion in the middle of it. Seismic slam comes down though from Yumi Panuki. They picked up 2 kills. They're actually ahead on the numbers. And Gray finally goes down on that Abrams, and the trades come through for Llama Lords, and it's all this damage. Ido flying around with shadow form, just decimating the front lines, the back lines, the mid lines. Everything is gone thanks to Ido on the Yamato.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good in the beginning, but you only angered Ido as he's able to transform and just put out the damage. Only Rundus can be the last alive here as this walker probably going to be picked off, the last one as well, which is going to give another flex slot to Llama Lords as they're now spouting a 22k soul lead. One thing I didn't get to touch on earlier that I noticed, you remember when Slugfest got caught out in lane 1 but was able to escape? This was about 2-3 minutes ago. They used 2 silences on him and he was still able to get away, which kind of blows my mind, and also is a testament to how great he is on movement, because he wasn't able to just teleport away for the longest time because of it, but they weren't able to capitalize off of that and turn it into a kill.
Yeah, and that is those moments really add up for sure. It really does add up. And speaking of which, we've got a scenario right now where Llama Lords are able to just compound their advantage. They've got full map control. They continue to dominate the map. And I think, like you just have described, one of the issues is that Yumi Panuki have to invest far more than would be considered even. They have to overinvest. And the thing is, it's I say overinvest because they're not left with enough to be in a good position to do stuff after these skirmishes. And really, you want to be in a position where you're trading evenly on abilities at worst, really, for the most part.
Okay. All right, Ido gets away from Grave, who's trying to look for the gank there. I think that's what, 3-4 players, excuse me, in lane 4 at the moment.
All right, well, Yumi Panuki able to take that urn, and you know it's on their side of the map, so decent chance to turn this one in. They did adjust the urn placements a little bit to make them a little bit less favorable for the side that is behind, but still, you can see the mad dash for both teams across the map as they look to deliver this one, and it feels like Yumi Panuki should be able to deliver this without too many issues, because Llama Lords are like, have your bloody urn, we'll take the mid boss instead. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that trade if I was Llama Lords. The question is, will they be able to kill it in time? Will there be any sort of contest out of Yumi Panuki? And it looks like from what we can see in the minimap, there will not be, unfortunately. So it will get the urn turn in, yes. It will get a Guardian as well on top of this. That's the last Guardian of the game for both teams. But they lose Rejuvenator. And, well, Llama Lords, I mean, we've already seen what they can do in these fights, even losing 2 players early on. I feel like it's only going to get worse if they have the Rejuvenator now, knowing they can respawn back in and continue the pressure. Is that a little bit of a Metal Gear Solid like style right there, going through the vents?
Yeah, also going the wrong way, because that way is going to spit you out, so it confused my brain. But it's okay, because we're in a position right now where it feels like Llama Lords should be in a position to start finishing off the game. You know, that's kind of the spot they're in. They've got the rejuve. They're going to have all lanes pushed. They've got all the major objectives already. You know, obviously, Urn's gone, mid boss is gone. All that's left really to do here is, after you farm up what's left on the map and you take all that value that's on the table for yourself, you start to try to force the fight and exercise the advantage that you have with the power spikes difference that you know the plus 20k souls gives your team.
I also like the pickup here at Sis Lucky going with the Siphon Bullets, considering the team he's up against is just going to be naturally very beefy. Help soften him up a little bit and make him a little bit tankier at the same time. But Llama Lords have started to group up between lane 2 and 3. I mean, there's really no objectives for them to take outside the enemy base here, so they have to start to force some fights at these Guardians, or these base Guardians. But still, I mean, 20k behind, it is very doable to come back from, especially if you get a great pick, and that's going to be the swap coming through, forces Ido into his team. But Ido, he might be exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, and there is the burrow coming in. That's going to slow everybody down. If they wanted to escape, it's going to be a lot harder to do now. Combo is still available, although there comes the silence. And oh, the death slam is scary. Almost right into the base, into those towers. Combo comes in, just slapping away. And Llama Lords exercising their strength that they have earned with this massive soul lead, and it's just going to get worse, because after the combo, you're going to get pulled into the singularity as well. The entire team except Grave has been wiped, and they're going to get both shrines. They still got all the rejuve buff online for every single player. I think this is it, Jason.
And they have so much healing they can afford to stay, even though their health is extremely low here. I mean, you saw there alone that young Calc was just basically sitting there ulting in front of their faces, and they couldn't even burst him down. He was on like 3,800 HP. The Patreon will transform. It's up to Grave and Goober to defend. Arundus will be up eventually, but with no ultimate, no chance. And Llama Lords will be up against Hydra Nation here in our money match of North American Deadlock Fight Night.
A quick 20-minute game, and well, I don't think there was really any moment of that game where it looked like Llama Lords wasn't going to win. Ido, especially very early on, was getting massive advantages in his lanes and just, you know, hugely strong players. So I think it went as we expected it to go. And it's going to be Llama Lords up against Hydra Nation to see if somebody can destroy Hydra Nation's streak of winning every single week.
I mean, I think we're eventually have to start putting like a rule in where you can't play more than 6 weeks in a row if you win every time, because we need to start having some new Kings of North America. But you know what, speaking of Kings, let's bring in our King, as EP going to be joining us here on the desk to talk about that last match. And And as you kind of predicted, Long Lords did eventually take the match here and took it early.
Not only did they take it early, but you know, Jason, we have to say goodbye, not only to Yumi Panuki, but say goodbye to Yamato. At least a little bit, because of the changes that have come in. That was the final competitive match of peak Yamato. Though I think Yamato's still going to be pretty good. But look, we kind of set the stage, right, of there was really no scaling that Yumi Panuki had in their composition. So they were under the gun to get very far ahead pretty early in the game. Not only did that not happen, they in fact fell behind early in the game, and it went about as expected, where all of a sudden you have a massively overfed Yamato, and you have no one on the other team that can at all reasonably deal with it, with how the game spun out. And then on top of it, you have worse team fight because Dynamo is landing really good singularities half the time. It was complete mechanical domination. I also think it was a draft victory. Look, Llama Lords, they kind of won this game in any conceivable fashion that you could judge a Deadlock game in, and they've won the right now to go up against Hydro Nation.
Now the real question is, ZP, who's going to be the player of the match in your eyes?
It's got to be Ido. Ido gets ahead the Yamato, slashes people up, cuts them up, and I would say that even if I wasn't the person that picked Ido 5 seconds ago, so I did know the answer, but yeah, I think it's hard to argue against Ido with how decisive this match went.
Yeah, I would agree, DDK. I mean, Ido, he did the great balance between lane 1 and lane 2. He was constantly there looking for ganks with Slugfest in lane 1. He was feeding a lot of souls from both those two lanes as well, but just the damage he was able to put out, the raw damage, there was just nothing that could stop him. Even in this fight, when Llama Lords lost 2 players right off the bat, Ido almost single-handedly carried them through this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Yamato is S tier right now, and it doesn't help when you've got a player that's this good at the role and at the character. So, yeah, right from the beginning, Ido was getting ahead, just, you know, doing so well to engineer soul leads on lane. And again, a lot of that is a mechanics thing, but also just an overall Deadlock skill thing. So Ido showing that it's cut above, and that's what we want to see, especially going into what he has to face next.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, obviously, up against Hydro Nation. But we can see, I mean, Ido leading in player damage, objective damage, souls as well here. This is lucky, though. We didn't really touch on him too much because obviously he was kind of overshadowed by Ido, but he had a very solid game as well, put up 7 kills early on. I like the way he built his character as well, or his hero. And then Naked, as ZP pointed out, having some great singularities.
It's interesting to see the Dynamo come into play. And look, part of that also is, I think Naked has one of the more unique hero pools of your competitive players right now in Deadlock. Naked goes back to the very beginning. And I'm not talking about when the NDA got lifted. I'm talking about Naked was one of the select few that was in the game back in May. They've been able to really hone mechanical skill in heroes that might not be flavor of the month, right? So Naked, more than your average Deadlock player, does have picks in their back pocket that are not in fact pocket. They can go to Dynamo, they can go to McGinnis, they can play stuff that's a little bit off the beaten path right now. And hey, look, when you're looking for an edge in these sorts of situations and trying to get one up and over the composition, or rather the enemy teams, being able to pick something that you might not have even practiced against a whole lot, it's an edge. I really do think it is.
I think that's definitely fair, and we're going to find out if Naked has anything else to show us in our final match of the night. We're going to head to a short break here. We got to make sure we update because we did have that minor patch, sorry. But when we do come back, we're going to have our best of 3. But more importantly, we're going to quickly look at the patch notes and talk them over with you guys at home. So we'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night, the North American part of our broadcast, as we're about to get underway here with our final series of the night. However, before we can do that, we did mention there has been a small patch that was pushed during the last match that we were playing, and we have collected all the information to show you guys at home and quickly talk about it as well, give our preemptive thoughts on it before we do fully get to see it live in action. Got ZP and DDK here to join me, and here are the changes that literally just dropped about 15 minutes ago. ZP, you've had a lot more time to look at these than we have. What kind of stands out to you off the bat?
Well, I think the number one thing, the top two changes here, it's going to work together to make it harder to get value out of multiple lanes. What you have to take on the first change is that troopers will be deleting each other quicker. That gives you less time to do like a 3-4 swap or a 1-2 swap or even like a 2-3 swap, right? So the odds of getting min-max economy are now less. Also, obvious things coming in here, Yamato getting another round of nerfs. Does that change her tier listing right now? Maybe not, but the nerfs are starting to add up relative to where she was immediately after the rework. Also, Guardians going to go down even more so past 10 minutes. They will simply be deleted. I also think the one that's vague and it's hard to tell because it could mean anything. Realistically, it really could mean anything. Is the net worth comeback formula toned down? Is it a lot? Is it a little? Who knows? It's kind of arcane to begin with, so we'll just have to see what the gaps end up being with this slight formula change.
All right, well, Dan, I mean, I'm looking at one thing in particular here that makes me a little bit sad if you're playing with me, is the Haze. Bullet Dance bonus damage increased from 2 to 5, and I bet he would have loved to have had that in their match versus Pojala Scumbria. Maybe that would have been enough for them to close out the game.
Possibly, yeah. It's one thing though with his playstyle I have to mention too is that his playstyle doesn't really revolve around the bullet dance too much. But when you do get into that late game, that is when it does come into play. And I am curious too if what that could have potentially changed for him. I think another sad one for people, especially who love the movement tech, is the heavy melee canceling can no longer be done with some abilities, only items. But before, before this patch, the only items I think that it worked with was like Fleet Foot, and then like those Vampiric, Vampiric and like 2 other items, I think 2 or 3 other items. But those are all like extreme, like 6,200 items. So the problem there is that, Fleet Foot is, I guess, unaffected, but there's a lot of heroes that had a lot of abilities that they could do it with. Abrams is one, obviously, with the Siphon, able to cancel out of that. And that's for Abrams, who's a melee-centric hero oftentimes. That's kind of significant for a lot of the high-level players that usually are going to be using that tech. And I think a lot of people were not necessarily expecting. Some people were expecting this to get nerfed, and others were like, nah, Valve will keep it in the game because it increases like the skill ceiling.
I'm starting to think that the devs over at Deadlock actually watched Deadlock Fight Night, because the first urn always being neutral to me is kind of interesting. Well, I like the change first of all, but I remember last week we did see quite often, I think it was a player off Hydra Nation, if I'm not mistaken, who realized, okay, we're probably not going to turn in the urn, so let's just take the first one because we're not going to turn on their side of the map, and then just delay it as long as possible so it doesn't get stronger. That prevents that from actually happening now, where you have, I guess, more incentive to turn it in because you don't have to, go into the enemy's front lines to make that happen.
Yeah, the first urn is not worth enough souls for the risk of like what you would lose if it goes wrong, for sure.
All right. DP, any final thoughts before we do start to look into our first map in this best of 3?
I think anytime you get patch notes mid-tournament, who knows how it's going to affect the outcome. But it will affect the chatter about the outcome, because now if you lose, it was the patch, it wasn't us, the patch messed up our game plans. So NA, the one thing NA does specialize in historically in esports, they're great at excuses. And now, no matter which team loses here, they got them.
I've got nothing to say against that. I mean, I am American, but I do live in Europe, so I kind of want to, go towards my European side here on this one. I don't know. I obviously, I don't think there's anything big enough in the patch, this mini patch, to warrant any massive changes in your gameplay, other than, I guess, maybe the urn change, which isn't really that big of a change. It's just, instead of denying it, we're just going to go turn it in. So I don't think it's really affect them too much, but I also don't doubt, that potential excuse. Like, let's just imagine a world where Hydration lose tonight in this best of 3, they could easily be like, yeah, the patch. It was the mini patch that messed us up. We weren't prepared. That would be rough.
But one thing actually we didn't mention real quick with the economy change is the jungle just got a little bit better. because now there's more of an incentive to actually jungle, because if you're sharing souls, multiple like heroes on the lane, you're actually that's less efficient now.
Yeah, very true. Also, one thing we should note here, and I hope I'm not, talking out of my my butt here, but if I'm not mistaken, Hydra Nation, they have a player on the team who is looking to not really retire, but to stop playing. Is that right, ZP?
I think, I'm not going to get into all the twists and turns, but
No. We don't need
basically,
Seagull milking the drama.
No. Yeah, we leave that to Seagull's new TMZ career. But what we do have here is Rocker, I guess, is stepping away from Deadlock. One reason or another, I'm not entirely sure, real life, whatever it may be. And originally was not going to be playing today. But due to circumstances and fun things, Rocker is making this his swan song. So far as I understand, it's NA. The roster might have changed 4 times in the last 5 minutes. Who knows?
Oh man, you can just tell ZP DDK he's a little bit annoyed at NA and how they constantly keep swapping rosters around.
I get it, man. I get it. It's kind of like a reality TV show up in NA. It's like no drama in EU, just all the teams are the same all the time. You don't have to worry about it, but I feel it. But here we go. These are the rosters. Obviously, Llama Laws did just play. And I feel like we got a good look at what they are bringing to bear in this game.
Yeah, and looking at, Hydra Nation, I'm going to do the same thing we did before, right? Who are these players on Hydra Nation? And I guess since we saw Llama Lords, you can kind of touch on them a little bit here that we're really going to be focused on going into this draft and, of course, going on into this series. Let's start with you, ZP.
Well, in terms of Llama Lords, I do think there's traditional knowledge in NA when going against Ido is, I think Ido has expanded his hero pool a lot from everything I've seen and heard. But the idea is that Ido does have some heroes that Ido plays better than others. Of course, the most notable one being Pocket. Hydra Nation has shown very much an interest in getting rid of comfort picks. So, at a minimum, I still think that you apply the conventional knowledge here if you're Hydra Nation. You look at Llama Lords and you go, all right, we're not going to let Ido have the pocket. One player, not on either team, told me is like, NA Deadlock right now when it comes to Ido is, they call Ido LeBron when it comes to pocket, and you don't let LeBron have the ball. In this case, the ball is pocket, right? So that's how NA players talk when it comes to, Ido, who is now on Llama Lord. So we'll see how it goes, but I definitely think that hero in particular will probably be off the table, even though Pocket's overall power has lessened considerably relative to those days. Clearly, when you look at today's results, Pocket is still quite good.
Okay, well, Llama Lord starting things off with a Viscous ban. Of course, we know DDK, that's going to be targeted at Hydration. I'm curious to see what Hydration will ban away, though, because obviously they will have the first 2 picks, so they could potentially just bypass banning anything in particular.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go here. Obviously, we're thinking, okay, potential options, Mirage, Yamato, and who am I missing? Who's our 4th one? Viscous, Mirage, Yamato.
Wraith. Hydra Nation values Wraith way more than the average NA team, historically.
Okay.
And they don't want to deal with the Yamato, okay. But now that they do that, what does Llama Lords pick as first pick here? Do they go with a traditional Wraith from the EU school? Do they secure the Pocket, who is unlikely to survive past picks 1 and 2? I think this is going to be very interesting in terms of what they choose for the very first pick here, because I guarantee you, if they go Pocket, Paradox is coming in, and they do go Pocket. But now you've given Flick Paradox for sure.
Oh yeah,
that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
It seems guaranteed that the Paradox should be here, and the Mirage, Paradox Mirage.
I don't know. Maybe Flick wants to play something else.
Ooh,
Maybe he wants to play Vindicta this time. Who knows? But they're giving them the opportunity to pick up Paradox here.
You have to, I feel like you have to take it. Like, you actually have to take it. But the reasons, as EP said, even if Paradox wasn't an insane hero, just the Flick's ability to play Paradox is insane. So, I mean, obviously, Paradox is also very good still. So we're gonna get to Kelvin. It's very interesting how high up the value is for Kelvin in the draft in North America right now.
Less North America. I mean, somewhat North America, but I think it's also Quig. I think there's a lot of respect for Quig playing Kelvin. And this is not the first time we've seen a team go against Hydra Nation and go, yeah, we're either going to ban Kelvin, which has happened a few times, or we're going to pick it early. On that same note, if you're denying picks, Paradox should be coming in. They don't pick Paradox. Oh boy. I mean, Rocker and Flick are both really good at Abrams, but you have to think you're not going to get another chance to deny the Paradox now that you've let it go.
That's what I was thinking too. It's like because that's what Flick is going to be playing most likely. In this case, that you steal the Paradox, it would be the Abrams. So it's just really interesting at this level too, because you know, at the very top of any region, you're going to have so much familiarity, like between teams, of how people like to play. So there'll be like there can be metas within metas. I wouldn't say that because we don't have a firm team that is the main rival of Hydra Nation, just like a group of players that play in different rosters that play against Hydra Nation. It's harder to kind of pinpoint that. Oh, okay, we're going to have like a very specific meta within a meta that's just in a vacuum, these two teams. But at the same time, everybody knows how Hydra Nation likes to play at this point.
Go ahead, CP. I already know what you're going to say. Picking a Vindicta into a Paradox, especially a Paradox played by Flick, is not going to be easy.
You know, truthfully, I wasn't even going to go into that, but it is a very... I have ranted about it before today, and yeah, I'll rant about it again. It's going to be tough. However, going here, the Dynamo comes on in. I really wonder how much of this for Hydra Nation is because they want to pick Dynamo, because Kelvin is off the board for Quig, and how much is they don't want to give Naked the option to play Dynamo. I do think it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah, I think that's actually fair analysis, because with Hydra Nation, we've seen in the past, like, remember when we had Wallix show off that Bebop, and Hydra Nation banned it. When they met up against Wallix the next week, they let it through because they figured out, okay, we're going to play against it this time. And I think seeing the Dynamo in the last game, maybe it's like, okay, we're not really afraid of it, but we don't really have like a set game plan against it just right now, or at least that we've been practiced enough. So let's just deny it away. I feel like that's very fair.
Llama Lords have a good balance right now of damage and support. So I'd be curious to see what they pick here. I feel like there's a lot of different options you could go for. So they probably will pick into the comfort. But I kind of want to see Shiv, even though I've been a bit of a hater of late.
I want to see Shiv just look in the mirror, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will say, if McGinnis isn't picked here for Llama Lords, given that it is Naked's historical signature hero, that's just an indictment on the absolute state of McGinnis right now. If the biggest McGinnis one trick in the game, okay, they do pick it. So McGinnis is still alive. Seagull has dropped everything. He has found the match ID. He's going in. The investigation has begun as he tears down every last bit of Naked on McGinnis, where it will be Naked on the McGinnis, or the world has gone topsy-turvy.
I can see Seagull's chat right now if I close my eyes. Caught.
Yeah.
And Seagull's like, no, don't bring this my way. 7 could be the last pick, though, coming out of Hydra Nation. So I'm assuming we're going to see DMB. Actually, I don't know. I'm not going to say that because we did see DMB play Infernus last week and Lefa play Infernus last week, and it confused the hell out of all of us. It's not necessarily going to set in stone where everything's going, but Warden, I'm assuming, going to be going Hydration, and Flick going to be on Paradox, of course. Like, that's my 2. All right, those are the easy choices. Okay, Dynamo on Quig. Those are my 3 easy choices. I don't know the rest where they're going to go.
will be on 7 in this lineup, I think, and then DMB on Infernus. That's my guess. See if we're right.
But by process of elimination, it leaves Rocker on the Mirage. I think we've actually figured it out. Everything about that makes sense to me, given what they've played historically.
With our brains combined, we can sort out who's playing what.
Llama Lords, I mean, Pocket on Ido, Naked on McGinnis. Gets a little bit more variable from there, but,
Lucky on Wraith. Actually, I don't know. Lucky could play Vindicta potentially.
Yeah, Lucky, that's what I'm saying. It could get variable. Like, you could kind of narrow down, like, within 2, but beyond that, you start getting into, well, where's everyone's true comfort at? But, look, we got lots of data on Hydra Nation. We've seen them a lot. Yeah. They are the 5-time champion, and they're looking to be the 6-time champion here tonight. Llama Lords, though, be interesting to see if they can give them a challenge. I think, per the draft here, the draft feels to me fairly competitive. Like, I don't look at this and think that one team is absolutely dominating the draft.
I think one person who will know exactly who's playing who on Llama Lords is going to be Grizzly, because he came in with the sub here. Big appreciate it. Again, all the subs that go into this channel get put directly back into the events to make sure we can keep bringing you all this action week by week by week. And hopefully you're going to be able to do that throughout not only the rest of this year, but of course next year as well. But I believe we will be getting very soon into our match. I actually just saw a funny picture of Seagull's chat of the caught emoji. I'm liking a double caught as well. But so who are you favoring in this one, ZP? Take a look. I mean, ignoring the teams, right? Because obviously you're always going to favor Hydra Nation. The fact that they've won 6 weeks in a row, or 5 weeks in a row now. I didn't just read the script. Who would you favor in this sense?
I think of the teams overall. I think if Llama Lord, it's not. I don't think there's as big of a late to early game difference between these two teams. I think really it's balanced between the two for different reasons. I think if you had EU in here, you think about how EU teams play, I might actually favor the Llama Lords lineup just a little bit more simply because of what Wraith can do and the fact that I still think, even with some of the recent nerfs, McGinnis is a little bit undervalued. I think that there's worlds where McGinnis can create real team fight problems, especially with some of the urns in the late game. I think Vindicta has proven to be very, very good right now. The problem is that when you break it down in the Hydra Nation being the ones on the other side, well, you have to survive the early to mid game of Flick just annihilating everyone on Paradox, and that is easier said than done.
Okay, well, ZP, thank you so much for your input here. We're about to drop into our first map in this best of 3 between Hydra Nation, our current Kings of NA, up against Llama Lords, the challengers here with Ido and friends. And we're dropping straight into this one. DDK, you and myself. I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. Honestly, I feel like Hydra Nation have kind of almost turned themselves into the villain in North America, where like you want to see them beat because you don't want to see them keep winning every single week.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting dilemmas, I think, for Hydra Nation in this one, where, oh, this is interesting. So we're going to freeze up the creeps a little bit, so they're going to be closer. Your enemy creeps will be closer to you. So I kind of like that opening, but I wanted to mention, in terms of one of these team fighting points, when we're thinking about Dynamo and getting effective ults, the Llama Lords lineup, it actually is going to be hard to get effective ult singularities off on Llama Lords because the way that you play the spacing on a Vindicta, you're going to play far back. You know, you're going to have a situation where McGinnis has a wall, Pocket has abilities to get out as well, and it's going to be kind of going in and out of fights or playing on the peripheral. Like, there's not like you know, the 3 heroes that plays front line all together where you can just drop in for a singularity to get a singularity to catch multiple players. So I think hitting singularities against multiple players will be hard in this game. So that's one thing I'm curious to see as we progress.
Yeah, I think that's actually very fair and something I didn't really think about too much. But one caveat I will have is Hydra Nation have like 2 avenues of pick potential, because you do have the Flick, or we're assuming it's Flick, going to be on Paradox who can do the swap, but then also you do have the singularity. So you have like 2 different things you have to watch out for that are going to be kind of like hard engages / win conditions for Hydra Nation. So I'm kind of curious to see how, you know, that can play out. Didn't expect a kill to happen like that this early on, but Leffa gets it.
Yes. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. At least a kill at this point of the game is like worth the least. But obviously, actually, I don't know that Snake is going to miss the wave. Maybe like 100, 200 souls there at most. So not the worst thing in the world to happen. But yeah, kind of odd. Obviously, there's the first blood of bonus that was added somewhat recently.
So I'm not sure, DDK.
Vegas is in instead of Rocker.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Is Vegas just Rocker renamed, or is this a different player completely? So it looks like Rocker will not be playing, and it will be Vegas instead, going to be on the Mirage. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how it's going to do. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Vegas. I'm personally not familiar because I'm over in EU. I don't know if any previous teams he's played on, but you know, ZP or DDK, feel free to chime in and give us a little bit of history on the player.
I know nothing.
I think ZP saying nothing means he knows nothing as well. Okay, so
on the cast, I was just letting Dan do it, but look, Vegas is one of the original players. He goes back to May. He has as much experience as Naked, but he's also part of like top NA players that have been more focused on content creation rather than tournament play. They were involved in the earliest tournaments, but they've stepped away for a while. Is kind of what it comes down to.
Well, ZP, thank you so much for that little bit of a check-in. Yeah, so good to see what Vegas can pull off with this team and potentially earn himself some money here if they can pull off the win. But so far, beyond the initial kill onto Naked here, Dan, we haven't really seen too much action just yet, other than Hydra Nation just being so aggressive here in lane 3.
Yeah, just despite that, the kill on Naked, indeed, it's just been somewhat chill for the most part. Just trying to get efficient soul collection, and indeed I would expect that the players understand how to interpret some of the patch notes, but I don't think it's going to really change any decision making ultimately in how you decide to go between lanes or farm the jungle, etc. So for now, you know, one thing that we can kind of make mention of is that we do have Flick moving over to lane 4 to give assistance potentially to Vegas, but we managed to connect one of the disables there. Beautiful opening from your Dynamo. And that's a problem.
I think it was the ice path that really kind of, well, I don't think it fully screwed him there, but he couldn't move. Like, he couldn't go up or down because he was just kind of locked between the wall and it. But obviously the binding ward did come through, and either way, Hydronation's still able to come out with another kill for themselves and continue to grow this lead, which is currently sitting at 2K, which 4 minutes in, I think 2K actually is quite a bit, to be perfectly honest. Just depends on, I guess, maybe where the waves are.
Yeah, and it's definitely a scary lane whenever you've got Dynamo, who has a heal that's very good early lane, and then obviously has the stun. You combine that with Binding Word, it's definitely a nasty combo. But here comes, oh, nice catch, just barely getting that stay to connect. And there's the zoom, the snipe down lever for the finish. And trying to get out of there, though. Can Vindictor escapes? It's lucky. Basically, is fine. Everything's fine. Able to get some damage in the distance as well. The Assassinates will be rattled off. There go the Ravens as well. The Crows. Whatever, some kind of avian creature.
Some kind of bird. The last thing to come in here out of hydration. Picks up Ido. Potentially looking for some more here. Catches out Naked. Caught off as well. And they will be able to turn this around. I think equalize things pretty well. I think Quig did use Singularity early on in this fight. Obviously, it's going to be on cooldown right now as the Frozen Shelter comes in out of Lower Nim, and Vegas will fall. So I guess in the end, Llamalords do come out ahead in kills, but unfortunately, they're still going to be behind in souls.
Yeah, almost looked like a potential for a re-engage there. Lots of attention on that lane, but speaking of which, DMB, a little bit of trouble, but in comes the Kinetic Carbine there as well, as assistance is on the way from Flick. And good start now is, I feel like, happening for Hydronation. DMB's having a pretty good solo lane, obviously getting the assistance when he needs it. But with that said, the Guardian on lane number 4 is going down because of the focus from Llamalords. So you give a little up and you get a little back.
Yeah, I'm just really curious to see how like the trooper damage is really going to change things here. I mean, as ZP was pointing out when we had him on the desk, like 20% is quite a bit. You can lose out on quite a lot of souls, especially early on. It's going to be Vegas being forced back here, trying to really get ground to Young Calc. And, you know, Young Calc on the Abrams, when we saw him, I think it was 2 weeks ago, was very impactful. It was very nice to see. But he's kind of behind in souls at the moment at 3.8, at least compared to a couple of other teammates on his team.
Yep. Definitely agree with that statement with Young Calc's impact. There is the stun Binding Word combo. It's very scary. Very scary indeed. And you definitely do need to, you know, it's like he definitely needs to ensure that he's doing a good job in keeping up with the souls there, because we talked about it before. Vindictor does have a lot of impact in the early to mid game because of the distance you can do damage from, and also the stake is nice because it prevents you from dying to dives. It's a good way to set up ganks. The Assassinate can cover long distances either around the bridges or the middle 2 lanes, and with the flight as well, you're able to get good vantage points to be able to quickly respond to assist your teammates. So Vindictor's just able to be very active with consistent gun damage.
Oh yeah, especially if you can get rolling. Like we know Slugfest a very good player. I mean, he's already been able to get one assassinate off and get a little bit of extra souls towards his side. But we do see Hydration able to respond. They take down the Guardian in lane 1, which I guess is going to free up Vegas to just continue to solo push as Quig can maybe regroup here in lane 2. He's been bouncing quite a bit. I mean, comparing him to Hydration, it is a slight soul difference between the two, but I guess to be fair, Quig has been more interactive around the map at the moment. And speaking of interactive, you can see Flick here on the Paradox looking to transition into lane 2. He has a swap up, Kinetic Carbine being used as well, but he just can't seem to find anyone.
Indeed, nice dodge from Llamalords to make sure that they were able to escape that potential pickoff. Kinetic Carbine can obviously roll into a lot and fight on the mid lanes once again. Pretty much everybody here for both teams except 2. Actually, no, it's Hydronation who are 2 players out of this fight, so this should be advantageous in the numbers for Llamalords as the fight breaks out around the secret shop, around the mid boss. Oh my god, absolutely wild damage coming through here from the last stand, and that's going to annihilate these players. Are we able to escape, though? That's the question. Llamalords really taking advantages there. Beautiful fight, and maybe, Jason, Hydronation just underestimated the fact that they were heavily outnumbered.
I mean, they took a 6-on-3 fight and did pick up the kills, but they're going to lose a lot of objectives around the map here, right? They're going to lose a Guardian in lane 4. Potentially could lose out on a Walker lane 1, but I think the damage isn't quite there. Remember, it's not really going to be too effective until you get to that 14-minute mark where the Walkers don't really have the resistances to you anymore. So that kind of like split push. I feel like Yeah, I feel like Llama Lord's actually coming out ahead in that one pretty consistently, or pretty cleanly actually, considering they weren't able to get the walker off the back of that.
I totally agree, and you know, Naked's barrage there on top of the Naked's barrage that did so much damage. Also, it was just it's such a beautiful team fight, and I really agree that the exchange of value was heavily favorable for Llama Lords. Also, because as you say, we got to remember when these resistances change, and yeah, the Walkers are harder to take down at this time. The Guardians now with the new change will lose 50% resistance, I believe. At 10 minutes it was that change. So yeah, it feels like you actually want to just defend that team fight because it's easy to take those objectives if you just wait a couple minutes.
Yeah, and if you're trying to snowball early, it definitely is very difficult to do so. But as we're about to hit the 10-minute mark here, Dan, of course, we're going to be looking at the buffs on both sides as Llama Lords are looking for even potentially a catch out here. Hydra Nation are set up on the left-hand side, and Llama Lords are set up on the right-hand side. Of course, they are going to be spawning in as well. So will we see an early turn-in happen? Or are neither team actually just going to bother for it? They're just going to pick it up just to the enemy team.
I ain't liking this.
Oh. Telekinesis on DMB there. Showing him who's boss.
And away we go.
And there's that urn pickup. And all right, we'll follow the journey. We'll follow the journey here.
Yeah,
the question is how Llama Lords respond.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be there to defend any potential turn-in, though I don't expect to see Quig trying to force the turn-in anytime soon. I mean, it's just about killing boxes at the moment. I was more looking towards like not Lucky Rokane, who's going to be on the Wraith. I was curious to see how is he going to deal with like split pushing, as we're going to see Young Calc unfortunately caught out. And well, yeah, we know how good Flick is on Paradox, but yeah, like what is he going to be able to do as a Wraith? Because in EU, like we see Wraith used heavily for split pushing, heavily for the dual potential that she can provide. You have to invest very early on into like Ethereal Shift if you want to be able to mitigate the damage that she can do, as Flick's going to be caught out as the re-push comes in out of Llama Lords. But the Urn actually, is it really? I didn't expect it to just be ran over so cleanly. It gets turned in.
Yeah, there's resistance over there. There's a 2v2, now 3v2 because of Traveler team fight in favor of Hydra Nation in terms of the numbers. But in comes Llama Lords with their Abrams making his way forward. So that's going to even up the numbers as they continue to fight here over this urn. And I mean, who's going to be left standing after all is said and done? We've got Hydra Nation trying to fall back here. Not going to be working out too well. Can they also take down DMB trying to escape on the Infernus up the rope onto the rooftop? And I don't know that there's anything that can stop him here. And there's assistance on the way. They've got Ward and Hydration who's going to be there to help very shortly. So you've got to be careful how deep you go for this chase right now, because you don't want to give away easy kills to your opponents by going in too deep. And that might be exactly what's happening right now. Flick with the kinetic carbine able to stop Ido. And indeed, I think they've bitten off more than they can chew there.
I was like Young Calc there, like, oh, I see a last stand, but I don't want to go into it. It's just like under me. As EP is pointing out here, our interviewer on the sidelines notices that there are going to be 2 Healing Novas out of Llama Lords here. So Naked and Lord and M going to be playing both support here, which, well, at least support-esque at the moment with the items they currently have picked up. So I'm kind of curious to see how that might change later on. Are we going to see like a gun Kelvin, which I know has been nerfed quite heavily? Are we going to see more of a spirit build out of Naked? I'm not sure how double support would really work in this comp, unless you're able to keep like Rokane, Lucky, and Young Calc alive.
One thing I want to mention is a macro, but we might have a fight brewing here on lane 3, so might have to hold that point. It's a 3v4 situation in favor of Hydra Nation there, so if there was to be a fight, might be a bit problematic. But Llama Lords do have 2 players also on the 2 lane too, so it's quick to get over. So right now I feel like it's just a lot of teasing that's happening, and I'll see if I can quickly make my point here. So really nice macro from Hydra Nation, because when the urn turn-in situation happened, Llama Lords picked it up and they were going to go, rather Hydra Nation picked it up and they were threatening they were going to turn it in. Llama Lords kept players on lane 1, expecting Hydra Nation to just go towards the urn, allowing Llama Lords to then fight for the lane 1 Walker. But Hydra Nation recognized this was happening and they just took the team fight on lane 1 while still sending 2 players to the urn, and they managed to get the best of both worlds by doing that. So very smart macro reaction from Hydra Nation, proving why they're so good.
And proving definitely why they're the best team in North America at the moment. I mean, I know one joke we do make is when it comes to NA is like the macro play, not necessarily being as clean when it comes to, you know, maybe Europe if you compare them to, but definitely Hydra Nation on the cutting edge when it comes to North America. A lot of teams can learn from them as well. But as we do hit about the 14-minute mark, solely not too different between the 2 teams, only about 2K. In Vegas, and Flick going to be kind of semi behind their counterparts on the team, or not their counterparts, their other teammates. But then again, having the farm on Leffa and DMB, you're going to be very, very happy with. The next point of contention, I mean, I'm assuming it's got to be buffs here at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
Or Hydration's just going to force himself.
And that Guardian's going down very, very quickly past the 10-minute mark. It's instantly deleted and walking straight into a Singularity. Not the best idea, but there's the Frozen Shelter. More trying to keep up the McGinnis, but Naked will eventually go down. And this is looking pretty bad right now for Llamalords potentially, as Hydronation turn their full attention to these fights. Looking rather even though on the numbers, so hard to say who's going to come out on top here. Nice pursuit from Hydration there, using the flask, continuing the pursuit, and barely just able to take down Rokane as he can't get out of there. And will they be able to build this into more damage? Because is the Walker still up here? It is, so they can just roll these kills into Walker pressure. Maybe just get this Walker as well.
I was thinking maybe mid-boss here, but yeah, Walker seems to be the route they're going to be going for. Some great movement out of Hydration to look to back away as the Binding Word will land. Still be denied the Walker in lane 3. However, lane 2 is taking a lot of damage as well here out of DMB. Not able to quite get it just yet, as I think Vegas might be going down from this one. As long as Lord and M can kind of stick with him. There you go. Final Frost Grenade to finish him off.
Yeah, well done. And if we take stock of the souls, Hydronation's only ahead by 4k, which is actually quite surprising, especially given that right now they've got a lot more objective kills than their opponents. So Llamalords, if they're able to stay up and not give up too many bad team fights, they might be in a good spot. But Hydronation looking to extend the advantage here. The run to the left side of the map. And at this point, yeah, Llamalords definitely have the option to try to push, but actually maybe they don't, because they don't have map control here. They don't have any creep waves that are close to enemy objectives.
I mean, you can see Rokane is going to be teleporting over to lane 1. Hydronation have to be careful. Like, a lot of these key ultimates are going to be offline, right? We don't have a Singularity to Quake up just yet. Stormcloud, I mean, not really expecting to be a big part of this one, but Concussive Combustion is going to be non-existent because DMB has been caught out and it has been finished off here, which forces Hydronation immediately back away, realize we cannot contest this urn, but at least we can hold it to allow Vegas to split push on lane 4 here to look for a Walker.
Huge push here from Llamalords, and the defense from Hydronation starts off with a paradoxical swap. Is it going to get anything? Young Calcs are straight in there with the Abrams, the seismic slam, and it's going to be problematic here for Hydronation because they did once again not turn up with enough players to defend this, and they committed to the defense. They lose the Walker, they lose 3 players, and Llamalords, they're in advantage now on the souls at the very least. And I mean, this is a problem because there are still objectives for them to get, and they can start to swing momentum here.
I mean, if they go mid boss, we're gonna get an urn turn in for Hydronation. Looks like they will set up here again. McGinnis can be making quick work of this one. I actually wonder how many turrets Naked's gonna be able to get down in time. And really, like, what can they contest with? There's really no steal potential out of Hydronation here, especially with Singularity not even being here because he's dead. So it looks like Llamalords might be able to secure this one unless some mistake massively happens.
Oh, Frozen Shelter, Concussive Combustion. Oh my goodness, who's going to be able to take the rejuve here? It's very scary. This rejuve is everything, and it's going to go to Llamalords. They lost 1 player, so did Hydronation. The numbers are pretty even in this fight at the moment. Everyone's turned up. Cloudform comes in from left, but that's going to do insane damage in these open spaces, forcing Llamalords to have to escape. And I mean, 4 of them are down at this point. Obviously, they have the rejuve, and it looks like it might get worse. Rokane is caught, and there's nowhere to go. 3 players just drilling into him. And okay, 4 players go down against the 2, but they got the rejuve, so worth it perhaps. But they are now slightly behind on the souls.
Yeah, just slightly though. Not too big of a deal. I mean, at least they're able to secure a good pickup by Ido. Obviously, the worst case scenario, losing all those players thereafter. Only Ido's going to be the one to maintain the quick respawn timer now. But this urn wasn't turned in from this one because I think Flick just dropped it, realized he had to go join his team to help out for this one. But they are going to poise for control of the urn turn, or the urn at least pickup. But the turn, of course, can be on the other side of the map as Llamalords looking to push down on lane 2 here, which is the perfect position to push on, I would assume, considering you can get damage onto the Walker, and of course you can interrupt any sort of turning coming across the map.
By the way, soft nerf on the Paradox because he was able to previously cancel or do heavy melee cancel, I think, off of Kinetic Carbine. So a little bit of a movement nerf to Paradox, which is one of the things that makes Paradox good.
Dan, can you feel it? Can you sense it right now? That we potentially could have Hydronation losing this map.
Don't do it, man.
I mean, it's becoming close. Like, obviously, Hydration are an insanely good team, and their team fight I think is going to be unmatched when it comes to NA. But I feel like Llama Lords are playing things pretty smart so far.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and the key players, your Pocket, your Vindicta, your Wraith are the ones where the most of the souls are collected on. And also, Lord and Them's doing a great job on the Kelvin so far in this game, and it's providing a lot of issues. Great frozen shutters coming through, but the concussive combustion here to try to escape. This is excellent work. The pressure here from Llama Lords is insane. Obviously, off of the rejuve, they're able to push all of the lanes. That's going to prevent an urn to be able to be turned in really from Hydronation, because they just don't have map control to be able to do it so safely. And right now, Llama Lords are able to move across the map and find ways to try to get picks and potentially pick up the urn. And it is an advantage for them to collect this urn if they're able to grab it, which they just have.
I mean, you can see like the halfway point of this map is no longer, split 50-50. Llama Lords have been able to get about 60% of control around the map and push in towards enemy territory. They're going to start to rotate here to get this turn in. And I don't think Hydronation are going to actually contest this one. I mean, I can see already Quigley moving in the direction. We need to see other players from Llama Lords teleport over here. They cannot afford to go for this turn in without all their players here, which if they do that, Vegas can then split push lane 4 and potentially get a walker. But I honestly, Llama Lords, like, this could be them getting the foot up against Hydronation and potentially looking to take, for the first time ever here in Deadlock Fight Night, a map against Hydronation.
The problem
I
here,
want to make a mistake.
Singularity is up. It's a huge problem. This is so smart. Looking for the players that could be lurking on the extremities, and they're going to catch DMB, who was doing just that because he wanted to run in from the side. Such good game sense coming through from Llama Lords to try and figure out exactly how do we deal with this situation. We're just going to start picking them off one by one on the periphery, and now, yeah, easy urn pickup. That is one way to deal with a team fight that looks like it's going to be a 6v6. If you're worried about that singularity, well, just find the players that are sitting on the sidelines.
But this is the downside, though, Dan. Vegas has been able to push into lane 4 and get a walker for free. Like that. I mean, obviously, they get a lot of kills for the side of Llama Lords, but they don't get the urn turn in because the urn was already moving back towards the respawn. Now they pick it up again, which I think they should be able to run it in time, but losing the walker... I mean, one more to go like that. It's already low on lane 2 from when DMB pushed earlier in this game. Like, that's going to be another flex slot for Hydronation. A lot more map control. It's really been a battle between these two teams. But Llama Lords will eventually get the turn in. And we'll tie things up here in Souls and take just a slight ever so lead.
Yeah, I'm actually quite okay with it because I think, once they get a team fight that goes their way, they should be able to roll into killing the remaining Guardian and probably potentially both remaining Walkers. Obviously, as we've discussed, the resistances are going to be very low now for those buildings. So the urn, however, that's AP for your entire team as well as the extra souls. And so I like that they went for that choice here. And previously in this game, Hydronation were pretty far ahead on the objectives, yet Llama Lords have kept the soul lead close. So eventually, if Llama Lords win a team fight, they could just suddenly, off of the objectives claimed afterwards, go up like 10-15k souls straight off of a good team fight. So right now, Hydronation are in a lot of trouble. I think the mid boss must be coming up relatively soon. So that's something also that could precipitate the next big team fight.
Also, we should keep in mind that we do have Young Calc and I think Lord and M who are going to be sitting there. Sorry, not Lord and M, it's actually Naked, who's going to be sitting there with Knockdown as well, which is going to work well against Leffa, but also on chase potential too. I was going to keep up with their enemies, and especially if you have Lord and M with getting the slow as well with the Arctic Beam. I don't know, I'm kind of favoring Llama Lords right now, but then again, like, we haven't really seen Hydronation push onto the back foot like this before. We've never really seen them be the team behind and having to fight from behind, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, I totally agree, and this is really, really interesting.
Oh, there's a third knockdown. Sorry, there's a third one. So Lord did pick one up as well. So they have 3 knockdowns to deal with Hydronation.
Wow, that's so cool. I can't wait to see how that sort of comes into play in some of these big team fights. But yeah, I'm starting to think that mid boss might be the next really big team fight. But I think what has been successful for Llama Lords is to try to not just go for a big team fight, because you do not want to get singularity'd in a 6v6 situation where multiple players could get disabled, because the time at the beginning of a fight where that happens is an insane advantage that just I think snowballs a fight in favor of the Dynamo. So quick paradoxical swap coming in, and there's the ethereal mode to try to prevent the pick from happening. There looks like they might be able to find a pick here, Jason. That would be huge if they can.
That would be good. There's going to be the size percent coming through. The Singularity's going to catch out 2 players, but the follow-up, where will it be? Will these players eventually die? Quick is wondering where his teammates are going to be. Gets locked in with the frozen shelter. Eventually, it's going to fall as well, as it's just going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Hydration so far, as they're looking to regroup here and push yet again. And you got to be careful for Llama Lords. You had the lead before, but you cannot afford to lose it here. As it looks like
Mid-boss
both teams just going to back away. And yeah, mid-boss definitely going to be the eye.
Oh no, they can't afford to die here. The Hydronation, indeed, they are going to go off to that mid boss for sure. If they're able to just get another couple kills here, they've got 3 players down right now. This has to be insta mid boss. Indeed, they're all going to the mid boss. This is the way to swing the game back into their favor and to crush the hopes and dreams of anyone that was looking for the underdog story here today that would have Llama Lords defeating Hydronation, breaking their streak. Get some burst thrown in there, but not going to do too much.
Okay, he's going in for it. There's going to be the parries, though. No chance you can steal it away for Ido. And he will fall. I'll give him A for effort. Didn't really work out in the end, though. And now with him down for another 50 seconds, I mean, this could be earn turn in. There's both buffs up. There could be pressure onto walkers as well as the last walker, meaning Hydronation will get another flex slot unlocked. Not necessarily the best time to die, but he at least went for it. I can respect it.
Yeah, I was going to make the point, too, that it's potentially problematic because you now get the way the soul scaling goes for hero kills, after that 20-minute period, that they start to become worth like significantly more. So it's a lot worse than it used to be to die in that fashion. And behind the rejuve, you've got all this lane control, easiest earn run of your life. Because the other thing too is that Llama Lords can't really afford in this scenario where all of the other team has those rejuve buffs and everything to be able to just go and just try to push out this deep to create a fight. It's just too risky to do that.
Yeah, you have to do something similar to like Pojala Scumbria in the EU games where they just kind of hid in a building waiting to catch you out. But then again, if you're all grouped up, hiding in a building, waiting to catch someone out, and that player or whoever that is has also Quick there to support, that's a 6-man singularity. And that's not going to work out for you. Not to mention, Hydronation do have the pressure of split push with Vegas, which they have utilized quite a bit here, especially when it came to lane 4. But it looks like he's in a group up here to join the team to force the fight. It looks like Hydronation actually just want to use this Rejuvenator to take these shrines and potentially, best case, win the game right here.
Exactly. And they are gearing up for it. Paradoxical swap there to try to get that pick off. Oh, that's a nasty one to get at the beginning of the fight. Your support goes down. The source of your heals goes away. No frozen shelter. And that's a nice one to get. We'll see, though, if Llama Lords can mount any kind of a defense here. They lose Ido again as well, and it feels like it's about to go from bad to worse here now, Jason, as we get Hydronation moving into the base. Still only 1 player down, and that rejuve is fully up, and they are just crushing everybody in the base.
It seemed like a miscommunication in that fight, too, because I think it was Ido and another player went deep. And there was no one there to support. There was Naked, Rocane, and I think Sizlucky were sitting back towards the base. That's going to be the first 2 shrines to go down. Hydration have not lost a player here in this fight with only 2 players left on the enemy side with Rocane and Naked. They're for sure going to force the transformation. And honestly, they can finish the game right here because it's just too long of a cooldown right now for Llama Lords to respawn back in.
It's not looking good at all. I completely agree. And it just seems like a formality at this point. Everyone in the pit, cloud form there to basically dash anyone's host, but there's a knockdown. There's knockdowns coming in handy. And Llama Lords trying to do what they can with what they have, but it is simply not enough. Patron is going to get focused down, and it is melting, and that is Hydronation avoiding dropping a map. Avoiding what would have been a first here at Deadlock Fight Night for them. And Llama Lords, they brought it close, though. They really did, and they made it look very doable. And hey, they're 1 map down here, Jason, but I feel like if you watch that game, you got to believe that it is still doable for them.
They made Hydronation look mortal, I think, for me. Like, they made him look beatable. And we haven't seen a single team, I feel like, in North America be able to do that against them, which is, I mean, obviously not a great sign for Hydronation, but great for North America in general. And, of course, for Llama Lords, who had so many great plays. I feel like they were so mindful about letting them be split pushed against them, knowing that, okay, the fight's more important right now because our walkers are not going to die, and they're able to get a lot of ground across that. But we do have to bring in another man who's been watching the game the entire time and has had 3 knockdowns to focus on. ZP, a lot of knockdowns, but in the end, it didn't really matter, unfortunately.
I do wonder about where Llama Lords were taking some of those fights, because, of course, anytime you're running a Vindicta, you ideally want to keep more fights out in the open. A lot of those fights kind of took place down near Secret Shop, like, probably more heavily than they should have. But also, one of the things that was kind of ridiculous to me, and it'll be more so ridiculous when we look at the score screen, do you realize how rich Hydration was in this game? Hydration was the 1%. Hydration would have his house occupied with how many souls that Hydration was storing in this game on a character that, realistically speaking, almost never is one of the characters that get overfarmed. Hydration had 37,000 souls on Warden. Not on Infernus, not on Seven, not the characters that usually eat the jungle, on Warden. And as a result, when I was looking at damage over the last 10 minutes, Hydration's damage was incredibly competitive, even with Leffa, who is also pumping damage in close-range fights on 7. And when you talk about ideal places to fight, right? Like, even that last mid-boss fight, you'd have a lot of these close-up fights that would continue to happen, and it kind of limited how much damage Sizzlucky was able to do into the late game. I think, in general, you know, the game was close when it was skirmishy, but as soon as you got into the more closed-in areas, Hydra Nation was able to find, you know, areas to take advantage. And look, I mean, part of that was also the Dynamo. Yeah, you kind of take the Kelvin because it's a signature hero for Quig. I don't know. I almost wonder if Llama Lords would have been done better if they had the Dynamo, given what we've seen Naked do, and given what Quig just did to them there. But to my point, I did not know the stats beforehand, before saying everything I just said. Look at the damage that Hydration pumped out here on Warden, the wealth that he had on Warden. That is such an overperformance for that character relative to what we see, even relative to EU that seemingly loved Warden more than anything else.
Yeah, kind of good. Honestly, didn't really notice it too much because I'm typically not going to focus on Warden in general when you have like Flick on Paradox and you have Leffa on 7, but definitely putting out some really good damage here, and kind of a shame we didn't get to really see it play out so much until it came to the end game screen. On the other side, though, I mean, one thing that kind of stands out as well, obviously the double supports didn't really work out too well the side of Llama Lords here, DDK.
No, it definitely didn't. I mean, it was very competitive, and it's kind of, the hydration element is very interesting to consider, because again, most people are not going to be farming like that, and I'm starting to wonder, is it how Llama Lords played, or is it how Hydration played? Because we say this about him, I think every week almost, where we're like, wow, he's really good at just getting. I guess he understands the routes and and does the timing on all of the box runs. I guess that's got to be it. He just understands how to path really efficiently, because I can't think of any other explanation as to how he's able to do it.
It's really good pathing, and also the interesting thing, even though they weren't running as heavy on support, they did have heavy emphasis on support items into the mid game, because you had both Hydration and Flick also grab Health Nova. You had 3 Health Novas on Hydra Nation, even though they weren't running 2 people in a pure support role. So they did kind of balance the support items more than it might have been apparent just from watching as we were bopping around from character to character.
They made that item a lot better for, I think I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast today, that there's changes to that item where it gives it very desirable stats for basically everyone. And it includes like I think extra 10% damage or something. That's like a good like little bit of extra damage too. So if you're starting out on your lane, you know, it's going to perhaps encourage you more to get the healing right that builds into it. So it's a pretty efficient item.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we've got to be efficient with this segment because we got to get things ready to go for our second map in this series. We'll head to a short break. When we come back, we'll see if Hydra Nation can take it in 2, or if Llama Lords will push Hydra Nation to the brink in a third map. Well, Llama Lords pushed Hydra Nation to the brink, almost taking the first map in this series, but of course, Hydra Nation come out strong and finish off with the W. ZP, DDK, and myself, Jason Kaepernick, to break down everything going into our second map of the last series of the night. And ZP, one thing that we cannot discount when it comes to Hydra Nation is the depth of their hero pool and the ability for them, the discipline for them to bring games back even from a losing position.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation, it's hard to appreciate that at times because generally speaking in NA, they have been on the winning side, right? Like, we've had some of these fight nights that have been a little bit close. Some of these fight nights have been very stompy, but very rarely do we see Hydra Nation playing from behind. And look, part of that is how they also prioritize a lot of early game power. The reason why we talk about Flick on Paradox, for example, right, is that we've seen the early to mid game get completely obliterated by Flick playing a really strong Paradox. In terms of not getting behind, we see players like Hydration that clearly have a better mastery of things like box routes than even some of the best in Europe. There are elements that Hydra Nation does that they do really, really well relative to the rest of the game. Are they perfect? No. But are they very hard to beat and still a puzzle that the rest of NA has yet to solve? Yes.
Well, Dan, as we move into the second map of the series, we think back to the draft from last time. We did have Yamato banned out by Hydra Nation and Viscus banned out by Llama Lords. Think we're going to see similar bans here? Or, I mean, is Hydration that good on Viscus that he's worth a ban?
I think we'll already see similar bans. I don't know that there's any reason to really change anything. I'm trying to think of what edge I think that we could see from our challenges here that they could try to like engineer into the draft. And it's hard to say really because I think they did a pretty good job. Obviously, they tried to deny the Kelvin. That actually ended up working out really well, I think, because they played Kelvin really effectively. I actually felt like Kelvin was like one of the standouts there for their team. So I'd actually like to see them take a similar route in the draft because that's the thing. The game was actually very close. And I don't think that I think ZP, you mentioned this, that there wasn't really anything necessarily missing from their comp exactly. I mean, what you could say would be missing is maybe more of the macro decision making. That's really, I think, the only thing that I could highlight.
Yeah. I mean, you take a look at how the draft transpired. I really think that was about as close to an equivalent draft as you get for the most part. I mean, the wisdom of giving up Paradox, I still probably would not do. Although even then, it was a more laid-back game from Flick. It wasn't quite the Flick kills everyone game. Again, I think the part that really still strikes out to me is the fact that you have the dynamic with Warden, that for most teams, Warden will have a good early to mid game and then fall off. The fact that Hydration, and look, it does come at a cost because you're taking resources away from perhaps Lefa or DMB, but the reality is that you don't usually see a Warden keep pace with your Sevens, with your Infernuses that deep into the game. So it kind of adds a wrinkle to what to expect in your later team fights when you have a character that's so highly farmed that often isn't. And again, it wasn't like the gap between the two teams was super high to where it's like, oh, of course he's like overfarmed, they're stomping. That wasn't even the case.
Yeah, that was actually probably the hardest, or the first time we've seen Hydra Nation push this far in Deadlock Fight Night, thinking back to like previous weeks. We've never really seen them bleed like this, and you have to give credit to Llama Lords and the decisions they were making across the map, and even up against Hydration and how farmed it was on Warden. As we get into our draft here, Llama Lord's going to be going for the first ban, so they will have first pick. I'm curious to see what they will try to snag away, and well, DDK, I did ask you before, we're going to see similar bans, and so far, yes.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We highlighted some of the more key choices. Are we going to get the Mirage ban, for example? I think that's what Hydra Nation went with the first time. Or was it? No, it was Yamato, wasn't it? Was it Yamato?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yamato ban.
So you could get the Yamato ban again. So Llama Lords could pick up the Mirage. That could be a way to change things up a little bit. Mirage being available, but Paradox as well. Definitely. Paradox is an interesting one because I feel like I would love to hear from Flick exactly how he feels like some of the changes have affected Paradox. Because Paradox has received quite a few nerfs, is still very good. But I wonder how much of a nerf, again, the melee cancel for the kinetic carbine no longer being melee cancelable. Because before you had kinetic carbine and you could get fleet foot. So you could have a couple ways to cancel out your to do the melee cancel, heavy melee cancels for movement. And obviously with Paradox, the movement tech then is like kind of crazy, and that enables you to get lots of like really amazing swaps, pursuits, retreats, and on a hero that has a lot of risk involved with any swap and so on. That stuff all adds up. So I'm curious, from like dedicated Paradox players, how much does that really impact the gameplay there at the high level?
Okay, well, as we do move on into our picks here, Llamalords go for pocket yet again here. ZP, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Obviously, we know Ido can play a phenomenal pocket, but is it first pick worthy in your eyes for them?
You know, for them specifically, probably yes, but you touch on the point I want to get into here is that when you feel you must pick a hero for a player because they are disproportionately strong at it, you weaken your overall draft position. It's like that in any single game with the draft. It is like that here in Deadlock. And the fact that they feel the need to pick pocket early does mean that they miss out on getting an early Mirage, which would, I think, otherwise be the go-to pick there. And also, the early pick on Kelvin here, where, again, I feel like this is as much of a we like Kelvin as much as an anti-Quig pick. You know, it kind of, they sacrifice some power here because you think about what happened last time. In all likelihood, they're going to be giving up another premium pick, something like an Abrams or Paradox, or in this case, they decide to go for the Paradox. This is a change from last time, and I think this is smart. However, you take a look, what's going to come down the pipe? Probably a Wraith.
Or an Abrams, right?
Yeah.
Wraith or Abrams? Come on. I need to know.
The suspense, and yeah,
right. There you go.
Yeah. So, picking the Kelvin has come at a cost, because now you've given up Wraith, where, again, you look cross-region, maybe not NA, you make that sacrifice, but in EU, teams would be foaming at the bit to get a Wraith at number 3.
The other thing I can think of potentially is, are they way less confident in the Ivy play? Because obviously, if you give up the Kelvin, you're going to have an Ivy. That's going to be your support pick most likely. So that could be one of the things. These are some of the pieces of information we don't have that could go into the draft, which is like the relative comfort levels. Because if you feel like the opposing support player on the other team is going to play like out of this world on Kelvin, and you've got like a mediocre Ivy, your Kelvin's better, you probably want to pick the Kelvin in that instance. So. Interestingly, we're going to get a 7, so that was Leffer's pick in the previous matchup. So these comps are already shaking up to be fairly different.
I'm kind of surprised to see the 7 actually, just because they already have 2 carries here with a Mirage as well, so they're probably not going to pick a 7 on top of that. So you can kind of invest into more of like a frontline or whatever picks you want in particular. But I'm also curious, like with Llamalords kind of being like a newish team, right? A newish 6 together. Are they picking? I don't know. I feel like they're almost mind gaming themselves, trying to like outpick their opponents by taking away picks, like the Kelvin, for instance, and then picking the pocket because Ido wants to play pocket, more so than playing around necessarily their strengths. I feel like they're kind of, I don't know if I'm making any sense here, but they're just kind of mind gaming themselves in the draft a little bit.
It's kind of what I was touching on earlier, and I think maybe the right way of putting it is that it's a very gamey draft. It's not we are drafting by conventional power. It is more so trying to really tailor the draft both to things that they need, like the pocket, and things that they think they really want to take away from Hydronation. And look, sometimes that can be a fine draft strategy, but conventional drafting is a thing for a reason, right? Where certain characters are powerful, and accepted to be powerful throughout the course of the game. So I feel like you can only tailor your draft so much before eventually you lose out on meaningful real power, and it puts you in a gap that's hard to overcome. Now, the interesting thing here, they are taking away the Warden, where, again, this is kind of a thing where, yeah, Hydration plays Warden really well, and it hurts Hydration, but are you going to play the Warden as well as Hydration did? And overall, when you look at the totality of play today, the answer might be no.
Yeah, most likely. I don't think we've seen someone do it better. But the interesting thing here is, actually, so Abrams was still online, so that's an interesting one. Because you do have a lot of damage and support already online for Hydronation. So an Abrams pick could have been something that they would have wanted to go for here, given the pool of players they have. They can definitely play an amazing Abrams. So I was thinking that we'd maybe see more of like a Geist or something to add to some of the damage output at range, but this does provide a much more sturdy front line alongside the Warden. But again, I talked about previously, Warden and Abrams, it's going to be pretty easy to catch them in those singularities. And that's something I'm always thinking about when there's Dynamo on the other field, because the singularities are game-changing team. It's a game-changing team fight option.
ZP, I find this so weird because they don't really have like a team fighting-esque comp for me in my eyes for Hydra Nation. You have a pick comp, but then you have a Dynamo who wants to team fight, but I guess you could technically use a singularity for picks as well. This is a lot of damage out of Hydra Nation though.
Damage, but the front line is very, very suspect. The reality is that going into this, I would much rather have the Kelvin, Abrams, Warden leading the way and giving opportunities for your 7 and Pocket to wear things down than where Hydra Nation is. I mean, for Hydra Nation, there's a lot of ways that they can get farmed and sort of take over the game if you don't have a perfect early game from Llama Lords. Like, don't get me wrong, because of the raw power of their picks, but if in even team fights, if we're even going into 20 minutes, I feel like there's a lot of positioning that's going to be very annoying for Hydra Nation, to the point that people are going to get picked off that normally would not get picked off. I think your gut here, Jason, where you go, this is a little bit weird. It's an accurate gut feel.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, I wonder if the Vindicta pick is slightly, because if you kind of look across the Llama Lords lineup, they don't have much that is going to be able to shoot down a Vindicta. Obviously, you can, get a knockdown or something like that. But, you got like Warden's, Warden's gun's a bit better. Abrams got a shotgun. Pocket has a shotgun. Kelvin, I guess, a little bit. Paradox, I don't know. I'm not sure what the thinking is precisely, because I'm trying to make it make sense. Do you guys have a better way to feel it out?
All I can think of is, last game we saw them invest in 3 knockdowns, so they're definitely willing to invest into that utility items right away to deal with someone like Vindicta. But then again, it gives them great catch potential and chase potential with the Kelvin, behind that.
Vindicta's pretty good, to be honest. I think you got the Paradox for swap, you got even 7 to do stack charge, even though that might not be your first option mid-fight, and then you add in the tendency to want to buy knockdown even when there's not flying heroes on the other side, and I think it's covered. This is going to be an interesting game. I do think there's more pressure on Hydra Nation to get ahead earlier rather than later, but more than anything else, it's going to be unique team fights if it stays even and goes the distance.
All right, well, ZP, that was your last chance. No more words from you until this match is done. Thank you so much for joining us here to talk about the draft and, of course, about that first match as well. But we are dropping into this one. Hydra Nation going to be looking to set the pace here and look to take their earnings to 6,000 just from this event alone. Are we just writing them checks at this point? Let's see if Llama Lords can potentially put a stop to this.
Okay, so we get the 2 players on this Infernus lane here for Hydra Nation. We talked about this the previous game. It's pretty common in NA games. Try to stack up for the first wave, your solo lane, so that you can get a little bit of an edge. Obviously, with the soul sharing as it's changed, I wonder if that will kind of change some of those habits or not. I'm not really sure, but either way, we got a bit of a fight going into that lane 3 right now that's going kind of deep, but also the same thing for lane 2 as well. So really not shy of taking these early fights, but Flick goes down, so that's a nice win early for Llama Lords. Oh, hello.
Nice position out of Quick there.
Well, looks like that didn't amount into anything ultimately, but it looked cool. Looked like a Batman maneuver. Drop it in from the rafters above. So things are settling into somewhat of a more normal pacing, I suppose. And I am curious, it does feel like going into this, as we discussed, the Hydra Nation comp has us worried about some of the ways in which it might be having problems, and maybe that's one of the problems. Merrinkrill making his way forward on Hydration. We've seen Hydration play Merrinkrill expertly, we can't forget, in previous games, where they actually have a lot of pick-off setups where, you're going to get the dash jump in from an unknown location into a combo to get a pick. And we've seen that a lot in the last time Hydration was playing the Merrinkrill.
I'm a little bit worried for Ido in his lane on the Pocket, because you have a Wraith with telekinesis, then you have the Merrinkrill who can ult you and lock you down. It's just like a guarantee kill every time you go to his lane, because that briefcase can only last so long. And it means you also can't really use it aggressively whenever Hydration is no longer seen in lane. So very difficult to deal with here for Ido. But again, a Pocket Master. Hopefully for him, he can kind of deal with this pressure, because if the pressure's coming on to him, it means it's not going to lane 3 and it's not going to lane 4. And if he's able to mitigate it completely, he can waste a lot of Hydration's time. And we will see Llama Lords get a kill onto Vegas as well here. So not a bad little pickup.
Yeah, not really able to deny too much in the way of souls out, Ido. Again, one of the benefits if you do go the lane freezing route, which is a bit better than it used to be in the solo lanes. I explained that last map. And I'm curious to see who will win some of these solo lanes. The Infernus Abrams one is I feel like a classic. And as is the Wraith Pocket, and it's actually Ida is going to pick that one up. Pocket performs very well in these solo lanes.
I'm surprised to see Ida win that so cleanly. Like, full HP.
Yeah, full HP. That's a good point. Yeah.
I thought it would have been a little bit more chip coming his way from DMB, but either way, that's a big kill for him, which will draw more tension out of Hydration towards this lane, which again makes things a little bit easier for the rest of his team. So I don't know, it's a really good start for Lawnmowers, to be perfectly honest. 12k to 11k. I mean, not really gonna pay attention too much to the soul difference until we do get to about the 5 to 10 minute mark when we could see some large gaps forming. And we've even seen Quig start to roam between 2 and 3. So I'm not sure if he's looking for a gank or trying to soak just a little bit here to get that singularity online ASAP.
Yeah, the stun is so powerful to just jump into a lane and you just get stunned with no warning. And this is problematic here for Hydration, potentially able to escape into the corner and keep himself alive. So looks like it will be handled fairly effectively. And business as usual back on, I suppose, all of the lanes right now. And yeah, I agree with what you said. And it's the early kills too are not worth really nearly as much as they used to be. But perhaps with the troopers doing a little bit more damage to each other, maybe you're more likely to miss out on some souls if you are absent from lane. But other than that, these early kills, like going for the early kills, you generally don't want to risk your HP to do that too much. But hold on, we might have a situation here where potentially some damage will be exchanged, but looks like no one's going to connect too much. But there's that stun we were talking about it. Quig on that Dynamo, and it's pretty painful.
Bro, Quig! Oh, he almost allowed Naked to actually get away from that one. They eventually get the kill from that nonetheless, though, in lane 2, which is going to be a big one, as Ido's going to roam into this lane to look to help things out. But that's going to be slugfest coming in as well, looking for a swap here. Won't quite catch it onto the Mo and Krill by Hydration, but he's extremely low on HP, and he will fall. Singularity's going to come in, but is there going to be any backup there to stop this one? Quig gets the kill onto Ido, looking for the chase onto 7, but Rokane's looking to escape, but can he escape Flick? Well, no, he can't do that, and that's going to be Flick rotating perfectly here to help clean up these kills.
Looking pretty scary here for slugfest trying to escape on the Paradox. Oh my goodness, no way. slugfest able to escape and might even be able to stay on lane, potentially. Actually goes back to base to heal up. More fights here on lane 2 at the moment. Fights on lane 4 as well at the same time, as both teams are starting to get a little bit more daring with some of these skirmishes. Fighting over that lane 4 tower currently, and in comes slugfest, fresh off the heal. 3v2 in favor of Lawnmowers going into this dive at the moment. Again, these Guardians do more damage to heroes, but there's the parry, and they're going to take the Guardian as well as, maybe get this kill. Just, oh my god, Quig, oh, he's tanking so much damage. There's absolutely no way he's alive.
Dumpster is his best friend, able to hide behind it and stay alive. 20 HP left. He gets back to base to heal up here. Not sure how the hell that worked out, but the fighting continues. The paradoxical swap comes in on Hydration, just burrows, gets the kill onto Naked, even might fight onto Young Calc here. He's dropped extremely low on HP. He's gonna fall. He has to fall. There's no ways to survive this one. Flick not able to get the assassinate onto him, but that'll be another kill. And honestly, this match just turned so skirmishy out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Hydration is very scary just on anything. If he turns up on something, it's going to be scary. And so far, he's doing a great job of mowing Krill. And as you say, we're getting a lot more roaming. There's ults that come online for everybody. So we are starting to see that come into effect. Young Calc only just got to the 3k mark as well, actually. So the Seismic Slam comes online there. And to get a bit of jungling here from Leffer on the Infernus this time instead of DMB, who's rocking the Wraith.
Yeah, it's always difficult mentally to put aside Infernus not being played by Leffer, thinking back to last week, because I remember DMB played it in like the second match, and you guys kept calling him Leffer for the longest time. But I mean, to be fair, you think Infernus, you think Leffer, you think Paradox. On EU, I think Michaelis, and N, I think Flick. It's Listic when it comes to Abrams, just kind of goes with the territory of becoming so known on a certain hero. But either way, Hydration a slight lead here. It might be a catch out onto DMB here in lane 1. And the ganks that have been happening have been pretty damn successful, which I'm kind of surprised. I was expecting teams to be a little bit more cautious, but I feel like all they see is blood.
Yeah, when there's so many moving pieces around the map, you know, plus fog of war, it can be difficult. So you don't want to just be turtling all the time, so you got to pick your moments. And oh, we've got another gang coming through, you know, lane to lane. And that's Flick with that stake. I don't think they can convert that into anything, though. And at the same time, you know, Llama Lord's doing a pretty good job holding on. That said, as I mentioned, that Lord and M going to go down. And there is a focus now on lane 2 here for this fight. Singularity is popped. And it catches one. And is that going to be enough? There's the frozen shelter. It's kind of hard to read this scenario. It's running into a wall quick, trying to escape so desperately. But the follow-up is there.
A tornado into a singularity, and they didn't even get the kill onto that player, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, Llama Lords are actually the ones to turn it around, getting 2 kills themselves and a Guardian on top of this. We have 2 Guardians to 1 in favor of Hydra Nation, but you know what? I don't know if Young Cal's going to survive this, and no, he won't. So that'll be another kill drawn back, and we're trading pretty damn evenly here, to be honest. It's more of the objectives I'm worried about, as Hydra Nation are looking for their first flex slot.
Yeah, Walker taking a little bit of heat on lane 2, but that's okay. So cleaning up some of these Guardians now, as you mentioned, Hydra Nation are going to be just ever so slightly ahead, negligibly ahead on souls, as some of the farming continues. And map control pretty even at the moment. However, we do have the urns coming up, or the urn, not multiple, that would be interesting. But singular urn. Oh, true. The singular urn is coming up in just a moment here, and the bridge buffs as well. So this will be the next point of contention. Curious to see how these teams will handle it. I think CP made a good point. Vindicta's always very nice to help deal with that, with the flight.
Well, especially Flick as well. He's been able to get into a lot of the action early on. Currently sitting at the AK souls. On the other side, though, I was a little bit worried by Young Calc. I mean, you've already heard ZP say it many times that, you know, playing Abrams from behind is not necessarily the most fun thing to do, and his impact kind of dwindles. He can't really be that beefy frontline hero for your team if he doesn't have the souls to kind of at least, you know, be even with the rest of his teammates. So he's down about, you know, 3k, I guess, 3 to 4k compared to like where his carries are currently sitting at. Whereas Hydration, pretty much everyone equally farmed, except of course Hydration. He sees souls, he gets souls. He's leading his team at 9k.
Yeah, and the urn is up at the moment, but not a high priority from Hydra Nation. However, Llama Lords have gravitated quite a few of their players towards it, all 5, leaving just their Warden on lane 3 for the time being. But in comes the fight, as the urn is forced to be dropped here because Quig is desperately low, trying to escape, trying to survive. 200 HP. I don't know if that's possible. I mean, seen some daring escapes, but it won't happen. I don't think. In fact, no, never mind. Quig is still up, actually, as I've said that. So Quig is just somehow an escape artist. 2 players going down, though, as Llama Lords continue to fight forward. Very nicely done. Even at the moment. Oh, the assassinate, just not quite enough damage, and staying out there is going to be fatal for Flick. And Hydra Nation suddenly, Jason, they get kind of wiped.
Yeah, Llama Lords get themselves 4 kills. They get the urn as well. I'm not sure if they're able to turn it in time, as the respawns will eventually be there. We can still see, of course, Hydration in the vicinity to help contest this one. Quig as well, who has to figure out some way to heal up in the midst of all this. Or we could see a fairly easy turn-in for Llama Lords. I mean, we were looking at the first map, and Llama Lords had the opportunity to start to build up a massive lead, and they might be able to do it yet again here. This 4k souls in this urn, normally not that big of a deal, could be massive for Llama Lords to deny it away from Hydra Nation and potentially build up a strong lead against them. But we can see both teams reinforcing lane 4 at the moment.
In comes Hydration. Very bold there. Getting himself in there, making his presence known. And this urn, I'm not sure what's going to happen with it. It's going to be forced down. Here comes the burrow from Hydration. Beautifully timed burrow, actually catching 2 players with that one. Trying to pursue here. Hydration is a huge presence, but his teammates are dying all around him. And there's not that much damage that's going to be left here. Llama Lords doing so very well. Hydration, though, still up, still killing people. But 3v3 now, it's looking like Llama Lords are starting to suffer on the numbers. Enough reinforcements has arrived here. And there's the push all the way back. Hydra Nation kind of coming out somewhat on top there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, better than where they previously were after losing out on 4 in a prior fight. You know, Young Calc was able to push into lane 2 to try to catch up to his teammates, but also do some damage onto that walker, which you can see is already very low in HP. But for Llama Lords, unfortunately, they don't have a single flex slot unlocked, which is going to become more and more apparent the deeper we get into this game. I mean, 13 minutes, it's already a rough time to not have a flex slot for your team. I'm just kind of curious, when will Llama Lords get it? Because like I said, the longer we get into this, the more painful it's going to be to have to play without a single flex slot.
Yeah, and I'm also worried about young Calc. You know, he's been on the struggle bus a little bit in terms of the souls, and you know, as ZP tends to kind of describe some heroes, you know, some of them are fairly feast or famine, and Abrams can be that way. If you get behind on the Abrams, you just don't have any of that presence in the fights, and you're supposed to be a big part of the front line and a big part of you know, what can serve to, you know, successfully pursue your opponents. So see if young Cal can kind of get back into the game, doing a good job. Was that 6k souls very recently, so been catching up a little bit, and we might get a fight here on lane number 1. In comes young Cal to assist his 2 teammates.
And DMB is going to retreat away to Lefa. Well, no, he won't. He'll retreat back to base as he does get picked off here. As Llamalord is looking to set the pace, looking for another Guardian. Again, this won't get them... Actually, no, this will get them the flex slot now as they were able to pick up another Guardian across the map. Hydration looking for an ultimate onto, I believe that was his Lucky, who's going to die. And it looks like the Guardian will go down eventually here onto lane 1 as they pick up another kill on top of this. Just a little bit slow here because we're seeing just you know, constant action between all these different lanes. But the important part to note is Llamalords, they have a 12k soul lead. They have a flex slot unlocked finally. They're not even done just yet. They're looking for a walker.
Yeah, that was 1,000 souls. The bag dropped there from Lefa on that Infernus coming into that fight. That is a big problem. It went straight onto 7. You can see him carrying the bag of swag right there on his back as Llamalord's full off of that one, and that's problematic. Obviously, Hydro Nation, they had Vegas sort of doing some damage there, trying to pressure lane 4, getting some farm, but ultimately, Llamalords are in a commanding position at the moment, and this is kind of problematic, because normally you would expect Lefa to be a bit further ahead than he is on any given carry that he's playing. Flick also and DMB, you know, they're in risk of falling behind here if there's, you know, some of these additional team fights go awry. And I feel like Llamalords, Jason's in a good position to start, you know, creating more pressure, because another owner is about to spawn, and they are definitely favorites, I feel.
I'm also thinking about the difference in where the earning paternity could potentially go. Movement could be picked up here out of DMB. I think Llamalord's got it on the right-hand side as well. They're trying to shove this lane to potentially draw some other players out of Llamalord's here to deal with this. And there we go. Yeah, it's going to be a turn in on their own side of the map. I feel like this is the first time we've ever seen Hydro Nation have to turn in the urn on their own side of the map. Then again, it's only been a few weeks since the changes. But this is easy to get them back in the running.
Absolutely. And I'm curious, what is the trade for Llamalords? Either they try to contest it, or if they feel like that's too high risk, then they look at what else they can trade. However, the walkers and guardians they need are near the urn location, so that actually is helpful for Hydro Nation and does benefit them. They get to kind of use their macro skills to engineer the fights to maybe get everything that they want and prevent the walkers from going down. So we'll see what can happen here. As Llamalords, actually, they are occupying the turn-in spots, so Hydro Nation, they didn't get there quickly enough.
No, but that's not what Hydration care about right now. They're pushing the walker in lane 1 because of this. As long as they don't lose their own walkers, or at least lose them too heavily, it's not going to be that bad of a trade. Yes, they don't get the urn turn in, which we can see Llamalord's easy pick up right now and go for themselves. It wasn't the worst case scenario, but it might turn into it, is now they're going to lose the urn and they traded 1 walker each.
Oh, here's a deny. Here's a deny. No deny. Okay. And has to be dropped though. Seismic Slam coming in for response. Charge into the fight. 3 players grabbed there. The melee comes in, but the Singularity in response is a fantastic way to answer back. There's so much damage raining in, but Llamalords, they are dwindling in player numbers. Hydro Nation have a lot more here to bear on this fight to reclaim the urn and to swing the value back into their favor.
How?
So the min-maxing there, Jason, it seems like it worked out. That concussive combustion was actually everything.
I don't understand how they turned this around. I mean, DMB wasn't even here. He was pushing lane 2. He got a walker in lane 1, pushed, I think, a guardian and a walker in lane 2 from all this. And Llamalords don't win the fight. I mean, they have the urn turn in, but they drop it instead of look for Young Cal to, you know, fight with his team, which I'm not going to knock him on whatsoever. I think that's definitely always going to be the smart play. But what just happened? Hydro Nation with a massive swing. They were down over 10k, and now they're going to be ahead.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Yeah, they won in every count, just honestly by the thinnest of margins. again, just denying the Abrams with the concussive combustion, like he has to run away. I mean, you know, if it was going to be a charge melee, which is the only other way Infernus could have made him drop it, then he can just parry that. It'd be so telegraphed. He can just parry it, so he would still get the turn in. So that was the only way that they wouldn't get the turn in, and that happened. And then that forced Abrams to have to also like come into that fight to help out. And then it sets up Hydration for like a really sick singularity. So like it just really couldn't have gone worse. But with that said, plenty of time left. It's still even on the souls. So we'll see what Llama can do to get back into this one. And I mean, the next thing, Jason, surely is a fight into mid boss.
I just want to know why does Hydration play these heroes? Why doesn't he just play carries? Because he's at 21k, man. He's like the highest on his team on a character that's not really meant to be the highest on his team. Like, it's just insane what he's able to do in terms of his economy in every single match, especially when they were behind and he was still keeping up extremely well. I mean, Ido is the big lead on the other side for Llama Lords at 23k. You know, Rokane's gonna take still a decent amount of time to really power up here. But mid boss, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. The only thing I do worry about is Young Calc. Some pretty damn decent steal potential out of him with a seismic slam.
Yeah. It's interesting too, because the soul distribution on Hydration is actually pretty good across everybody, and you don't worry too much that Quig is suffering a bit. Obviously, you want your Dynamo to be able to get online some of those more expensive items so that the singularities are protected later in the game, but that's not an issue at the moment. Llama Lords, you know, Ido's pretty tanky, you know, Rokane as well, and your Warden. So I guess it's not too bad. Actually, thinking about it, it's actually not too bad, the distribution there as well. So this is crazy, because pretty much all the objectives are over with here now.
Wait, he really went Magic Carpet. So Hydration went Magic Carpet instead of Phantom Strike. Did I read that correctly? That is a fast ass.
Did it get a buff actually?
I don't remember. Maybe you can correct me on that, or maybe chat can. But also, Flick, as ZP pointed out, picked up Knockdown. So Vindicta picking up Knockdown to deal with anyone getting in his face to kind of add a little bit extra level of survivability.
All right, well, we have a lot of players moving towards lane 3 once again, around this bridge, on the rooftops. And Llama Lords, they really need... They wanted to force us to a third map. They really need this team fight to go their way. It's actually potential skirmishes in multiple parts of this area, but it's all going down there, right down on the stairs, and Flick gets the opening kill onto Lord and M. So that's a big problem. Llama Lords need to disengage. Naked's very low. He's going to go down as well. Ido also low, and this is just a terrible, terrible scenario for Llama Lords, because if they lose more players, the mid boss is going to be there for Hydration.
Looks like they're just winning the fight before it even begins with Quig of that singularity, and they're not even done just yet. Young Calc's gonna fall, and finally we do see Llama Lords able to respawn, taking down Quig and DMB, but you still have to worry about the mole man himself on 2k HP. The burrow's gonna be coming through as it looks like it's gonna be a retreat. Flick will fall, and Llama Lords, they hold on. I mean, they didn't even have the ideal engage on that whatsoever. It was the worst engagement. They get singularity, then they lose players off the back of that, but they still turn the fight around off the help of Ido and Rokane just staying alive in the backlines.
Now, I love the Veil Walker. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, Veil Walker is still a good item. Okay, and being collected by Hydration as the mid boss is being focused on by Llama Lords. This is crazy, actually. We talk about, you know, buying off more than you can chew. It's very hard to judge that sometimes in this game, and that kind of happened, but it's only because of Ido, you know, coming in with the pocket. You get all that AoE damage, and you can just burst players down before they know what's happened in the chaos, and that gave him 2 kills, and then that was then followed up into a third, I believe, and then Llama Lords now get the mid boss. Unbelievable turnaround from them.
Well, at least Hydration was able to get the turn in time. I think he used the Magic Carpet to get over there. But I don't even know if that tech works with the urn. If you can summon the carpet, pick up the urn, and then fly off. I don't remember. But I guess the turn in nonetheless. They still maintain the soul lead, but that's kind of to be expected, because I'm curious to see what Llama Lord's going to do off the back of getting the rejuvenator.
Magic Carpet did get a slight adjustment. It now grants +10 ability range, which is going to be great for combo, I believe. So
I can see it. Yeah, really good. Ooh, next state comes in. Potentially halt the push out of Llama Lords here. The knockdown, I believe, was used as well. Flick has to be extremely careful here to not get caught off guard. They don't have singularity up either out of Quig, which is going to be a big point for them. But there's going to be the swap coming through. The ethereal ship trying to buy time for his teammates to get in here to help him out here. But now we know how squishy Flick is going to be. Quantum Tagling's at least able to help him escape, and somehow they weren't able to pick up the kill off of him.
Oh, everybody's going to get hit by that concussive combustion. Aim's able to dash jump out of the way, though, and still the fight rages forwards. But still, numbers advantage here for Llama Lords as they continue the fight, and they are now able to isolate these players, so there's no way to respond there for Hydra Nation, and they're going to be bleeding out. This is a huge problem now, Jason. This is a huge problem. Five players up. One is about to respawn in Slugfest with the rejuve, and they can continue the push.
What does Hydration even have to stop this? I mean, they don't really have any great wave clear. They don't really have any great single target. If Hydration goes with ultimate, which is on cooldown at the moment, he's just going to be picked off. I mean, Llama Lords, if anything, they're going to at least turn the patron. It's about whether or not they want to overcommit and stay to potentially close out the game.
Okay, this is crazy. Week 6, we haven't had a single game go to 3 maps. It happened at EU. It looks like it's about to happen at NA as well, potentially. Huge advantage here for Llama Lords. Not a big soul difference, but right now this last team fight was just phenomenal from them, and they are continuing the pressure. Still 5 players with rejuve up, so they're keeping the push going, keeping the damage in there, seeing what they can get. The weakened patron is now down in the pit, and this is really, really problematic for Hydra Nation. 50 seconds for D&B to come back. They do have Singularity though, Jason.
Oh, I don't know how many caught on it. She only caught on a one, only caught on a warden, and they're trying to focus on the patron. Now they have to go for the team fight here. Hydration's just trying to stall for as long as possible, trying to disarm as many people as he possibly can. But it looks like the patron will be finished off here, and Llama Lords are going to take a map off of Hydra Nation and take it to a 3rd map. DDK, you called it. We're going to have a best of 3 go the full way in EU and in NA.
Wow, that's just so impressive. So impressive from Llama Lords. There was multiple scenarios that looked like it was really not favorable for them, or it looked good for them, and then it got turned around by Hydra Nation. But, oh, incredible. I can't wait to hear what ZP has to say about this one, because this is historic. If you're a Deadlock Fight Night enjoyer, this is a historic moment. Not only do we go to a 3rd map for the first time ever in NA, Hydra Nation are also in danger of losing their indomitable streak that they've had, winning every week back to back.
Yeah, I'm going to bring in ZP right away, honestly, because I feel like, considering how the day has played out, ZP, I feel like Llama Lords winning would be just kind of funny.
Well, it's funny, it's unbelievable, but here's the thing. I'm going to go back to what we said in the preamble when it came to the idea of Ido, right? The idea of like, oh, don't give LeBron the ball, don't give Ido pocket. My God, that game was a pocket masterclass. The amount of damage Ido was doing in those later team fights was obscene. What Ido was bringing to the table there in finding kills, getting 3K and still chasing down the remainders, leading the charge to the mid-boss. I was looking at the stats after every fight, albeit on 1 minute delay, and the amount that was being done by a pocket is enough that if a Valve employee was looking on the right day, it would result in pocket getting nerfed again. What I will say, without doubt, after Ido having that level of performance, I think it is 100% locked that Hydra Nation, they're not banning the Yamato next time around. They are banning the pocket. They cannot have Ido do this to them again. It was ridiculous. High damage, good game sense, good pickoffs, right place, right time. And yes, a lot of the other members of Llama Lords had great supportive plays, but you cannot talk enough about what happened pocket-wise in this map. Hydra Nation's not going to let it happen again, pure and simple. They're taking pocket out.
I mean, do they need to take pocket out if they choose for first pick and then just pick pocket themselves?
That is also an option too. Yeah. Either way, pocket's not getting into Ido's hands again this series. I firmly believe that.
Well, we'll have to see. I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, this was a treat, by the way. The magic carpet on Mo and Krill. I don't think we have definitely not seen that before in the Deadlock Fight Night. So that's definitely a treat. But yeah, that was a fantastic performance. The question is where the series goes after this, because sure, yeah, you get rid of the pocket, but it's obviously Ido did an insane job on the pocket. However, do you feel like that's the only win condition here for Llama Lords based on everything else they've showed us so far?
In terms of win conditions for Llama Lords, look, Ido has other good heroes. I mean, historically, Ido's like had decent Paradox. I think though they're gonna have to look elsewhere for other people to step up. Whether it be Calc having a great Abrams game, where at times he's had things have been a little bit sleepier than the norm. they'll need someone else to step up.
Yo.
Because as good as Ido is, he's not going to have this level of performance on any other character than Pocket. And it's not saying his other characters are bad. It's more so the Pocket play was just that level of exceptional this game.
I mean,
I need to watch the
34,000
replay.
player damage. The next closest to him was 21k out of Flick on the opposing team. Like, no one could really come close to him. Having 12,000 more player damage than anyone else in the lobby is kind of insane. Sorry, I guess Rokan at 23. But that is insane numbers to have on any player over anyone else.
I'm gonna get this replay afterwards, and I'm gonna look at everything Ido was doing, because yeah, that's actually amazing, and I'm sure there's a lot of cool tech to steal. Now, oh man, yeah, you just can't allow this to happen again. That you have a button you can press to stop this from happening, and they didn't press it for this game. I totally agree with you, CP. They're pressing the button next game.
There is a part though. Remember the talk on the draft where we really went into detail about how essentially a price was being paid to pickpocket this early. They were getting less quality general meta picks. So while I think the Pocket is gone, it will mean that they get to pick Mirage early, or they get to pick Wraith early. So it's not all downside for Llama Lords going into the next map, even should the Pocket be taken away, which it will be taken away. There's no way it's not. Like, my head will spontaneously explode on broadcast if it somehow is not taken away. That's just facts.
Would you wax your mustache live on air if it's not taken away?
No,
So
the
you
mustache
let your head
stays on my...
explode, but you'll keep
Yes.
the mustache. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Exactly.
I mean, the question is, like you said before, right? Is that will anyone? I mean, even if Pocket does get banned or taken away, whatever, will anyone be able to have the level of impact that Ido had on the Pocket in this last match for them in match 3? I think that's the real question. Can anyone on that roster have that same level to potentially give them a victory here?
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we'll find out. I think it's unlikely based on everything that the level of I don't want to say overperformance, because obviously that's expected performance by everything I've understood about Ido. But I feel like it would require an overperformance somewhere else if he's unable to get the Pocket, right? That's kind of why ZP set this one up.
We'll see where it goes. I think the upside here is that they will get a better draft on paper, but they're not getting their special weapon. The weapon is being taken away, pure and simple.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to a quick break here to get everything set up for our final match of the night. Guaranteed. It comes down to this. Will Hydronation lose their title? And will Llama Lords potentially take it from them? There's only one way to find out, by staying with us after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the continuation of our marathon night. We've never had a single series go the full 3 maps until tonight, where both of our series ended up going that route. Right now, Hydration tied up at 1 apiece here up against Llama Lords, where we could have a new king of North America, joined by ZP, DDK, and of course myself, Jason Kapners. We're going to break things down going into this match. But ZP, one thing we should mention, Hydration, they chose first pick, first ban. Probably wanting to deny that pocket for sure.
Either they're going to pick it, one of the two. Also, you know, we've been talking about a bunch of stories here. What I'm about to mention is not a serious point, but it is one that will become a very heavy meme point should Hydration lose and should Llama Lords dethrone the kings of North America. The one thing that has changed in Hydration is that Rocker is not playing. Instead of Rocker, it is Vegas, who has normally done a lot of content creation, a lot of streaming, pretty popular within the community. Let me tell you, there's nothing that Twitch chat will let you live down, like going to go sub for the eternal North American champion and then losing. He will be reminded of this from his own fans over and over again until the end of time. So if you're Vegas right now, you're really hoping that you win map 3.
And why are you putting these thoughts into the viewers' minds? Now they're just gonna go harass the guy, man.
They were already sharpening the pitchforks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were. Dan, as we're about to head into this series here, obviously Pocket is a big conversation point of will we see it banned away or will we see it picked away from Ido? And does anyone else on Llama Lords have the ability to play any other hero to the same extent we've seen Ido playing Pocket and have that same level of impact? Well, that's gonna be the question that's gonna be answered in this final map.
I think the pick first. Oh, we're actually going to go for the ban. I was actually liking the idea of picking it because it allows them to like still have like, control like, you know, who like you can impact your opponent's draft more effectively because you get to take away 2 things that they may have wanted with higher priority. So they just went with the insta ban instead. So fair enough.
Well,
I'm curious.
Either they get Yamato or they get Viscous first here, right? Because they went with the pocket ban.
There it is. It's going to be the Yamato then, surely. I just need you talk.
Yamato coming in here. Yamato makes sense in this case, given everything we've seen from Hydration with the Viscous being banned and how highly they were going, hey, we don't want to play against Yamato no matter what. It's gone. But think about what this opens up for Llama Lords now. Mirage has to be on the table. Mirage is likely walking through that door, coming in, and they can even grab Paradox to deny it from Flick, although they haven't valued Paradox quite as heavily, so maybe it'll just be something like Mirage into Wraith, which would still be very, very strong in my opinion.
But then you think about securing Flick on Paradox, like you just mentioned, as like a counter to that, not a counter, but as a pick coming up after that. But we just see Inferno's being picked up by Llama Lords, so already we see them taking away one of the picks that we see be so successful for Hydration.
That's true. Yeah, it's a go-to for both Leffa and DMB, both extremely proficient with the Infernus. So and that's interesting though, because again, it's like Infernus is not normally, especially right now, considered like a high-tier pick, but they do get the Paradox at the very least. But leaving both Yamato and Mirage, or rather, you know, leaving the Mirage in this case, obviously Yamato's already there for Hydration, is certainly scary. It's a scary prospect. But at least
Kelvin's gonna get
Paradox.
Yeah. Well, I said Kelvin's gonna get Quig. What I meant to say is Quig's gonna get Kelvin. And the prophecy is fulfilled here, where it is, of course, Quig's most comfortable hero. The Dynamo is over, the Kelvin is in, but you think about what we've seen Llama Lords play earlier in the day, to get to the stage in the BO1, Naked is totally fine deciding to go and play on the Dynamo. So there is going to be a support swap here.
Do you think, DDK, that Quig is sitting there like, please, can we just pick Kelvin early? Can we just stop letting them take it away from me? Stop making me play Dynamo?
I was actually expecting that we might see it be like a Paradox Kelvin pick from Llama Lords, potentially, based on just what's happened. But yeah, now that Kelvin's going over to Hydration, these swaps are interesting. Seven performed like pretty well. I think for Llama Lords in that previous game, they had used Seven to create effect. And Seven does have a lot of like great pushing power. I do, even though obviously the jungle is still a little bit worse. I think, you know, you don't have to play heavily into that. We'll see exactly what the stars look like, but I don't know. I still feel like I'm honestly favoring Hydration just because of how good Yamato is still very good, I think, after those like just minor tweaks. So I don't think you really get to take that away. They get the Abrams as well. So this is definitely some good comforts for Hydration and just like generally higher tier picks going their way.
Where's Wraith? We are so deep in the draft. NA, please get the Wraith on the board. This is the time you'd think Llama Lords would take the Wraith now. It would also round out their damage lineup and also prevent Hydra Nation from getting it, because Hydra Nation, the lineup they have right now, they would love to have Wraith with the Yamato and the Abrams, and they go... I don't get the Dynamo here.
That seems wasteful, yeah, because they've already got the support.
Yeah, Quig isn't going to play both Kelvin and Dynamo. They're not going to run both, but they might run a Wraith, and they might steal it from you right now. That if Hydra Nation takes Wraith, I 100% believe that was a drafting error that we just saw.
I mean,
but
they already have an Infernus in a 7. Like, do they really need another carry instead of like a frontline?
I mean, we've seen teams run as many as 3, even in EU. I mean, it depends on where you put the paradox there. I also just think Wraith is a character that it doesn't even have to be ultra hard carry at times, just because of how you see people play roam and telekinesis and the fact that you get more souls from roaming. Even in this setup, I would still think a Wraith would be good, but instead they go Mo. And I mean, it makes sense. They don't have the Abrams, but could this be the rare 0 Wraith draft? That'd be something.
Pick 6, you know.
Pick 6, right? Yeah, I'm definitely scratching my head a little bit there as well on that one, because Llama Lords don't have that just crazy, like they don't have like any source of like burst damage. Infernus does take a little bit of time to come online to some extent as well. So that's kind of, it would be really nice to see something that provides more consistent damage, which you do have obviously in the Mirage on the other side of the ticket, and they do go into the Wraith too, and I feel like that's the denial picks. I feel like that's your draft error there, ZP, coming to fruition. And it seems like they wanted to prioritize at least getting getting that Warden first.
Well, the part that'll make it really sad here, in my opinion, for Llama Lords, is if you look and all of a sudden you have a Haze come out here, for example. I mean, we'll see what the pick is, but there's a lot of picks that would disappoint. They might just go for a second support at this point, which would be, maybe it would be an Ivy. Yeah, okay. So Ivy comes out. They weren't in the market for Wraith, and yet at the same note, I don't feel you always have to run double support in a situation like this, not when that powerful of a pick is on the board. Because now the other problem is, too, it's not just that you don't have the Wraith, now you have to deal with the Wraith.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these comps, I feel very afraid. I feel like Hydra Nation's really won the draft pretty heavily here.
I think this is Hydra Nation saying, okay, we let one map go. We're not going to let a second map go. We're not going to lose our title. We're not going to have Vegas's, viewers harass him for being the problem and causing the team who's undefeated 5 weeks running to lose for the first time. Nah, it ain't going to happen. I think Hydra Nation, we're putting our foot down. We're going to close this out. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried for Llama Lords because it's a very squishy team, very squishy. And I feel like it's very easy to pick one of them off as well. You just have the telekinesis come in and almost guarantee that that target's just probably going to die unless they invest into ethereal shift or something like that.
Take a look at this, and there are upset vectors here that I would look at. And by upset vector, I mean Dynamo, where Dynamo's been more of a muted presence. I mean, I'd still think Quig got really good singularities, especially back in map 1. But it is the one character in the game that has the X factor of anything can happen while Dynamo is alive and the other team makes an error. So, if you're looking for Llama Lords, you look to the Dynamo to an extent and go, all right, time to make some hero plays.
Sometimes you only need that one singularity to turn a game around. And speaking of hero plays, you've been a true hero here on the Death EP, and we'll catch in with you after the match has finished off, as we are going to be kicking off the final match of the night, going the full 3 here in North America, with Hydra Nation being pushed to the brink up against Llama Lords, who, honestly, Dan, I feel like they even had a chance to take this in the first 2 maps. They already played the first map of the series really well.
Yep. I mean, I think you're totally right with that. It was very close up until it was right at the end. Just one team fight was the difference. And well, this is feeling quite impressive already. Oh my god, so much damage coming in there. Oh man, 60 HP. I mean, we're already seeing a preview of what's to potentially come here. Just a Yamato in your face with the power slashes and the crimson blades, just making your life a living hell.
And then you pair that in with the Kelvin, who can heal her later on. You're just never going to push this Yamato out of lane. I feel like it's going to be so hard to deal with, as we do have the Wraith up against the Mo and Krill. That's going to be one of the solo lanes here on the left-hand side in lane 1. It's going to be Young Kel up against DMB. And we're going to be seeing Lefa on the Yamato, like we said before, in lane 2. Whereas it's going to be Quig up against Brocane in lane 4. Not too often we get to see Quig playing. Wait, is that correct, actually? I have to double check that. Is it really Quig on Abrams and Flick on Kelvin? Because I feel like that's swapped around. Okay, yeah. All right, that's backwards on our overlay. We'll get that fixed here. So it is going to be Flick for sure on Abrams and Quig going to be on Kelvin.
And it's interesting to see, again, you know, I have to earmark this. We haven't seen, I feel like, a game where Mo and Krill's been played, where Hydration wasn't the one playing Mo and Krill, where it was a good showing from Mo and Krill. So that's something that hopefully for the Llama Lords they can change that pattern. But you can see that just on every lane here, Llama Lords are just receiving insane pressure and just getting forced back. Obviously, you're up against a Mirage there, so the pressure that Mirage can put onto you in lane is close to unrivaled. So it's going to be a tough lane, even with the heals. And I would expect that, you know, Ivy will be quite helpful. You know, once those kudzu bombs come online as well, you know, you start to have more tools to you know, win lane pressure. But early on, it's seemingly quite oppressive. Look how deep they are constantly.
I mean, we've already seen the pressure like the Hydration has been able to exert onto lane 2 and to lane 3. It's been kind of overwhelming for Llama Lords to be able to deal with, even though you do have the heal out of Naked and you will have the heal out of Lord as well. They're just kind of too squishy to deal with this upfront brute damage. And speaking of that, I mean, you can already see a little bit of a dive coming in Vegas, just feeling confident to be able to push directly into the face of Llama Lords, especially into this like double support lane. And they're already starting to take down this Guardian here. It's at like almost half HP 3 minutes in.
Yeah, you just have to be expert at how to lose a lane very well. And you gotta just switch into that mode of understanding, how do I minimize taking health damage so I have the ability to ensure that I can get last hits on, and as we sort of have all of the creeps constantly pushed at the base of our tower, like how can we achieve that, and how do we not give up kills, and how can we stay active again whilst not sacrificing our HP so that we have the ability to do stuff. Because if you do lose too much HP, you're unable to really do anything on the lane, and you end up losing souls passively due to that. So you gotta play it correctly.
Also, the fact that you're having to play so passive means the other team is just not going to miss any of their own farm. Like, you're not going to be able to deny any of that farm. They're not going to misstep any of that one. So they're just basically getting like 1.5 times the farm potentially every single time they push you under your own Guardian here. And while the pressure's still commencing, I mean, it's just only 1k difference between the two teams now. Oh, 2k-ish. But only 4 minutes in, like that 2k can actually mean quite a lot, especially where the stat checks seem to come in when we do see those fights break out. And speaking of that, a little bit of a catch here. Stone Farm be used out of Lord to stay alive since Lucky has gone down. That was over in lane 2. And we'll see Lord fall in lane 3. So it goes from bad to worse here for Llama Lords.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Up to that point, for the first 4 minutes, it's actually been excellent from Llama Lords. Again, losing the lane well. So I'm just trying to look at the one-on-ones here as well.
I get so tilted trying to like compare people against each other when they're like not in the lanes in the same way. Like Hydration's on the left-hand side of Hydronation's side, but he's not actually in the left-hand side lane. Oh, it always does my head in.
Well, we might... Okay, I thought for a second there, perhaps we were going to get Young Cal coming over on the Mo and Krill, but that's not the case. Staying in lane against the Wraith for now. But actually, we do get Hydronation looking to gank into lane 3. 2 players here. This is pretty scary, going for the dive, but their 2 teammates actually who are on this, have been on this lane, were actually by the Guardian, their own Guardian. So they were unable to assist in this aggressive push. I think they're just trying to do damage here, these Hydronation players. Now, we'll see what they're able to do. In fact, here comes the reinforcements. I feel like it was a little bit late, but hey, it still works out. They get 2 kills, and they can likely get the Guardian down as well. There it is.
But what are they going to accomplish off the back of this for Llama Lords? I mean, the fact is they lost those players in lane 3. They did try to push into lane 1 here. We can see, of course, Ido going to be on the Paradox, looking to push into lane 1 to apply some pressure, but they're not really able to capitalize off this and turn it into any kills. So Hydration is going to be able to get back towards these lanes in time and continue to build up a lead. 3k now as we're approaching that 6-minute mark.
And the dangerous thing is that I think Hydronation in large part are dominating, I think, almost every lane. Maybe the solo lanes are a little bit more even, but the mid lanes are the important ones. If you dominate the 2 mid lanes, you get so much more freedom as the ones dominating those mid lanes to then gank the solo lanes with impunity. And that's where you start to run into serious problems. It's about what is the game state and how do you leverage your advantage. So if the game state is you are dominating these lanes, how do you best leverage that to compound that into greater advantages? And Hydronation are a great team to do that. What a charge coming in, though. Straight onto Rokane. Oh, my God. Just getting annihilated here and under the veil. Oh, my God. The dives are crazy. Is there any way to return or trade this? I don't think that there is.
Now the Traveler comes in to actually reinforce lane 1, so Hydronation aren't going to lose too much more ground here as they do push back Llama Lords. In the meantime, Hydration is just pushing out lane 3. He's eventually going to have Rokane here to deal with him. But the pace is really being set by Hydronation, and Llama Lords are just really struggling for an answer here. They're just trying to figure out what can we do to get back into this game. What can we do to stop the rod? And honestly, with the way Hydronation are played, I don't even know when I can actually see everything that's happening in the game.
Yeah, again, is I think all about loot. Again, the draft, I think, really is not doing them favors for the early game. But hold that thought, because here it is. Yamane popping the ult, and Power Slash coming in. There's no way for Slugfest to survive that. I mean, Singularity comes in there for a quick trade. Actually, the swap is there in time, potentially. Might be issues here for Yamato. Lefa might go down. Can they chase him up here? He's trying to escape, getting very, very low. Some ticking damage there on the DOTs, and indeed, Ido's able to finish it off. That's a great scenario because Llama Lords have been getting quite far behind Jason. And the thing is, they were 6k souls behind and only one Guardian in disadvantage, which is a big problem.
Very nice dry swap by Ido there as well to make sure they can get that kill onto Lefa, but you can still see the damage Lefa's already able to put down. Unfortunately for Hydronation, not able to push down lane 1, so fortunately for Llama Lords, they're not going to lose too much of this in that position. But you still have to kind of worry, like, yes, they stopped the rot for now. They kept about a 3-4k soul difference, but Hydronation are the ones to force these fights when they want to. And to be fair, there's a lot of jungle to pick up for Hydronation, so I'm not expecting really any ganks to come out anytime soon out of them just yet. They have a lot to clean up here before they can force like any sort of next engagement. But I'm still amazed at like how aggressive they're being around the map, still looking for like damage onto these Guardians, looking to potentially, you know, take another objective here, another objective there, any kills they can pick up to transform that into an even bigger lead. And Rokane, needs to be a little bit careful here. He will have support of Ido in just a second.
Oh, he needs to get out of there. Does have some assistance coming in from the side. That's very good. That's very good indeed. Ido is there to help. And again, as you mentioned, you know, just really trying to be cheeky. These Hydronation players trying to settle these ganks, and they're going to go in for it themselves. Llama Lords, Frozen Shelter is actually going to look out. Can you drop the Frozen Shelter? Does it matter? It's going to protect them against the concussive combustion as escape for Llama Lords. Here is on the ticket, is rather Hydronation is on the ticket as they try to fall back out of this one and keep themselves alive. There's a fight on lane 4 at the same time. These fights both need to go the way of Llama Lords. They did already lose his Lucky, of course, but they have a player advantage on this lane 1 fight.
Great use of the quantum entanglement as well to get out of that telekinesis so they can continue to fight away. It's going to be a 3-on-2 in lane 1. I mean, we're still seeing the look to push this Guardian. I would imagine Llama Lord should be able to take this with really no rebuttal. However, left I saw to say about it, she teleports in behind the team, trying to do something about this to hold them back. The Guardian's gone. The Shadow transformation has gone out. But it looks like Llama Lords might have been able to escape with the majority of their players, if not all their players, on lane 1. Okay,
yeah,
there was one caught. There was 2 caught. Never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe overstaying their welcome slightly there. They'd sort of already done the damage, but just hanging around a little bit longer than they wanted to, and that availed some kills. But and it's unfortunate too, because when those 2 fights across the map broke out, Llama Lords were in a spot where they were closing up the gap pretty massively.
Like 3k.
Based off of, and it was a very bad start too. So now it's a 12k difference, which is actually not even in part due to the objective advantage. This is kind of my worry, is that Hydronation are getting a bigger soul lead. And normally that happens because one team's just killing the objectives faster. But that's not really the case here.
I mean, it's going to come down to this earn turn in. Like, it's honestly not that big of a gain for Hydronation, more of a potential loss if they get into a fight that they lose and they lose the earn turn in. It's like an easy way for Llama Lords to get back into this game. But let's see. I mean, we're going to have players, you know, out of both teams transitioning over to the right-hand side. Hydronation looking for a catch potentially as well. And they do get it onto Naked. That's where the first kill coming through. And even the chase down here onto Ido. He's going to fall. And Hydronation going to get the 2 kills and probably the earn turn off the back of this. Or maybe, just maybe, they even might go mid-boss.
Oh, God. Lefa's getting stronger. He is getting stronger, Jason.
I'm a bit worried. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, just the dive ability from a farmed Yamato is scary, and it's not necessarily that he's like farmed per se. It's just that the difference against the average for Llama Lords is actually looking quite stark at this point. And again, it just every time I look at the difference, I think back 15 kills to 2 kills. Oh my god.
Even Hydration's at 12k and he's not a Warden. Like you'll never say like, oh Warden, he's really out farming the opponents and he's really deadly. But like, I mean, this early on, like 12k compared to what 8, 9k is the highest enemy side. Like yeah, as ZP calls it, you are approaching the stat checkpoint potentially here very soon, especially if they're able to get like another couple, like what 5k souls towards their team in lead. I mean 20k. No, actually I take that back. 20k is pretty much stat check territory here that Llama Lords have to be so careful on, because any losses they have now is going to cause a snowball that they just can't stop.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And you know, it just keeps reminding me of the draft. You know, it just keeps you thinking back to the draft, because in part of the draft you're trying to protect the different stages of the game, because you want to ensure that your draft will account for you know, keeping you able to farm in the early game, and keeping you in a spot where it's going to be even enough, even if it's slightly losing on like 1 or 2 lanes, that the other lanes are okay. But in this particular case, it's the thing is also that Hydra Nation recognize where their advantages are and they leverage them. They don't just sit on them. They're like, we can continually pressure them and deny them everything, so we will.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between a good team and a great team. It's like knowing when you're in those prime positions to be at an advantage, to know how to capitalize off those advantages, to be able to push those advantages even further to a bigger lead than inevitably a win. And I mean, right now, I think one of those conditions is Leffa, which I feel like he can. I think he feels like he can solo anyone 1v1 at the moment, which honestly, I think he probably could, potentially even a 1v2. But unfortunate timing for a pause here out of Flick. They're in the middle of a shadow transformation out of Leffa. And Flick's stuck apparently. Can we go to because Flick? I'm curious where he is.
Flick says he's stuck. Oh. Abram bug. Okay, so he's gonna have to reconnect, I guess, or something. I mean, we'll see. What's the solution here? This is really rough.
I like young Cal's suggestion. We can restart if you want.
I'm going to unstick.
We don't agree that we could have full restart whole match.
Well, what a magnanimous offer from young Calc. There's absolutely no ulterior motive to such a charitable suggestion. Nope.
The most selfless player we've seen here in Deadlock Fight Night.
He says he's serious. We have to surely believe him and take him at his word.
Well, they're asking for admin's input, so knock on wood. I don't think you're an admin, but nice try.
All right, well, we will, I'm sure, get this cleaned up. I think it's EP's the admin, right?
We could call him the admin, yeah. I think that's fair.
Oh, no, he does things, and he things and stuff. You won't be stuck forever. There we go. Oof. Oh man, it feels bad though, because that seismic slam was going to go onto somebody. And now it's gone on to absolutely nobody. And it looks like a team wipe is inevitable. The difference in farm is so tangible that I don't know what else they can really do here in this situation. We need to try to take down the tower. But yeah, Flick is in pretty good spot.
My vote's still for young Calc's suggestion, by the way. And I think you test this Rejuvenator pickup here at a Hydra Nation. They lost DMB, but he's going to be back up before the Rejuvenator gets secured. And that 20k lead has now turned into, still about 20k. It's going to be a little bit higher than this once they form up their jungle, of course.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking like a 20 minutes victory right now for Hydra Nation. Llama Lords. So I guess like the one thing that could possibly go Llama Lord's way is if, obviously, the bounty for like a comeback mechanic that's kind of, I guess, a bit better now is if you wipe the opposing team, right? So if you have the defensive advantage, or you land like a particularly good like team synergy or combo or singularity, and you get the ability to wipe the other team once, you're going to get a much higher return now than you would have previously, depending on how kind of deep we are into the game. So that is really the only way back in.
Well, Leffa is going to be coming directly from behind the enemy team here to deny them that opportunity for a team fight. Quick little take on Ido as Left secures another kill, and the Walker goes down. And honestly, Hydra Nation can just continue to push the base if they want to, but I think they want to get a couple more kills on the overextension of Llama Lords. Look for another Walker here in lane 3. That's going to get them another flex slot unlocked. And honestly, with the money we can see in the pockets of players like Hydration, that's going to give them some really big upgrades here going into the next fight.
30k soul difference. 15 minutes into the game. Not ideal.
I like the response, though, out of Llama Lords there, though, DDK. They start to push some other lanes here to kind of pull off the pressure, but it might just lead to their early deaths.
It looks like that's correct, yes. That is correct. They are looking for the earn turn in. There's only one player there to stop them. It is going to be DMB on the Wraith. Is DMB actually going to try to do this? Might just be giving a kill to them here. I mean, it's a 3v1. I know you're pretty bummed, but okay, the teleport's going to come in time. Doesn't get disabled, so it's just actually survives that scenario. Okay, so now it's an 18k difference. All right.
Not for long, though. I feel like DMB was just trying to help them. He's like, okay, you can ult me to like get yourself closer to the turner or something like that. But here we go. Size going to be coming in, looking to stop the reinforcements from coming back through. Lord and Ido going to be down for another 20 plus seconds of time, leaving, I mean, a very squishy, high damage dealing heroes available. The Singularity is going to be used, catches out quite a few players, but will the damage be there off the back of that? Frozen Shelter is going to be used as well, and they do pick up 2 quick kills. That might have been enough to actually halt the push here out of Hydra Nation, but keep in mind, Rejuvenator is still going to be here. They're going to respawn in extremely quickly to push yet again if they want to. If they want to, most importantly, as Hydra Nation still pick up the shrines, they pick up an extra flex slot, and they're still putting out damage here on Llama Lord's base.
Yeah, okay, so keeping it at an 18k difference on the souls here as well. If they can get an extra kill or 2 whilst they're in the base, that's going to also be helpful to try to begin to bring this one back a little bit. And it's what's actually interestingly enough, the difference is becoming, at least in souls, I don't know about the AP, but in the souls at least, is becoming more workable now. So I don't know if it's over just yet. We'll have to see how some of these fights progress. Obviously, Hydra Nation is not a team that's going to throw away advantages. I was about to say as well, what you're praying for is the classic combo of hubris and complacency. That's what Llama Lords need from Hydra Nation. Hubris and complacency.
I'm not sure if that's something that they'll potentially do here as Hydra Nation. I mean, yeah, the souls aren't too big of a difference. Like, neither is the AP. Obviously, the kills are the biggest factor. But you also have to keep in mind, like, the base has just been dismantled. Lane 3 and 4, more importantly, lane 3, you really have to be careful about, where it's just going to eventually shove into the base, and you're going to have to send someone back to deal with it. So you have to really worry about keeping that shoved in to not eventually lose your base, and you might lose players. Here's Ido gets caught out yet again. Vegas can be looking for the almost 1v1. He actually might get caught on himself here. There's so much blue in his face, and that's all Llama Lords. He goes down as he used the Traveler to get there. And now Hydra Nation have to back away.
Yeah, 30k difference has become 10k. So they took a lot of L's to get to this point, but here we are. The problem obviously remains that, you know, Lefa, Yamato is going to be very scary. Yamato, again, like just pound for pound, some of the late game scaling, it still feels favorable here for Hydra Nation. Although I'm thinking about it, I mean, who's going to come online for? Who's going to scale well? I mean, I suppose Infernus and 7 are the only ones that are going to scale as well as, you know, maybe like a Wraith and a Yamato.
I worry though with the 7, like, you're gonna need a long game for him to be able to scale, and I don't know if the game's gonna last that long as they do get a catch onto Quig this time. Catching them being a little bit too aggressive here. Concussive Combustion gonna come in across the Singularity as well, looking for the stun to lock them down. If they can pick up more kills off the back of this, it could be exactly what Llama Lords need. The DDK, it doesn't seem like they have the damage yet to shut down anyone else.
That's so unfortunate. What an ideal scenario. Singularity into Concussive Combustion. You want that to be a wipe on the enemy team, but instead it's going to be a wipe on Llama Lords here as we do see Lefa just tearing into them. The shadow form is just so difficult to handle. Oh, just annihilating them. And in fact, that feels like that could be it now. That could swing us into a finish here for Hydra Nation now off the back of that wipe.
I mean, if Sizlucky was there, it might have been enough damage to actually shut down Hydra Nation, but he was pushing out lane 3 here, looking for some like counter damage, and of course looking to unlock a little bit more potentially their flex slot. but I don't know. It might just cost him the game here. The Patron's going to be pushed down here, and I think DDK, we're going to have Hydra Nation defend once again.
Yeah, close call this week, but indeed, Hydra Nation are taking their 6th title in a row. The indomitable North American force that is Hydra Nation are unstoppable yet again.
Well, you know what? Unstoppable, winning yet again, but not unbeatable. I think we've seen Llama Lords obviously being a newer team together. I'm hoping they get an invite back next week with a little bit more experience under their belts, because I think they showed some really great things as a team. I'm really hyped about what they can do in the future, but obviously Hydra Nation, 6 wins in a row, 6K in their pockets, man. That's a K per player. Not bad for just playing a video game here.
Not bad at all. And I think, as you say, this is a bit different because they did take some damage. They have sustained a flesh wound. They have shown that they can be beaten. So that's exciting, I think, for future challenges.
Well, you know what? Let's bring in ZP here so we can talk about this last game. And you know, ZP, I think that was more in line with what we expected out of Hydra Nation, but still, there were opportunities for Llama Lords to get back into this one.
Well, there were, and look, if you listen to Twitch chat, they would say it all revolves around Vegas. When Vegas got caught out near the church, let me tell you, people were just losing their minds, calling throw, check bank account. If somehow Hydra Nation had lost the game from that point forward, Vegas would be fighting those allegations for at least the next 2 to 3 years. But luckily for Vegas, Hydra Nation does finish it out strong. And look, I think you look at the story of this game and you go, how did we get here? Draft. It was pure and simple draft, where you get rid of the pocket, which Ido made really strong. And I think the key mistake that was made, the Viscous Band was not good. The Viscous Band enabled the Yamato, and ignoring the Wraith led to them getting Wraith and just absolutely stacking the deck with what's, on paper to me, a much better lineup. And the only thing that was going to save them was just the most blessed Dynamo singularities of all time. They did get one in the main base when defending, but they needed like 5 of them to win this match. And that's a tough task even for Naked on the Dynamo.
I mean, we saw Slugfest as well, trying to like split push towards the end when they needed him with the team. Not necessarily to blame him whatsoever, but obviously they needed someone to be able to split push to force potentially Hydra Nation to retreat, to obviously defend their own base, maybe send a player or 2 back to deal with that. But in the end, I mean, I think Hydra Nation knew like this is our game to win, especially since we're on the enemy side of the map. We just wiped them. There's really nothing stopping us. There's nothing Slugfest could do, unfortunately. And a great game nonetheless, though, I'd say, Dan. We've had 2 full best of 3s. We've had some crazy EU matches, some crazy NA matches, but pretty happy overall with what we've had today.
Yeah, absolutely agree with all of that. I mean, the EU match, the 3rd match, was amazing. It's so close, very long game, and also with the changes to the economy, the games go a bit quicker. So that was fun. We got to play on 2 patches today too. That's also new. So the classic mid-tournament patch, enjoy that. But yeah, it's good to see. It's also great to see Ido, you know, just blowing people out with Pocket. I still need to go back and get that match ID. If you're a Pocket fan, do yourself a favor and go check that one out. But yeah, great games all today.
Well, CP, I gotta ask you before we do end off the show, obviously, before we can close out even the series, who was your player of the match?
Player of the match of going in here, truth, it's a tough one. And in fact, I should have told production, hey, who am I actually going to put as player of the match here? I think for me, I was torn between Hydration and Leffa. I think the Yamato just dominance in the last map probably puts it over the top for Leffa, because they needed the Yamato pick to be good if you're going to invest a player on the Yamato, if you're going to do first pick, and Leffa left no room for doubt in my mind. Well, I don't know if that is the player of the match, though.
You got lucky. It was actually Leffa.
Thank you, Eyes. You're not gone yet.
You know, I would even think about, you know, potentially giving Ido as player of the match as well in this one, just because of his impact on Pocket, and not to mention having to deal with the drama on every team he ever is in from other teams, if you know what I mean, ZP. But yeah, Leffa getting MVP here for sure.
Well, look, all I know is at this point, I feel like anytime anyone wants a team with Ido, you're going to have to sign an NDA, you're going to have to sign a legally binding contract. It's going to get legalese, is all I know, because Ido has been burned. He's been burned a lot.
You can't get a break, man. Well, DDK, what's your final thoughts here on Leffa? I honestly, I feel like Leffa is MVP almost every week for Hydra Nation.
Yeah, one of the things I always enjoy a lot about Lefa is that he's not just a mechanical beast. He definitely puts the work in on min-maxing everything that he plays when he does play it. Like I mentioned with Seven, and when he started picking up and playing Seven, he worked out all of like the most optimized pathing to maximize the soul extraction from all of the boxes and everything else, and just like really putting in the work. And that's not necessarily a thing that you often see with players that are mechanically above everybody else. And Lefa is one of those players that mechanically he can beat out almost everybody else. So it's great when you get more of the full package there. And he's such a mainstay for the team and such a reliable actor for the team that he's always one to impress.
And credit to Vegas here, ZP, coming in as the sub for Hydronation instead of Rocker. And he was top on player damage here in this last match.
So this is where Vegas will shout into the void, of which, by the way, Twitch chat does not care. You're already guilty. But he did bring receipts. There was not throwing here. In fact, there was the opposite of throwing. There was high, consistent damage on Mirage, continuing to not only have a good early game, transitioning that into the mid game and late. Look, Vegas played exceptionally well in this final match, and that's not just because the scoreboard says it, but when people think back to this match a week from now, they're going to be like, yo, did he just get absolutely picked by the church? And yeah, he did. He did. He absolutely did. And that's all people remember.
Yeah, but he can also say, I'm part of the only, 7 people now in total who has won Deadlock Fight Night NA ever.
It's true. Very, very true. But yeah, I mean, Hydronation, again, excellence across the board. But it is exciting to see a team like Llama Lords come in and give them a good challenge. Maybe Llama Lords, when you look at how they were set up here, not the most versatile of teams. I think even going in from even a casting point of view, right? We were pretty well read on where their weaknesses were and how they had certain picks that were like very disproportionately above others, notably the pocket. But the fact that they can play even the comps that they have at a high level means that the potential is there. They simply need to, spend more time, develop their skills, get a little bit more well-rounded, and come up with a way to challenge Hydronation regardless of what gets picked or banned.
All right, well, Dan, before we do end off the show, I want to give you a chance to get some final words here, some final thoughts before we close it on down.
Follow, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
All right, ZP, what about you?
Yep, double that. Follow and subscribe. Like, you might have heard it the first time and go, sure, no. Don't put it off. Do it now.
Okay, well, I'll do the big wrap up here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here over the course of these last 6-7 hours. We've had a blast here getting our first ever full 3 matches in a series, not to mention having it happen twice. We see a new king, or an old king, I guess if you look at it this way, with Poj Elias Cumbria able to take the title back from DMS, and of course, Hydronation able to defend things once again. As a last shout out, production, I love you guys. You're fantastic at your job, and we love having you guys working with us here on the show, and hopefully you guys at home appreciate it as well. But thanks again for watching. We'll see you next week on Wednesday for Deadlock Fight Night number 7, and there's going to be a special surprise.